Hello everybody and welcome to the very tip of Italy, because this year's edition of the Giro d'Italia starts right down at the far end of the peninsula, racing all the way back up towards Milan. This is the Calabria region, the scene for the opening prologue time trial, a veritable sprint of just 1.1 kilometres, a little more than half a mile for the 197 starters in this year's event. And although assembly here is on a beautiful day, by the time we get to the back end of the prologue, we'll be racing in the dark today, because this is very much an evening event. Phil Liggett with Paul Sherwin, Eric Zabel. Paul, his first ever Giro d'Italia.
Yeah, rather strange, and I think that may well be because that Eric Zabel is not quite sure whether or not he's going to make T-Mobile's squad for the Tour de France this year. Should be a great prologue time trial for Alessandro Petacchi. He certainly is a specialist over the sprinting leg of this course. Roberto Simoni looking very comfortable, looking to try and get himself another win.
The big question mark, of course, is who will be the boss of the Lamprey Cup. Let's pick up the action. This is just a little look back to the way it used to be. He's now retired. Mario Cipollini riding the course and just receiving the applause of the crowd. What a great entertainer he has been. He holds the record for stage wins in the Giro d'Italia, and it is now very much a goodbye to Big Mario.
Well, Mario Cipollini certainly gave us some excitement over the last few years, and once again this year, Phil, I think he won't be too worried about the tunic that he's donned here for the Giro d'Italia, because as he's not a competitor, he won't be getting fined.
Right, this is the situation now as we catch up to Sato, his best time in the finish line at the moment. As the riders, it's a veritable straight sprint. This is the 42nd rider to go today. Brent Lancaster from Australia, part of the world record breaking team pursuit squad, set the world record at 3:56. An incredible ride over 4,000 metres. Now he's only got to ride 1,000, just slightly over 1,100 metres.
Well, if he can ride the sort of speeds he's done at the Olympic Games, which is covering a kilometre in around about 57 seconds, he's got a very good chance. But of course, let's not forget, this is actually from a standing start. He's looking at the time though of Matteo Tossato, a time of 1 minute and 21 seconds.
For 1.1 kilometres, a very fast time indeed. Very hot and humid evening here. Not any wind about at all. And you can't get lost on this course. And just look at the speed here of Brett Lancaster. This is without doubt his favourite discipline. He races for the Italian Paneria Shock squad. The same team as Graham Brown, who sadly is not here after a great start to the season in Langkawi. He's not ridden too well with illness and injury since. But Lancaster is going to be very, very close here to the time of Tozzato, because he's holding the left of the seaside of the course here. 1:21 the time to beat.
Well, look at that. He's right on the front of the saddle there. Look at the way he's ticking those pedals over. Very high cadence. This man knows what it's like. His body will be absolutely burning at this point.
Well, the cars are turned off now. He's on his own here. No more words of advice from the manager, and he is driving on. He wants you to do well. He's inside, is he? Well, 1:20.958 is the official time. I thought he'd gone over there, but that is the best time. And there's the confirmation then. We're opening the Giro d'Italia, the win by an Australian, Brett Lancaster. It's been done before, don't forget, by Bradley McGee, but Lancaster will become only the third Australian ever to pull on the Maglia Rosa of the leader of the Tour of Italy. And who better to donate it tonight than Mario Cipollini?
Cipollini, I don't know if you can just see the lines down the outside of that skin suit. Every one of those is the names of the individual stages that Mario Cipollini has won over the years. He's got the World Championship bands there as well. And I have to say that is certainly an honour, I would say, Phil, for Brett Lancaster to receive his first Maglia Rosa from Mario Cipollini.
Goodbye to Mario. Hello, Brett. Now, well, he's going to have to put up with a long stage today to try and keep the jersey. It'll be a difficult task for him. He's done what he wanted to do, though, and that was get off to a pink jerseyed start as we now race right along the coast today before we swing inland. 197 riders are going to take the start today. We're on to Tropea. Undulations and no huge mountains. We do have a third category climb on the way before we plunge down onto the coast, and it could be a good battle for the sprinters as we approach the finish.
Well, of course, riders like Alessandro Petacchi will be looking to try and get himself some time bonuses out on the course, because, in fact, although Lancaster won that opening prologue, his time advantage is only 1 second. The actual official time he won by Phil was only 0.289 of a second. So there's going to be a big battle for the Maglia Rosa at the end of today's stage.
And as usual in the Giro d'Italia, the Intergiro sprint carries a time bonus. while at the finishing line too, you get the regular bonuses at the finish of 20, 12 and 8 seconds. 3-2-1 at the Inter Giro. Going to be a crucial first sprint there today when we get to Lockery after 92 kilometres covered.
Tom Steele's just riding through there.
Only two riders in the pack. They don't look too fit to me, Paul, as they rolled out, but here we go. We're picking up the finishing sprint here at 5 kilometres from the finishing line. Sven Kraus has taken out this 3-second sprint bonus, Zanini second, and Tornwald Venneberg is first. Venneberg will be the first leader too in the King of the Mountains as we now line up here for the last 4.5 kilometres, and as expected, it's all together.
Good line on the outside there. You can just see a line of blue and white jerseys. That's Alessandro Petacchi's team, and they're trying to get themselves organised. But this is, I think, rather a dangerous run into the finish. This is the corner the riders will come through in a few moments' time, and I hope a lot of the riders, Phil, today have had a look at the race Bible, because there is a very difficult, tortuous run in to the finishing line.
Well, Petacchi's team, after his brilliant record-breaking number of post-war stage wins last year, seems to have got themselves organised on the far right of the road. The Silver Bullets, as we call them these days. This is going to be their last year in sponsorship as well, which is rather sad.
Daniele De Luca right up at the front there in the white jersey, number 151. He's the leader of the Pro Tour. This is a Pro Tour event nowadays. There you can just see riding up at the front there, Robbie McEwen, Australian national champion, looking for the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. Alessandro Petacchi is such an incredible lead out, Phil, but they're approaching that rather tricky corner any moment now as we come up to 4 kilometres to go.
Well, it's been a long opening day at 208 kilometres, but we're now into the last 4 of them. But there is a nasty surprise at the end, as you can see here. We're snaking down underneath the railway viaduct there. And it's a sort of sprint here now. It's difficult to control because of the narrowness of the approach here, right down on the toe of Italy.
A lot of pink jerseys there. Eric Zabel won't be too far away. Zabel riding at the front end. This is the first time, and I can't believe it, Phil, in such a long career, that Eric Zabel is actually riding the Giro d'Italia. He'll be looking for a win.
Well, it'll be another feather in his great career cap if he gets one here, but he's going to have to take on the likes of Petacchi, particularly, I think, and also Robbie McEwen. McEwen always comes to this event to try and win a couple of stages and then call it a day and go home. That's bad luck there, because that's a flat tyre for Sandy Cassar. Now, he wouldn't have won the stage, but he wouldn't want to lose time either at this stage of the event. There's McEwen, 4th or 5th wheel.
He's got a teammate up alongside him, but look how precarious it is coming into town. McEwen completely and utterly locked onto the wheel there of Alessandro Petacchi. The golden helmet there, you can just see in the blue and grey jersey, is Paolo Bettini, that golden jersey, to remind everybody that he's the Olympic road racing champion from Athens last year.
And also just behind McEwen, and in fact McEwen chatting with him there, is his teammate and countryman Henk Vogels, trying to sort something out for the sprint perhaps. A good position to be in. You've got to hold front positions now, because this is such a tortuous approach to the line. There's no chance for anybody to move up. The Silver Bullets have got control of this. They could well be taking Petacchi to his first stage win on day 1 of the road races.
Look at this. You don't want to be here at all. This is the back end of the main field. If you're here right now, I think you've got a very good chance of losing yourself 30 or 40 seconds. Still, Petacchi's got his men in control. Robbie McEwen banging heads there a few moments ago, but keeping himself right in the position he wants to. He wants to launch himself off the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. But of course, Fassa Bortolo in complete control at the front end of the main field.
Well, Petacchi is the last man of the string of the silver train there just now. Marco Vello is usually his lead-out man. He'll be the last to go for the line before they launch Petacchi at it. And in fact, that's Baden Cook also mixing up near the front now in the white jersey. There's McEwen just rocking and rolling a little bit to make the space. He wants space.
Watch out there, Zabel moving up as well. This is the kind of sprint that Zabel likes. He's actually, I would notice there that McEwen has dropped back 1 or 2 places there. He's lost it in these few corners. That's usually a bit of a surprise, because McEwen is the man that is very hard to move off the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi. Still, it's Fassa Bortolo on the front end of the main field. We can't be too far away now from the Flamme Rouge, the red kite. About 1.5 kilometres to go, I think.
Yep, just inside as you speak. And in fact, it looked as though Baden Cook and McEwen were starting to mix it together. They're great sprinting rivals. Remember, they battled out the green jersey in the Tour de France last year. And they've been locking swords for a while. But this is a very interesting approach to the line to the day. I hope they've recce'd the finish, because there is a small climb which will take us up to the line. It shouldn't affect too much the situation. Sorry about that little bit of picture breakup. Back up to the helicopter now. as they come under the Flamme Rouge. It's 1 kilometre to go. This is looking very good for Pataki, but watch out for Zabel. Brilliant, and that's Henk Vogel's also moving up on the shoulder of Zabel.
Well, Robbie McEwen lost it a bit there. He's moving around the outside. Look at the man there from Fassa Bortolo, just pulled off. He'd done his job for Alessandro Pataki, down to 2 men. Brett Lancaster is right up at the front there. He's got a very good chance of keeping his pink jersey, and Paolo Bettini's moving to the front of the pack.
Well done for Brett Lancaster, but Bettini's deciding to try and power this one out. This is a perfect finish for somebody like Bettini. I saw him win a big stage of the Tour de Langkawi in the Cameron Highlands, doing just this on a long climb to the line. They're all looking at each other. Well, that's a mistake, because Bettini won't be asking twice. You know, this is a man, he may be Olympic champion. He has never won a stage of the Giro d'Italia, and surely that is enough.
That's a good gap at this stage. Baden Cook is right up there in 3rd position. Robbie McEwen slipping away. Cookie, you know, is really riding back to the top end of the sprinting peloton. But Paolo Bettini's got himself about 50 metres here. He's got to give it everything.
Well, hats off to Bettini. I think he's done enough to take this now as he makes this corner up towards the line. The sprinters have handed it to him. The pocket rocket has gone. As he comes up towards the finish, he wears the golden helmet of the Athens Olympic road race champion. That in itself was a good victory. This one, I think, will be even sweeter. Even the police are taking photos. Keep your toes in. Paolo Bettini is about to get his first ever victory in a Giro d'Italia, and he's well clear. He'll also get the pink jersey, so it's first all round for the man from Quick-Step as he comes up to line, and McEwen somehow has slipped away. Well, McEwen also gets second. That's amazing, McEwen.
In fact, Alessandro Pataki just held on for 3rd there. I think they were all very much surprised. Look at this again, though. This is the moment where Paolo Bettini decides these guys are slowing down. This is where I've got to go. I'm sure, Phil, he knew more than anybody else what this final kilometre was like, because this was a very brave move to take on the sprinters, and just look how Fassa Bortolo disintegrate.
That was the only way to beat the might of Alessandro Pataki. His team did everything right for Pataki, but he didn't control the head of the race, and he made his move far too late. There's the face of the winner. He is a winner, Bettini, all of the time, sees his opportunity and takes it.
Well, he's a great champion, and let's not forget this man is a former winner of the World Cup, which doesn't exist anymore, and I wonder if he'll try and get himself some points for the new Pro Tour. But there's confirmation of that result, and a time gap too, 3 seconds back to McEwen.
And that'll be the standing overall too, maybe a little bit more. Pataki, Cook, all the sprinters, boy, they'll be smarting tonight. Here's the big bottle of champagne. This is the race, remember, nobody can open the champagne. I think they try to use the same bottle every night. Here we go again. He's better than most. Well, little Paolo, he gets what is in effect his 44th win of his career, his first of the season, his first ever pink jersey, his first ever Giro stage win. And overall, McEwen second at 12 seconds.
Yeah, but look, not too far down. Paolo Salvadelli riding well for Discovery Channel. But this man, I think today, what a great day for him. First stage victory, and of course, the Maglia Rosa as well, with a 12-second advantage over McEwen and Pataki. That's a precarious lead.
Stage 2 of the Giro d'Italia as we move on now, as we begin our journey a little bit up towards the heel of Italy, away from the toe. And a little bit of undulations today, but nothing that should upset the rhythm of the sprinters. We stay down on this beautiful coastline here. This is the southwestern coastline of the base of Italy, right on the sole in effect, as we race along here, and then head up towards Catanzaro, Lido. And onward we go. This is an interesting stage, but it will stay very hot. I think the heat is more concerning than the mountains today. The road down here normally a very good surface, and the racing usually very quick.
Difficult thing for the riders in conditions like this is the heat. Now we're looking now as you can see Eric Zabel moving up to the front, 219, riding the Giro d'Italia and claiming to enjoy the Giro d'Italia here for the first time in his career. Big organisation on the front end of the main field. They are completely and utterly all over the road, and look at the field here as we look at the Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race. The speeds are phenomenal.
Well, having made a big mess of it yesterday, Pataki will be out for revenge for today, I would think, because these early flat stages are the ones he wants to score in. This is a fairly tough Giro, but most of it happens in the last 10 days of the race. Basically, we've got 5 mountain stages and 3 average mountain stages, but there are officially 10 flat stages.
Bettini on the left-hand side in the pink jersey, locked there onto the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi, who's got 5 of his teammates up alongside him, leading out the sprint. You can see 1 or 2 riders in the pink jerseys of T-Mobile. Eric Zabel over to the right-hand side there. He's looking good. He's getting himself. There's going to be a big battle here once again for Alessandro Patacchi's wheel. He's the man who last year was completely and utterly dominant in the sprint. But this year he still has to open up his bank account.
Oh, the wind there for the Italian flag is keeping the riders pinned to the right of our picture. It's coming in off the sea, and it's a very warm wind indeed. King of the Mountains wearer, by the way, it's a green jersey too here in the Giro, is Venneberg. Got off to a good start yesterday with his 1 small third category climb win, and Sven Kraus is the early leader in the Inter-Giro. 1 rider giving up yesterday, the only man, Didier Roos, former champion of France.
Looks like Cookie moving up to the front there, but it's still under control of Fassa Bortolo. 4 riders. Look at the little arms flicking there. That was an indication that there was a barrier coming up. They're hugging the barrier there on the right-hand side, and you can see they're trying to keep themselves organised. They're down to 3 men now in front of Alessandro Patacchi. Eric Zabel not very happy, getting himself boxed in. There's a lot of fighting going on here. Paolo Bettini's trying to take at the front end of the main field, and it looks as if Panaria, Phil, are now starting to get themselves organised in this.
Well, that's interesting. Brett Lancaster, having lost his lead after that brief win in the prologue, and probably the shortest ever lead of the Tour, come to think of it, just 1 kilometre yesterday, or 2 days ago rather, now 1 kilometre to the finish here. Now Patacchi again is getting the big lead out he wants here. Tozzato, Velo are all the men who are trying to lead him out, but Baden Cook is feeling a bit better because he's the first man best of the rest. There's a sudden rush too from Crédit Agricole, and even the Giro's pink jerseyed leader there trying to get in on the act as well. In fact, that was Sven Kraus, because that's the Ciclamino jersey.
Well, Fassa Bortolo have completely and utterly lost it here. They've been swamped out right in the middle there. You can see the Ciclamino jersey trying to get himself online, but they really are setting themselves up for a sprint.
I said that was Kraus. In fact, it's McEwen who's pulled on as 2nd place in the points competition after his 2nd place yesterday, and he's very, very close to the sprints that matter here now. And in fact, McEwen again is getting the better of Patacchi, I think, because this is Robbie McEwen, and it's going to be an early birthday party because McEwen gets the stage win in the Giro d'Italia. That's why he came here, the Australian again winning a stage of the Giro.
Well, I don't know what went wrong with Alessandro Patacchi there. The team had a great lead out with about 1.5 kilometres to go. As they hit the Flamme Rouge, it was complete and utter disorganisation. There's McEwen in the Ciclamina, nicely placed, but look on the right-hand side. It looks as if it's panic on board the Fassa Bortolo flagship here because they've lost control of the front end of the main field. There's Patacchi on the right, but at this point he's boxed in right up against the barriers with nowhere to get out.
Well, the Crédit Agricole rider clashing there was in fact Jan Kersipou. But and it's Kersipou's making the move now onto the right here. And it was a bit of a squeeze through there. I don't know how Cookie got through there, but Patacchi says, I'm out of this one.
There you can see Robbie McEwen holding back, calm and collected, the big poker player. He knows he's got the acceleration. He's right on the wheel there of Kersipou, sees the door opening. Now's the moment to lunge, opens up the gap, and he's actually pulling away over the last 30 or 40 metres from everybody. Just before the line, looks under his elbows to see there's no one there, gets his chance to put the arms up in a victory salute.
So win number 1 for him. This year at least, he always manages to pull off a win in the Giro d'Italia. He lasts about 10 days as a rule, Robbie McEwen, and then he goes and gets ready for the Tour de France, which is still to come, of course. But that's a great finish for him, and that will give him an outright lead in that Ciclamino points jersey competition, I would have thought, at the moment.
Well, he's had a great start to the season, but I tell you what, he got himself the win there just ahead of Isaac Galvez, and Robert Forster of Gerolstein are looking pretty good, and Patacchi, Phil, could only manage 4th.
It's a bit interesting, that result. Robert Forster finally getting his crack at a big Tour here. He's a very fast finisher as a rule in smaller races, but all smiles to the champion of Australia. 2nd time he's worn that jersey as champion, and it was Stuart O'Grady, his arch rival last year. There's confirmation then, and Galvez and Foster, a little bit of a surprise, but good places for them on 2nd and 3rd. Overall, McEwen's also got the pink jersey. He becomes only the 4th Australian to wear that. 8 seconds ahead of Bettini. Patacchi is 3rd. All the sprinters enjoying life at the moment. It'll all change in about 3 weeks' time.
An incredible sprinter, Robbie McEwen. The amazing thing to me, Phil, is whenever Robbie comes to the front in the sprints, he seems to have to spend the last couple of kilometres completely on his own, but he says he enjoys that kind of sprinting, He likes to look after himself. He's a solo artist.
Well, he's got to wear that jersey tomorrow on a 210-kilometre stage. So the long journey starts now as we begin the climb up the Italian peninsula. We'll stay on the western side with a stage of 210 kilometres and a field almost intact, as the riders now think about another hot day in the saddle. No change in the mountains yesterday. There weren't any mountains. Venneberg, and Kraus is hanging on to his lead in the Inter-Giro competition.
Well, the Ciclamina jersey on the shoulders of Alessandro Patacchi.
Rightfully owned, though, by McEwen, Paul, after his win yesterday.
Bit too warm to wear two jerseys down here. Paolo Bettini, the wearer of the first pink jersey on the open roads of the Giro d'Italia, and a man I think this year looking to try and get himself back into the lead if he can.
I must say it's always nice to get 3 different leaders in 3 days of racing, off to a good start.
There's Danilo De Luca. This is the team we expect to see a lot more of when we get up into the big mountains. This is Giovanni Lombardi of Team CSC. And of course, Paolo Salvadelli here riding for Discovery Channel. I think very happy. He actually made an agreement with the team to ride the Giro d'Italia and then work for Lance Armstrong later in the season at the Tour de France. But Robbie McEwen, well, as always, a very popular man here in Italy.
He's a popular man wherever he rides, the sprinter, but he's got to keep his attention focused today as we move away here from Diamante to Gifoni Vallepiana. It'll take us up to 600 kilometres covered already in this year's Giro d'Italia. Little bit of undulations just to keep the old legs loose. Most of the undulations are out in the beginning, and then we drop down not much above sea level before the finishing line. So if they can keep control, but 200 kilometres plus means a 5.5-hour day today, again in hot conditions, and the undulations coming near the end might prove decisive.
Well, in fact, it's Liquigas in control at the front end of the main field here, and I wonder if Stefano Garzelli thinks he's got a chance of staking the victory this afternoon. And of course, let's not forget Danilo De Luca has been very present. That was Danilo De Luca in 3rd place there in the white jersey. But as you can see, it's absolutely chaos at the back end of the main field because of the pressure of these slight undulations towards the end.
Well, Italy is such a beautiful country, and none more so than right down here, where the weather's almost guaranteed to be excellent as well. And it looks as though Liquigas are taking a real interest on today's stage. Garzelli, remember, he won this race back in 2000. He's one of the big Italian superstars when it comes to any Giro d'Italia.
Yeah, but they're looking for Danilo De Luca this afternoon. That's De Luca in 3rd place there in the white jersey, the leader of the new Pro Tour, Testa della Corsa, the front end of the bike race. Not too many riders here from Alessandro Patacchi's team this afternoon. I think it's just been a little bit too hard for the sprinters on the running down towards the finishing line. The lime green jerseys at the front, you can see also moving up to the front, Gilberto Simoni in about 10th or 12th position there in the Lampre jersey. Also up at the front in about 11th or 12th position was Paolo Salvadelli, keeping himself very attentive as well.
Well, they might well have confidence in not being an absolute pure sprinter's finish today.
In fact, there's been a big split here.
There has.
There's a huge split here on the run in towards the finish. That was on a small climb just a few kilometres ago, and it really has caused some unrest for the sprinters.
Just trying to see if I can see if the Maglia Rosa is in there of Robin McEwen, because he doesn't normally miss out on a situation like this. Small climbs don't hurt him at all.
That's Gioni on the front, Danilo De Luca moving up into 2nd place, and also Paolo Bettini could be looking here, Phil, to get himself back into the pink jersey here this afternoon, because I have a feeling, looking back down that long line of riders, there are not any sprinters left in this group.
Well, the split has come on pure speed here, and as you can see, we're into the last 2 kilometres of racing. Well, De Luca, has he kept his form from the Spring Classics? He won the Amstel Gold Race and Flèche Wallonne in a great flurry of activity. The field now try to regroup here a little bit, and I don't see the pink jersey down there at the moment at all, so McEwen may have missed out here.
There's going to be a change in the overall classification this afternoon, and I would say it's got to go to Paolo Bettini, but you know, Danilo De Luca is trying to get his men all over the front end of this main field. They are putting an unbelievable pressure on this group. They're inside the last 1.5 kilometres to go, and again, it's a very tricky and precarious running towards the line. Look at De Luca there, looking over his shoulder. Paolo Bettini's up into 4th place. A little bit further back is Paolo Salvadelli there, Phil, in around about 7th or 8th place, and we're now going inside the red kite. 1 kilometre to go.
So as we're racing now up towards the line here, there is a little undulation. This is not a totally flat man sprint, but as you can see, the field has got themselves together. And De Luca is still getting the lead out, and Pataki and the boys are not in on this one, and neither is Robin McEwen. De Luca isn't going to go through on his teammate just yet because he's waiting for the perfect launch. Watch out for the man in the golden helmet, though, perfectly positioned. Quick calculation tells us he'll be the next leader. Return to the pink jersey for Bettini. Can he do it in style as they start to fan out here now? Look at the face of De Luca. This is his best chance yet. His teammate takes him wide. Bettini's got the second wheel as they line up for the finish. And this should be a win for De Luca, but they're closing in on him. He's looked over to check the situation. How has he got a second kick in him? Because Bettini has. Bettini's been forced wide. De Luca trying to hold the line. He's got it. Now it's going to be neck and neck, and he's kept Bettini a bit tight on the barriers there. But it looks as though he's going to come clear, and this is going to be a win for Danilo De Luca. He's seen the finish, and a return to the top for him. He gets the stage, but Bettini, who's about 5th or 6th over the line, he'll get the pink.
I tell you what, that was a dodgy run in towards the finish. There was a lot of changes of directions, and that's what kept Danilo De Luca on the front end of that group. I have a feeling the man who was coming up alongside him in second place was Damiano Cunego, but this is the damage that's been done. There's Stuart O'Grady over on the left-hand side, Baden Cook, Eric Zabel. This is the group with all the sprinters, and they were caught out on the run in towards the line because of the slight incline and, of course, the speed, I think, which those men at the front went over those small hills.
Yes, they'll be unhappy again. Sprinters' day out spoiled by the strong men of the Giro d'Italia, splitting up on that small hill before the run-in. And a minute almost going by here, which means they're not going to see pink again. The likes of McEwen also will see that jersey go across to the all-rounder, Paolo Bettini. Well, I think Pataki might try and clean up here simply because it's points in the bag, although there won't be any points because that was quite a big group, wasn't it?
It was a big group of around about 35 riders, so there shouldn't really be any points left around for the Ciclamina competition. There was Robbie McEwen as well, so all the big sprinters really got caught out by that split on the run in towards the finish. But Phil, look at this one more time. Paolo Bettini tries to get around there, but unfortunately, as always in the Giro d'Italia, there are some dodgy run-ins towards the finish, and Bettini smashed straight against the barrier. That's Cunego coming up alongside, trying to get into the slipstream. And Danilo Cunego is trying to wait till the last possible moment, but De Luca, well, he really is this season a man on fire. I think he's right back to the top of the form he had a couple of seasons ago.
There's Damiano there getting second, showing us perhaps he is ready to defend his title as we move on up the road. Still an awful long way to go as we've only done about 500.
I doubt that. He said he's going to work for Gilberto Simoni this year.
Right.
He said it in all the press readings that I saw before the start.
Tell. Arch rivals on the same team. Who is the leader? We don't yet know.
It's tough.
Danilo De Luca there. Very cool sprint that was, and very confident indeed. And there they are, the best men getting all the same time. It was Garzelli in 3rd place, Celestino in 4th, Ventoso Alberdi in 5th, and Bettini was in the end in 6th. Christophe Moreni there getting placed as well. Here we go with the champagne session again, but De Luca now has got the stage win, while Bettini should be on board with the overall race lead. In the mountains competition, McEwen should keep his lead in the points, but Cioni has gone ahead in the mountains and Kraus has kept his lead in the Intergiro, and that's the confirmation. 9 seconds for De Luca, 17 to Cunego, and 23. Big threat there, Garzelli. He'll be very pleased with his first 4 days of racing.
I wonder if this man thought at the start of the day he was going to get himself back into the Maglia Rosa. It's been a great start to the Giro d'Italia for Paolo Bettini. He's a very good bike rider.
.596.5 kilometres under the wheel so far. As we move on now from Grifoni Vallepiano, heading up to Frosinone. And this almost 200 kilometres again. But this probably the flattest day so far, so the sprinters should keep control of this one. They're smarting a bit after losing more than a minute yesterday, and all hopes now of another bite of the pink jersey cherry. This road pretty flat today as we continue to go north up the leg of Italy.
Again, it's been a very difficult run in towards the finish. 5 kilometres to go. You can see everybody's all over the road. I think we've had another slight split on the run in towards the finish line. You can see that there are no team cars behind. That split happened just a few moments ago. They're starting to bring the team cars forward. Looking down there to see if Paolo Bettini's made the split here this afternoon. There's a lot of orange jerseys there. Now you can see, I think The guys from Lampre here, Phil, are really starting to get this one sorted out. They're feeling now that their man Damiano Cunego's got a very good chance. There's Robbie McEwen there in the Ciclamina jersey. Andrea Tonti on the front end of the group. But Robbie McEwen, in fact, has made the split here this afternoon when a lot of other riders have disappeared from the front of this group.
Well, since the race began officially, the distance has shot up to over 200 kilometres. That's often the case with the Giro d'Italia. You're never too sure what they finish up with. But they're saying that this stage will run out at about 210 kilometres. So it's been a long day today, and it wasn't planned. As the riders now race up towards the last line, and Pataki again, his team seems to be organised, but Alessandro is having a big difficulty finishing it off. There's Bettini, looking good in pink. He's been very strong this week.
He's been very strong. Stefano Garzelli just on the far side, up alongside him. But Robbie McEwen has got all of the boys on the front end. This is Björn Lukemans trying to keep the pace nice and high for McEwen. They're trying to set this one up for Robbie. Robbie's there in 4th position, and as always, they really are dodgy run-ins to the finish line here at the Giro d'Italia. You can see 1 or 2 riders. There's Pataki nice and happily alongside his teammate, but his team, Phil, have not got control. And I wonder if that's an indicator that Pataki's not in good form this afternoon.
Well, Frosinone is, like many places in Italy, built on top of a little hill, and there's the evidence of it, as they now are going to have to keep the pressure on and climb steadily towards the line. I think this might upset the sprinters again here, and that's an attack that's gone off there from one of the Euskadel team riders here, which is an interesting move, I must say.
Well, that was Aitor Gonzalez.
But surely not.
Yep, it's Aitor Gonzalez going off the front. This is a man who...
Time trial expert, watch out.
We haven't seen him ride well for the last couple of seasons now. That is a very nicely timed move, and he's caught the team of Lotto Davitamon very much off guard there. This is the kind of move that could pay.
Just look at the gear he's pushing here on his big ring. Well, it's a difficult finish, but he may have caught them. He's taking a tip out of Bettini's book of day 2 and stage 1.
Lotto there. Well, what do I do, Robbie? Robbie, what do I do? Just put your head down, go for it, because it's still a couple of kilometres to go to the finish. Gonzalez, I think, Phil, starting the renaissance. Now it's Paolo Bettini said, we're not having that. Don't give time to a man like Aitor Gonzalez, because we could lose out.
Well, Bettini making the move there, and the rider behind him is Emanuel Sella, and if his name sounds familiar, he made his name in this race last year with a great stage win. He's one of the young up-and-coming riders. He's a good climber. He's not a sprinter, but this is turning out not to be a sprint finish. And Aitor Gonzalez is hanging on here, and this will be a big result for him. But the field are getting themselves organised.
Well, it's good to see Aitor Gonzalez coming back. These streets are very narrow indeed, and I think right now the lactic acid is starting to build up in those legs of Aitor Gonzalez. The Italians are all over the front end of the main field, and as you can see, they're onto his tail. It's all over from Gonzalez, but don't discount this man, Phil, later on in the Tour.
Well, that was a good move by Gonzalez. He sent the message out that he's got some good legs here. That's still Sella trying to come up on him. But I'm afraid he's got the whole field behind him, and he's got the biggest danger man in this opening week, Paolo Bettini, who's not going to give up that pink jersey without a fight. And
Garzelli not very far away either, trying to keep himself in with a chance. Moving up there is the leader of the King of the Mountains classification. That's looks like Verbruga there.
Should be Dario Cioni in that jersey now as he comes up towards the line under the trees, and he's got the lead. It is Dario Cioni, who's up to 7th overall. He's had a good start as well to the opening week of the Giro d'Italia. It's hard to find the riders in these high-rise buildings down here in the centre of the finishing town of Frosinone. Now a little bit of a kick down. Yep. Boy, these are technical approaches. Look at this horseshoe.
This is very carefully taken by all of the riders at the front end of the group. But you know, there is no organisation in this main field. There is Bettini. He is riding like he's a man possessed. He wants to keep that Maglia Rosa if he can. Cioni's up into 7th place in the overall classification. Watch out for him. Let's just see how they got around that corner. I think you can see Sella took it just a little bit too wide.
Well, Cioni made the split yesterday, and that gave him also the lead in the King of the Mountains competition over Venneberg, Tornwald Venneberg, the Dutchman. Bit of a newcomer on the scene this season. But this long little drag is rather annoying to some of these riders now, because again they're being caught out. Strong men will out here. They've split the field. There'll be time gaps if they keep this pressure on now. I think the pink jersey's in there somewhere. He just dipped off our camera to the bottom.
Second place. Bettini looking comfortable, following them round, but this is a really nasty downhill into the finish line. They're really going to have to take risks to try and stay in contact with this group. The sprinters a few moments ago looked as if they were going to have everything going their way, but look at how much of the road field they are using. There's the Flamme Rouge. This is a downhill finish in the Ultimo Kilometro.
Well, it may not be downhill all the way to the line, but there will be a timed gap if they keep this pressure on now, because this gap opened quite a way out, and Bettini is poised with Cioni.
Cookie's there in third place. Baden Cook has made the best move of all the sprinters. He's right there in third position onto the wheel of Paolo Bettini. This could be a great win for Baden Cook.
Well, the line out has started and Cookie's got third wheel, and there's 5 or 6 riders clear of the field. They will get a separate time as the riders are signalling to leave the course. And there will be separate times here now, and the pink jersey has made it absolutely to perfection. There's this Cunigo again, and a little bit of a time trial, realising danger perhaps. He's trying to bridge at 400 metres, can you believe? As Cioni's going to be taken on by Cook here. Bettini's leading out Cook. Now that might be the wrong thing to do. That's Mazzanti, I think, in the Panaria jersey, as he too is trying to come away, Luca Mazzanti. But it looks as though this might be a win. Oh, and dear me, well, Bettini moved over there for my money, and that's Cook down. Bettini wins, and Mazzanti is second. But if I was the referee, I think I'd be looking to relegate Bettini for that. We might see it again.
I think they will be looking at that very seriously. Cookie is not happy at all. He was in the ideal position. This man could have burst off the wheel of Bettini.
That was a win.
Let's just have a look at it one more time. Cookie's already been down once. If you look at his knee, there is already blood there. Bettini moves across his line there, pushes Cookie, and Cookie at this point has lost it straight into the barriers. He's gone down very hard, and that's a shameful because his form this year was starting to reflect the form he had a couple of years ago when he was the winner of the green jersey points classification in the Tour de France.
Well, the question the judges will ask, did Bettini do it on purpose, or did he move off his straight sprinting line? If he did, then Baden Cook won't get the win because he didn't. Well, you're a brave man, Paolo, going and apologising to Baden Cook, who has a bit of a fiery temper. He's going back to have another go at him.
I don't think you want to be lip-reading what Cookie's saying at the moment right now, because it won't be very complimentary.
Yeah, no, they're blaming Baden. Well, they would, wouldn't they? But what will the referees do about that? Baden Cook, that's what he's going. He's heading straight to protest. Bettini believes he's won it. He didn't know he was there. He's shaking his head. He's saying we might get another look at that. He's gone into the compound to get another pink jersey. Has he got the stage win?
Well, he starts there right along the white line. You see Cookie perfectly lodged behind him. Cookie now starting to dig deep. This is the moment he starts to accelerate. Already Bettini's moving across to the left-hand side. Which
is okay at this moment because he's a length clear of Cook. Now he's got to stay straight. And as Cook has taken the inside, I think Cookie, excuse the pun, overcooked it a little bit as well. But in all fairness, Bettini did move to the left and off his line, and the referees, when they see that, I think they'll relegate him to the back of that leading group. But unfortunately, that means they'll award the win to the second-place finisher, and that's the rider in orange here, Luca Mazzanti, and that'll be his first win in the Giro d'Italia if that's the case. Now let's see.
There's the discussion. This is the discussion. Paolo Bettini not very happy, but that's one of the referees saying, I'm sorry, you did move off your line. We've looked at the video footage, and we can see that you move at least 50% away from the centre of the road.
So, in Italy, the Italians don't usually get relegated. That was another Italian winner anyway, and he's gone. Bettini relegated the back of the group, and it was only in 4th place, so he'll keep pink. Same time, and although the man isn't there, Baden Cook, he will get the same time as the winner, but of course you get the position where you get up and cross the line, so no prize when he looked like he might have won the stage. There's the winner though. Luca Mazzanti gets his first ever stage win, and he looks a little bit surprised.
Well, Cookie won't be too worried about the time. He's been very worried about the way he went down there. He went down exceptionally hard, and he's a man I thought was threatening to win. And of course Bettini does keep the overall lead with 13 seconds now ahead of Danilo De Luca.
Mazzanti keeping the good fortune of Panaria in this opening week after the victory on day number 1.
Look at this, he's not
happy. No champagne.
Not happy at all with that, Phil.
He might well have to be persuaded to come out on stage 5. Let's find out. Well, as we face up now to 223 kilometres here as we leave Celano, head to La Quilla. A couple of climbs on the way today. That should stretch the legs of the climbers. At the moment, Dario Cioni has the green jersey as King of the Mountains. Sven Kraus still holds the blue as the Intergiro winner. Bettini, despite being relegated from first to fourth, has become the next leader in the Ciclamino points competition, and he also keeps his Maglia Rosa as well. So there's Sven Kraus, he's in the blue, as now we get ready. Big conversation, of course, but he's back and he's going to ride. So Paolo Bettini has recovered from his little bit of a spit overnight. I think when he looks at the pictures, he's got to be realistic. He did move off his line, although I don't think he intentionally meant to bring down Baden Cook.
Well, no rider intentionally tries to do it. Eric Zabel looking very happy, enjoying the sunshine. 5 kilometers to go here. Well, this is rather an interesting move. It's been a very difficult day. One or two riders have been caught out by the severity of the course, but they're trying to get themselves organised at the front end of the peloton.
Well, it's been a difficult day. It's been a day of changes too, because Ruciano has got himself the lead in the King of the Mountains competition day. He's been scoring well out on the course. These are the 4 riders in the lead now. Petrov, Ivan Para out in front. Kodo Gil has also been riding well. Having a pretty good season, Kodo Gil, this year.
This is Ivan Para. They reckon Para is going to be a serious contender for the future, but this breakaway is about to go back into the fold, although somebody on the right-hand side there has decided I'll just try one out of the handbook. I'll try one more time and see if I can just shake off and survive off the front end of this main group. This is Para.
Yeah, it's Para gone for it, and he knows that it's all coming back together. He's the leader of the Sella Italia team. A team which has a couple of very good Australians on it this year, Trent Wilson, Russell Van Howell. Well, not just this year, there were also good Australians in this race last year. They've been looking forward to the Giro, and it was Trent Wilson, the last man to get the nod to ride the event, and in fact he finished last in the prologue to give us a total Australian sandwich, with Brett Lancaster winning, of course, 4 days ago.
So CSC taking control at the front end of the group, in fact doing a fair bit of the work there for Ivan Basso. 4 kilometers to go. Basso now has claimed he's going to win the Giro d'Italia this year. There's Andrea Perron up there into second place. A little bit further back, a lot of riders in this group from Discovery Channel looking rather good.
Well, it's been a test day for the riders this day, a chance to get the feel of the mountains, although it's still some 4 or 5 days away to the big ones. De Luca, L'Aquila, well, he's heading towards his home. In fact, he doesn't live too far away, and he's down there in the white jersey. He's pulled on the jersey again as leader of the Pro Tour, although not too many people know much about that.
They don't at the moment. There's the leader of the Giro d'Italia, though, in the pink, Paolo Bettini, moving up through the middle. He's a very agile bike rider onto the wheel now of Danilo De Luca. Discovery Channel, maybe they're trying to sort something out for Paolo Salvadelli, who is riding exceptionally this year, but it's still Team CSC on the front end of the group. Looking comfortable, nice and organised here. There's a little bit disorganised on the right-hand side, though, as 1 or 2 teams are trying to get themselves into a formation to set themselves up for the sprint.
Well, 3 kilometers to go. There's about 60 riders here. That's all in this peloton. It's been split up again on the run-in. The men in contention are here. No one, to our knowledge, has been left behind today, because for many of the big leaders, the Giro is hardly about winning right now. It's just about making sure you don't miss any moves and throw away silly time. And it's working out well for all the likely contenders. Big favourite Ivan Basso is here, and for some reason he's told his team to drive today towards the finish. It is a climb up to the line.
Just looking at a couple of heart rate monitors here. Charlie Wagailis has a maximum heart rate of 194, and he's currently only working at 72% of his maximum there with 140. It gives you an idea that actually in this group, if you're sitting in the wheels, it's not all that hard. But that's for the men who've survived the climbs we've been over this afternoon. There have been rather a number. It hasn't had a major effect, but it's certainly put 1 or 2 riders in difficulty.
Well, I'll tell you what, this race was officially 215 kilometres. Again, it's been added up to 223 today. Another long day, and they're going to be in the saddle for about 6 hours. So it's been a tough opening leg to the Giro. We're going through the 1,000-kilometre point on this, the fifth stage and the 6th day of the race, as they're now lining up for the sprint. And, well, I'm just wondering if they're trying to get Basso or maybe Giovanni Lombardi over the line first here.
I might be thinking about that. It's Rabobank now trying to get themselves organised, moving up to the front end. Very high pace here as we charge into the final couple of kilometres. It's going to be a precarious run into the finish, though.
Well, the rider who seems to be making up most of the work here is Roy Sentjens from the Netherlands. This is his first Giro d'Italia. Well, I don't quite know why he's driving so hard, because he's got no team with him. 1,300 metres, I think that sign was. And still Senchen setting the pace here. Big, tall, lanky Dutchman.
Kolobnev in second place. He's a Russian national champion. But you see they're being swamped. They're being swamped completely and utterly. They set the pace there for about a kilometre or so. Then all of a sudden they just pop. DeLuca's up into second place, looking comfortable.
And the Leaky Gas boys have been given the nod here. Well, DeLuca has had one win already this week and is now in a very strong position here. And I would figure that Eric Zabel might be in the mix somewhere here as well. Last kilometre. And a change. A Sonia Duval rider having a dig.
Well, they're going to try and take this one out if they can, but you can see in about fourth position there, Danilo De Luca looking pretty good. They're looking to see what they can do. They've been in the saddle this afternoon for almost 6 hours.
Just wondering if that's Juan Manuel Garati who's trying to go away there, but again, a counter-attack coming from T-Mobile. It wasn't Garati, and he sat up and dropped right out of it. And again, a little tight uphill finish towards the line, spoiled what sprinters' chances there are here. There aren't that many sprinters here. It's a perfect finish again with De Luca as he brings the line to. There's Bettini, perfect finish for him as well. And Cioni is also here. He may have lost his lead in the King of the Mountains, but he's riding a very good race.
Here's Kessler on the front, followed by Kolobnev, followed by De Luca. But look at that, Ivan Basso is looking so comfortable there in fourth place.
Basso riding very well there, and again all of these riders not losing a single second in the overall classification, and Bettini also trying to get in on the action. Just watching now, Kessler's still holding control here, but De Luca is going over the top. How many times have we seen him finish like this? Remember Flèche Wallonne when he came away there and won straight up the hill in the Mur de Huy? And now he's going to have to chase because somebody's gone there for Pataki's team. It's not Pataki.
It's Brusegin, I think, has gone. And Maurizio Brusegin has been given a bit of freedom this afternoon. He's got himself a gap, but right on his wheel there is Danilo De Luca.
Well, this has been a big effort by Maurizio Brusegin, and is he going to hold off? I don't think he is, because De Luca is on fire this week. Now, this 20-second bonus will give him pink, I think. As he hits the line, he gets his second win of the week. And I think that was the worst possible result for Paolo Bettini, because 20 seconds should be enough.
Well, look at this. He was right on the wheel. That's Brusegin, who took the risk of trying to go out for a long way, but he actually set this sprint up for Danilo De Luca. Danilo De Luca at this point got no chance at all of being beaten. This man has had a most wonderful season so far, and I think you're right, that 20-second time bonus is going to give him the double bonus here this afternoon, because he should get the pink jersey as well.
Well, we'll find out when the judges do all the calculations. The face there of Brusegin over to the left of our picture.
Maybe more dangerous there, right in the middle in the CSC jersey, is Ivan Basso, who was riding high. He wants to win the Giro d'Italia this year. I think he's come with the idea of winning the Giro d'Italia because he feels that he can't challenge Lance Armstrong later on this year in his final attempt at winning the Tour de France.
Well, the wiseness of that decision is all ahead of us, both here and in July, of course, with the Tour de France. But there's the result, just over 6 hours indeed. Brusegin second. Maurizio Ardila there won the Tour of Britain last year, now riding his first Giro. Very good result. What a sprint for him in third place. The man in white, leader of the Pro Tour, more points in the bag for that. And Danilo De Luca checking the flowers the right way round. Second win, and now we're waiting for confirmation. We believe he's got the Giro d'Italia race lead. Let's find out. Yes, he has. Just 3 seconds. The 20 were vital. Second, he wouldn't have done it. Paolo Bettini gets down to second place. Mazzanti stays third. Cioni holds fourth. And Cunego, last year's winner, is in fifth place, enjoying this first week.
Enjoying the first week. I tell you, one man who was up in the top 10 there as well, Paolo Salvadelli from Team Discovery Channel, riding well. But this man, I think, has had a magical season so far this year, and that's what he's looking forward to.
So the race moves on as we continue our journey north up the western side. We flipped over to the east to L'Aquila. Now we're going back over onto the other side as we continue our journey towards Grosseto. And having had a couple of mountains, it's not so hilly today on this sixth stage as we make our way. And I'm amazed to say that we've not had a win yet by Alessandro Petacchi after his brilliant race last year. He hasn't found his sprinting legs at all.
I think it may well be because of the little break he had just before the Giro d'Italia. Now this is the run in towards the finish, and we can see now it's T-Mobile trying to get themselves sorted out for Eric Zabel. Eric Zabel has been one of my heroes of the sport over the last few seasons. He's a man who is capable of being competitive from February right the way through until October. You know, Phil, in the sport these days, that very rarely happens.
Well, it's a very good finish here. Matthias Kessler, we saw him stretching his legs up the hill yesterday, is riding pretty well now. He's settling in here, but this would be more to lead out, I would think, Eric Zabel. They're racing down to the marina here in the finishing town of Grosseto. Should be a nice finish for the sprinters. No nasty little hill to knock them all off the front. And look at the scurrying up the line now by the boys from Fassa Bortolo. And just making ground there was, in fact, Bruce Jean himself has got the lead now. So clearly he's in the driving seat at the moment to try and put Pataki in the winning one.
Well, what's amazing about this team is that despite the fact Alessandro Pataki hasn't come up with the goods so far, they will always go to the front because they know because of this man's organisational skills, he's got a very good chance of taking out the win, leading themselves around the corner there. And somebody's gone down. There's two riders gone down from Fassa Bortolo.
They overshot the corner.
Well, they were the first men into the corner. There's no way they should look at that chaos on board.
Was one.
Well, they've come completely and utterly down. They've lost it. Brusagina, 103.
Tasato's the other one. He was the third man getting up. All the lead-out men have taken them clean off the course here. And that is Ongarato. He's another valuable firepower. Well, I don't know if we get to see that again, Paul, but they went into the corner just too quickly.
Just too quickly. They were organised. They were the first men. They had the line around that corner. They were nicely organised. I wasn't sure whether or not Alessandro Pataki was able to stay upright. In fact, there's a couple of Fassa Bortolo riders still up there, but that was complete and utter chaos for a moment.
Well, I tell you, that has blown it. I think that's Madame Pataki there wondering what's happened to her husband, because he's still here, I think. Is that him in third wheel?
Just having a look. It's difficult to see
trees.
going
It's
through
hard
the
to
trees.
tell, but his team just thought they had control of that race and took it into that right-hand bend too quick, and they all went out. No, this is Pataki, isn't it? Yes, it is.
Yep, this is Pataki.
So he went down.
He must have gone down, caught out by the confusion there of his teammates, and that really is a blow because they were just getting themselves organised.
Well, some you win and some you lose, and this one, Paul Alessandro Pataki, his bad tour continues. Robbie McEwen hasn't missed out. Now there's a bike handler for you. You've seen him dice with Mario Cipollini in the rain in the past and profit by it. Now the champion of Australia, again trying to get control for another win.
Eric Zabel's there too. He didn't get involved in that crash at all. Alessandro Pataki will be kicking himself. Davide Monlotto completely dedicated here to just one thing, and that's Robbie McEwen. McEwen moving himself up there into third place, moving up into fourth place. There you can see Eric Zabel. Stuart O'Grady not too far away either.
Well, this is a good ride now by Davide Monlotto. That was Nick Gates who was pile driving through. The other Aussie on the team for, of course, Robbie McEwen, along with Henk Vogels. 3 Australians make the split there. And now knowing this is a big chance for the team, and a chance that very rarely presents itself with the top sprinter down and out and riding behind the race. Zabel will be thinking the same. He's sitting on McEwen's wheel, and this could be a big dice between the two of them.
Jan Kursipu up into about 5th position as well. You can see the lead-out men starting to swing across. This has been a very precarious run-in once again, round that corner nice and safely. Davide Monlotto, this looks like it might be Henk Vogels has got himself a bit of a move off the front.
Well, I think we'd all love Henk to win the stage, even though it might upset Robbie a little bit, although the best of friends. Henk is back in the big time after a terrible crash in the United States, and that is Vogels for
Well,
sure.
he's gone.
That is a great move. And Robbie will try to back this race off now. He'll do his best to slow it down. He's putting Henk into the last kilometre. Henk looks over his shoulder, won't believe. He's got to give it everything he's got left now. This isn't a lead out for McEwen. This is a win for Vogels if he can hang on.
This is a man who has battled back to find some form here in the sport. He's had some terrible accidents over the last couple of seasons. Somebody is grappling across the front there to try and get themselves onto the wheel there of Henk Vogels. Vogels still holding on. This man has been a great track rider in the past. He's been a brilliant roadman. He's ridden a lot of criteriums in France. And I think all the Aussies are backing off at the front end of the group here, wishing Henk Vogels a victory.
It's going to be tough. It's an awful long way, isn't it? 1,000 metres when you've got the whole field in the Giro d'Italia chasing it down. At 400 to go, he's still there. And still behind. The sprint has not started. This could be the biggest victory of Henk Vogel's life here. He's holding the barriers tight now. The chasing rider was Domino Vacanzi, but he's been washed away. And now McEwen is firing in the middle just in case. But Vogels may well have this, and that on his wheel is Jan Kersipuu in the green and white. And Vogels at 25 metres has been taken by his teammate, and he doesn't care. He salutes it as well. I don't think Robbie had a choice. They were coming too quickly. McEwen gets his second win.
If there'd have been an extra 50 metres, McEwen would have held back, but he could see the writing on the wall. He could see a fading Henk Vogels in front of him, and as the team leader, he had to do the business. He had to make sure that the victory stayed within their camp. What a shame for Henk Vogels, but look at the devastation that crash has caused. There's some serious time gaps here once again. And Alessandro Patacchi, I would think, is in that group there. No, he's still out on the open road. He's lost himself 1 minute and 43 seconds so far alongside there Massimo Codol.
Well, there was more than 100 riders in the sprint finish, that's for sure. And I guess when you're a sprinter, and sprinting's your business, if you fall and you lose your chance, you just ride in. There's no danger of elimination. Time doesn't really count. He lives to fight another day. It was almost a day off for the riders, less than 4 hours in the saddle today as they all come home. But Patacchi will have words for his team tonight. I'm sure about that. They really took it. Here we can see it again. They took him line astern into the corner. And Tessato went down, Brushagin, and then there's Patacchi right in the middle, powered in from behind.
Well, that was complete and utter chaos. I really don't know. I think it was just the narrowness of the road.
It was a nasty bend.
This is Henk Vogels holding on to the last 25 metres. It was a great move by Henk. He actually wasn't trying to jump away. He went round a corner a little bit faster than everybody else, and then all of a sudden he had the gap. And once you've got the gap inside the last kilometre, there's only one thing to do, and that's go for it. But look at McEwen. McEwen's backing off and waiting, and now he can see Kersipuu coming up there.
Kersipuu did really well to get out of that mess. You had to get round Vogels.
Well, this is the moment that Robbie McEwen goes round.
Yeah.
It was chaotic. McEwen, though, he's on fire in the Giro this year compared to his arch rival Alessandro Patacchi, who cannot get anything right. But look at Henk looking back. He knows now that his teammate's going to win, but he still keeps powering up to the line.
Well, that's his 7th stage victory in a Tour of Italy since he started coming here. He never gets to the finishing line. He's never had a shot at the final stage in Milano. He always goes home for the Tour de France. But there he is, McEwen on top again. Another win for Australia. They're having a great opening week with 3 stage wins now. Kersipuu did well to get round Debris and take 2nd place. Big Jan always just misses out on the big victories, doesn't he?
He seems to be a happier man this year since he's moved across to Crédit Agricole, but he doesn't seem to have had the same success or hunger that he had when he rode for AG2R.
Well, there is a new lead as well, Paul, because Bettini did win the Inter-Giro 3-second time bonus today, and that's giving him the lead over Danilo De Luca. 6-second time bonus, I beg your pardon. He's got the lead now by 3. And there he is, back in the pink. He's forgotten all about his disqualification now, as he's now looking at the pink jersey yet again in this first 7 days of the Giro d'Italia.
Certainly a bit of a ding-dong battle over the first 10 days of racing for that pink jersey.
So here we go. Stage 7, end of the opening week, starting of the 2nd full week of racing now as the riders continue their journey. We're going into the nice part of Italy now where many of the top cyclists live as we head up towards Pistoia. This is the base too of many of the Australian riders, including Brett Lancaster here in the Giro d'Italia. So they'll all be trying to notch a win, but the Aussies have got no complaints about this race so far. They've simply had a brilliant start. Of course, small climbs on the way, but the whole area really can have its ups and downs. It's a tough zone. Pistoia, isn't that where Max Chandry come from, Paul?
That's where Max Chandry used to live. And the difficult thing about the finish today is there is a rather nasty circuit around. The riders come into Pistoia and then go out into the countryside with a nasty climb, and that could cause 1 or 2 rather nasty incidents.
Well, we're looking here. 21 riders have set the scene very early on today, getting away at around about 32 kilometres. At one stage, 12 3/4 minutes ahead. And it looks as though Coldo Gill now is trying to hang on. But he's going to keep on going well here, Coldo Gill.
Well, it's not surprising to see such a big group dominate the race this afternoon, because we are on the eve of a very important rendezvous, the first big long individual time trial. And this is a very difficult climb here down towards the finish. And you know, Coldo Gill is a rider who over the last couple of years has been promising to do something rather special, and this could be the thing that he's been looking for today.
Well, Gill has done enough now to become the next leader in the King of the Mountains, so a green jersey awaits him. He's never won a stage in the Giro d'Italia, and well can he at 5 kilometres to go. It's a possibility. That was a big breakaway today, but nobody really who mattered was in that leading group. The best place was Americo Celestino, who is 9th overall, 49 seconds off the lead. They've been swept up more or less now. This is the remnants of that escape. But Coldo Gill has been strong all day, and if anything, he deserves the stage win, but that won't be how the riders think.
They won't think like that at all. You can see now a little bit of chaos. These groups have split up over the final few kilometres around Pistoia. It's been a rather undulating day, and finally the riders starting to find a little bit of cool weather. It was very hot in the early part of the Giro d'Italia, with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees Celsius. But today, for the first time, it seems to have dropped down a fraction to around about the 20-degree Celsius mark. And Ivan Parra caught a glimpse there of number 41. He's a rider who has been very attentive over the last couple of days. And this is the front end of the group. You can see Damiano Cunego there. This is Danilo De Luca. This is a group that's actually managed to get itself off the front end of the main field. There's Paolo Salvadelli.
Celestino's in there too. Just the remnants here, and they're driving on, but it's all coming back together slowly. And Coldo Gill, by the way, has only ever actually crossed the line in first place once in his life. He won a stage a couple of years ago in the Tour of Rioja. But he has won overall classifications without winning stages, and in fact he won this year a stage race as well. Now Simoni is up here right now in this breakaway with De Luca, and this is a useful little move now. They're trying to keep control of it just up until the line.
Trying to keep control of it. They're off the front end of the group, but they will not do it, don't think, anything at all to the advantage of Coldo Gill. And the last time check we got to Coldo Gill, it was around about 2 minutes and 15 seconds. He'll lose a fraction of that on the run in towards the finish, but he should be able to hold on and get himself the individual stage victory, which I think will probably be one of the biggest wins of his career. But in fact, it's come down dramatically. It's 50 seconds now, Phil, between Coldo Gill and that group of Cunego and Simoni and, of course, Danilo De Luca.
And
that's not
why.
much.
Yeah, no, that's why they've crossed the gap to the remnants of the breakaway from the peloton on the climb. And they give it some firepower now, and the boys in the breakaway will probably find it too hard to hang on. But the object now is to get time over Paolo Bettini. We're not sure of where he is just now. As we now drive to the line, looks like he's on the front of this group here. Yes, he is. Gruppo Maglia Rosa. This rider here, though, Coldo Gill, is now trying to get a stage win, which he'll remember forever. This would be by far and away the biggest. Just adjusting his earpiece there. I would imagine the manager, Size, is going berserk here to try and drive him onto the line.
Absolutely berserk. So the race situation is there's one rider off the front, Coldo Gill. There's a group chasing at 50 seconds, containing, of course, Cunego. As you can see, there's confirmation, and it's a minute 22 seconds back to the group, containing Ivan Basso as well, Phil. So that is a big surprise.
Well, this could be the first serious move of the Giro this year, as they start now to try and get time. But I don't think they're going to catch Coldo Gill. A very, very shaky right-hander there, so it was a good job it wasn't a bunch sprint after what we saw yesterday.
1.4 kilometres to go. He's just got to survive. I don't think the way this man is riding, they're going to pull him back, but he won't have very much when it comes down to the finish line. But again, very difficult to bring these stages of the Giro into these small towns in this part of Italy.
Well, the climb of the Simone is what's decided the race today, and this is where Coldo Gill got maximum points at the top, which has given him the lead in the King of the Mountains. Now he wants to top off a brilliant day of racing. He took a big gamble today. He went away with 21 riders, only 20 miles into the stage, 32 kilometres. He's the only survivor. One or two are still in that chase group behind. And they're not going to catch him now. He can prepare for what will be only his second ever road race win as a pro.
And you see that time gap back to the pink jersey group of Paolo Bettini, 2 minutes and 25 seconds. There's going to be a serious shake-up in the overall classification. I think, if my calculations are correct, we could have either gone down. This is in the group behind, and it looks as if Garzelli has gone down there on the left-hand side.
Wow.
Chioni's up there alongside him, and this is the corner just a few moments ago where we saw Coldo Gill being very, very careful. Now, I think, Phil, it is inside the 3 kilometres to go point, so there shouldn't be any time lost, but Garzelli looked hurt.
I tell you what, he's going to thank this new rule which has come on this year. An instant like that inside 3 kilometres now, not 1, will give him the same time as that group he was with. so he will profit by that because he's about 1.5 from the finishing line there. Meanwhile, up at the finishing line is coming the man about to celebrate. While this has been a big score for some riders in this breakaway, including last year's winner Cunego and Gilberto Simoni, the winner the year before. The two teammates scoring well now, but this rider is going to get his second ever road race win and what will be his 4th ever win as a pro.
Well, time to celebrate there. He looks up. It's going to be a double header for him because, as you said, he's taken the lead in the King of the Mountains classification. Time not that important for him. It's at the front here, Danilo De Luca. And De Luca here, Phil, could be putting himself back in the pink jersey.
Well, Danilo De Luca and Bettini are having an incredible tour. Bettini's may have just ended today, but it looks as though Danilo De Luca being outsprinted here by Damiano Cunego. He's an amazing fast finisher, that rider, for such a talent in every other sphere of the sport.
He's a star rider for the future. This is the group of Ivan Basso. Basso has missed out there, Phil. He's in the group, probably lost himself 15 to 20 seconds on the other contenders. Now, that's a big surprise. There he is in about 5th position there, Phil. This is the man who wants to win the Giro d'Italia this year, and that's a big surprise on the eve of the individual time trial.
Well, out today, the sprinter Ivan Caranta. I thought I'd tell you that because we've never seen him the whole week, but he has abandoned the Giro d'Italia today. As we now look at the riders coming in, the clock counting Bettini rather, out of the pink jersey here, that's for sure, and it looks like he'll be handing it back to Danilo De Luca.
Well, he's not in this group. Darius Baranovski's there for Liberty Seguros, but he is not in this group at all. The Maglia Rosa has still got to come to the finish line. There's Aitor Gonzalez looking very good. He's a possible candidate for the individual time trial tomorrow. And there, just in the distance, is Paolo Bettini.
And fighting.
But look at the clock, 1 minute and 24 seconds and counting.
Well, Bettini is out of the pink and out of the hunt for the pink, I would think, here now, because with that sprint victory there by Danilo De Luca, second from Cunego, I think they'll be the top 2 overall. Again, just over 5 hours in the saddle here in Pistoia. Here he comes. Well, he's going down fighting. He's even raced right up to the line. Every second counts. 1 minute 48 he has lost today. And here comes Garzelli and the group now. Well, the good news is the new rule will help, because he will get the same time as the group he was with.
Just look at the way he's holding his fingers there, Phil. I think he's hurt himself quite badly. He went down very hard. He's got a couple of teammates up alongside him. Dario Cioni was with him when he went down there, and I think Cioni is still up there. The other man who's come up alongside to help him out there, you can just see at the back, is Charlie Wegelius, number 159. In fact, it was Charlie Wegelius who was brought onto the team here by Stefano Garzelli. That's Wegelius just over to the right. Not important the time of this man. He will be given the time of the group: Cunego, Danilo De Luca and Gilberto Simoni.
He'll be given the same time, but he won't get the placings, of course. There's the result. Coldo Gil getting his first ever win. Cunego, a very nice second. De Luca third. I think I said De Luca won that, but I got that a bit wrong. De Luca third there. Here's the man who won for Liberty Seguros. They've had a great season, and it continues here now, the Spanish team. And for once, the Italians not getting things entirely their own way in a Giro d'Italia. But they are, as far as the race for pink goes, because they've got the top 5 places overall. And it's back in pink now for Danilo De Luca. And all of these are going to count towards his Pro Tour status as well. He's done pretty well.
What's important for Danilo De Luca is what's coming up tomorrow, though, Phil, the individual time trial.
Yes, and it's 45 kilometres, the race of truth today, as the riders now base themselves for the first big time trial. There's 2 time trials. We've seen the prologue. That's not included because that's a prologue, only a kilometre. This one, though, will be a big test for Danilo De Luca, who will be the last to start today. And there will not be an easy ride for him. A chance, perhaps, for others to close the gap. Now, it has to be said, Simoni and Cunego, not the best time trialists in the world, could have an interesting result this stage today as we head now down to Florence.
Well, Team CSC have spent a lot of time during the inter-season trying to get themselves into very aerodynamic positions. We're just at the back end of the group here, having a quick look at David Zabriskie. Now, Zabriskie is one of the most aerodynamic riders in the main field. As we can see, Zabriskie, in fact, coming in with the best time of 58 minutes and 31 seconds, ahead of Thomas Dekker by 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Enormous.
That is really going to be the bar to beat, and his teammate, Andre Piron, up there in third.
And over 3 minutes ahead of the prologue winner, Lancaster. Well, Zabriskie is the national time trial champion of the USA. He's finished. He's waiting now to see what the last man out of the start house can do. Danilo De Luca is off and running.
Well, he's not a great individual time trialist, Danilo De Luca. He'll have to do something very special here this afternoon to keep himself in the Maglia Rossa. Solid full disc wheel at the back. Where's number 151? Been in the saddle for around about 20 seconds. But a little further up the road, this man has not been a great individual time trialist over the last few seasons. But looking at his position here, Phil, I think he's actually changed his position rather dramatically for the individual time trial. Sitting forward on the bike, sorry about the little bit of picture breakup, that's because of the link up to the helicopters and down towards the finishing line. He's on the inside chainring there, that's an indication this is rather a tough climb.
Well, we expect a good ride from Bruchegine here, and I think we're going to get one too. Vladimir Karpet, who won the white jersey in the Tour de France last year, is on the frame, but Bruchegine has slipped down to second here at the moment. It's a fairly high speed, but this is not seen as a mountain time trial, but it is certainly very hilly. At the moment here, Basso is picking up the tailwind. Zabriskie still the best time at the finish. As we now look at the former world time trial champion coming in at kilometre 28. 41 minutes, 17 seconds down. That's a little bit of an interesting time.
Well, that's a surprise. This is Paolo Salvadelli. He's out on course as well. He's got a battened wheel in the front, a solid disc wheel in the back. The course is a very difficult course to manage because you've got a couple of rather difficult climbs halfway through. But this man here, Basso, is catching the man who started in front of him, and that is a rather impressive performance. He's gone through this point in 28 minutes and 22 seconds. It's his teammate who's actually winning at the finishing line at the moment, Dave Zabriskie, 58 minutes and 31 seconds.
He just picked up Christophe Moreni there. That was a good scalp to have. As we see Vladimir Karpet come in, 59.38, stops in second place. He's developing into being a very good bike rider here, but Zabriskie is surprisingly still holding #1 spot here. Minute 7 better than Karpet, 1:23 on Decker.
Yeah, and Ruska up there in 4th place as well. He's also a very good individual time trialist. Danilo De Luca on the climb. He's been out on his bike for around about 16 minutes. Not the same style, is it, as Ivan Basso's a very punchy style. This man is an explosive bike rider moving across, hoping the crowd will move out of the way. Paolo Salvadelli, he's also found over the last few seasons that his Achilles heel has always been the individual time trial, but his bonus is he can go downhill rather fast.
Now let's have a look at Basso's 28-kilometre check here. Zabriskie, his teammate, has gone through, and Basso, at the same time, he must be hundredths of a second slower. I have to say, that is amazing. He's shown it 18 kilometres, over a minute out of it. That's also surprising.
Well, that's a surprise because he is, in fact, the Italian national time trial champion. This man here does not look to be going very fast at all. Danilo De Luca not at all comfortable on his machine in the early part of this course, but this is the climb. The climb is very difficult to manage for a lot of these riders. I think we're coming down to have a look here at Bruchegine as we head down towards the finishing line.
He should be a good ride. No, it's Salvadelli. Well, Salvadelli's who fixed it. This is 28 kilometres here, and this is another good ride by Paolo. Zabriskie is the time to beat. Got it. Now that is a big surprise. I would never have expected that from Paolo Salvadelli.
Back to the finish line. This is Bruchegine. He's coming up and he's not going to challenge Zabriskie, but he is going to challenge there the time of Vladimir Karpet, who has got second place at the moment, all over his machine, Martio, to Bruchegine. But it's a long way up this finishing straight, isn't it? He will do it. He'll move into second place, but Zabriskie now is looking like a very solid performance.
Well, Bruchegine's done this to us before with great performances like this. He's not a winner, but he is always up amongst it. And there he is again, slotting in second place.
Well, if you can't recognise this, position, you've not been watching cycling for very long, because this man uses the biggest gear ever in an individual time trial. He rocks the top half of his body. I just do not know how he turns over those massive gears, but he's not going to win the time trial here this afternoon.
No, he's not quite on form. He was at podium position last year. Sergei Honchar racing up, and he's losing a lot of time here because it's still a ways to go up the finishing straight with a flotilla of cars behind him, but there won't be any riders close to him. He's one of the best men at time trialing. Inside 25 metres, hits the line. Oh dear, no clock. So we'll have to wait and see what he did. Sorry about that.
Well, 18 kilometres covered. This is not a bad performance by Danilo De Luca. He's gone through there, Phil, with the 5th best time, only 26 seconds slower than the rider who had the best time at that point. Here's Dario Cioni coming up to 28.5 kilometres. He's gone through in 10th place, so he's not burning the road up here this afternoon, the Italian national time trial champion.
And Gonchar currently third at the moment with that ride, behind the leader and behind Jean. Meanwhile, Basso might be delivering the big surprise of this race, and then I think we're all going to start talking about this man as a possible Giro winner, because his weak side was the time trial, and the clock is indicating he's up amongst it. 186 men surviving in the Giro, only 11 gone so far, and this is the last man on the road, De Luca.
Well, he's taking a lot of risks. He's getting himself into the aerodynamic position now, starting to look that little bit more explosive. We join here Paolo Salvadelli, who just a few moments ago recorded the best time at 28 kilometres. The time to beat at the finish line is still Dave Zabriskie, and everybody seems to be failing, Phil, over the last few kilometres.
Not a good time by Paolo Bettini. He's washed away here, 2:39 behind Zabriskie, well outside the hour. But Basso, I think, is going to sock us to the biggest surprise of the day.
Well, he looks good on the machine. He
does.
Looks comfortable. That is a very aerodynamic position. But this man, not looking quite as good on the machine. Just briefly there looking at Paolo Salvadelli, he was reporting some of the fastest times out on the course. Basso is not too far away. He's gone underneath the 1 kilometre to go banner, around about a minute apart from his own teammate Zabriskie.
Oh, forgot all about Cunego. We haven't seen too many time checks on him. This is at 28.5 now. Belli was in 13th, so he's not doing anything particularly stunning out on the course at the moment. But it's a question of who's beating him. Zabriskie's not going to worry him for the overall. Basso certainly will.
Well, Basso now inside the last 300 or 400 metres. He looks superb on that machine. The time he wants to beat is that of his own teammate. If he doesn't beat him, I don't think he'll be too worried. What's important for him is the time between himself and all of the other contenders for the Maglia Rosa.
This has got to be the best ever time trial by Ivan Basso in his career. And Bjarne Riis certainly has persuaded him well to get the best out of his body today, because I don't think he will. He's not going to beat Zabriskie's time, but as Paul says, he's not going to worry about that. But it could be a 1-2 for CSC, and Bjarne Riis will take that, no problems. As he races up towards the line, he slipped outside the time. He's now looking at Jean. 59.19. He's going to beat that for sure. This will be a second place for the moment, at least from Ivan Basso. Salvadelli might be a danger. He's still to come in. But for the moment, Basso is in second place.
Well, you're right what you said there, Phil. This is the man's best ever individual time trial performance. Again, since he started riding the Tour de France, he's improved gradually in the individual time trial, but that was a great ride. Danilo De Luca goes through in 6th place at 28 kilometres. For me, that's a good performance by him, and he may well just be in with a chance of keeping his Maglia Rosa.
Wow, what about Salvadelli? He's also surprising us today. Interesting. Oh, leaky gas. I just wonder why we'll pop down there. We're probably behind Stefan Garzello at the moment, are we? No, we're behind the race leader. Almost forgot he was in the leaky gas squad. He always wears other colours jerseys. Danilo De Luca, here he is. It's true what Sean Kelly's always said. If you pull on a leader's jersey, you always ride a good time trial. Back to the finish at Salvadelli. He's dropped in behind the two CSC riders. He gets third at the moment. Outstanding for him. Only 44 seconds off the leader, who won't worry him in the mountains.
Well, that is a good performance. Let's have a look at it. Zabriskie leading his teammate Basso by 17 seconds, and only 44 minutes lost so far by Paolo Salvadelli. Here's Cioni.
44 seconds, yeah.
A little bit surprising to me.
Well, only 27 seconds off Basso, which is more important. Cioni, well, he's going to keep up reasonable, but he's outside the hour. They're not great for the Italian time trial champion, I must confess. Here's Cunego racing up towards the line. He's also gone outside, though, Paul. He's looking around top 40, maybe even maybe just getting into the top 20 here, but it is the arrival, so he should make it. He's going to go below. Yes, Lefebvre is his next target, should beat him. 15th for Damiano at the minute.
Well, that's not a bad performance, because this man is not a great individual time trialist. He's much stronger when it comes to the big mountains, but look at this explosion here. He's just about still inside the 1 hour, and De Luca, Phil, is looking at a top 10 finish.
He wasn't too far behind there. The man he's been chasing all day, Damiano Cunego. He's just going to be on the hour when he hits the line. I think it'll be good enough to hang on to the Maglia Rosa. And that's all he wanted to do today. He's had his 2 stage wins. It's his second bite at the leader's jersey. He's just sailed over the hour, but to beat somebody like Jan Ruska, oh, he hasn't. Well, to beat somebody like Stefano Garzelli isn't that bad.
But it's going to be a big count now, but I think he's done just enough to keep himself in the Maglia Rosa for one more day, but it's going to be rather close. And what's happened with the individual time trial today is it's actually brought everybody just that little bit closer together.
Well, there's the situation. A win for Zabriskie, another American victory added to Fred Rodriguez's win of a year ago on the stage result. The big surprise, though, was Basso, his teammate, only 17 seconds slower. There's Dave Zabriskie, who's on a very successful CSC team this year, and that's his first ever stage win in a Giro d'Italia.
Well, the only reason he's been brought here, Phil, and there you can see Danilo De Luca has held on by just 9 seconds to Ivan Basso.
Oh, good for him. I don't think Basso would have wanted the Maglia Rosa just yet. But Sabadelli, a big threat here, has now moved up. Remember, he won the 2002 Tour of Italy. Paolo Sabadelli. But for the moment, De Luca's dream continues here as he continues as the overall leader. No change at all in any of the leading classifications. There were no mountains. And Sven Kraus keeps his blue jersey. One day to go now before they get their first rest day, and this will take them through 1,500 kilometres covered of the roughly 3,500 that make up this year's Giro d'Italia. We're racing onwards now towards Ravenna, and a few undulations on the way as well. Just one big mountain in the middle, which will take them over 900 metres, then it's all downhill to the finishing line. But if the sprinters want the day, they'll have to cope with the climb first of all, I'm afraid.
I was very impressed with the individual time trial performance of Danilo De Luca yesterday. But the sprinters have got themselves over most of the climbs of the day. They're pretty much organised at the front end of the peloton there. Right at the back, number 101, you can see Alessandro Petacchi on the wheel there of Baden Cook. Eric Zabel, 219, over towards the left-hand side with 3 kilometres to go. And they seem to have got themselves organised on the front in the blue and white silver train.
Well, the only climb of the day was that mid-race climb. It wasn't covered by television, and it was won by Christiansen of Denmark, and Sven Kraus in the mix again. He got 2 points there, and he also got the Intergiro. So Sven Kraus keeps his lead in the Intergiro. He's been the only leader of this competition, but we haven't seen too much of the sprints, I'm afraid, because they've been too early on so far.
117 there. Baden Cook seems to have recovered from the accident he had when he was taken out by Paolo Bettini. Bettini right on his tail there in the golden helmet, the winner last year of the Olympic gold race, wrote the Olympic gold medal at the Athens Olympics. Fassa Bortolo got themselves organised, but I tell you what, Eric Zabel is always a threat when it comes to a sprint like this.
Well, embarrassed faces so far, and Petacchi hasn't lost any of his enthusiasm. He's not even apologised. He says, look, it doesn't always work out. You hang on in there, you keep on trying. Well, he's trying again now, and once again, his team has not let him down, although we could say they did the other day when they all crashed. But right now, they've got line astern here, and it looks to me as though they're getting this one right. But watch out, Baden Cook also is hooked up to the train. There he is, he's sprinting well. Zabel is in the mix as well, and so too Kessler is useful for him.
Marcovello, Ongarato, they're all in the right position now to lead out Alessandro Petacchi, but there's always a huge battle on the wheel of Alessandro Petacchi, of all of the sprinters who want to take advantage of him there. You can just see wearing the Maglia Rosa, looking nice and comfortable. Danilo De Luca, I don't think he'll get involved in any of these sprints here. He's got a fairly good advantage over everybody else. Over to the right, T-Mobile moving forward as well. 1 or 2 riders from Rabobank, and it seems again, Phil, that Fassa Bortolo seem to be losing control of the front end of this peloton.
Well, maybe the confidence has had a little bit of a knock here, and you've got to watch out for Jan Kersipu in that green and white, the Crédit Agricole colours, because he's been close and he hasn't quite made it, but he's sprinting very well this year.
So Stuart O'Grady. O'Grady is the rider in the red, white and blue jersey there on the wheel of Eric Zabel. Fassa Bortolo now down to 3 riders, but 2 of them will be leading out. Ongarato's right in the middle. Petacchi again has got his boys in control. Zabel's right there waiting to pounce in the pink.
Well, it should be Marco Vello, the final man, to launch the bullet into space, and this time he's looking very good. They're building up the speed, but O'Grady is there in the Cofidis colours of red and white, and in a very, very dangerous position. Cookie's grimacing a little bit now, about 5 riders back. Kersipu is also in the mix, but the speed is on here. Zabel is best placed of them all now to try and take this. No sign, surprisingly, of McEwen. There he is over to the left and looking out of it now. McEwen is not going to get this one. Is this the one where Alessandro Patacchi gets it right? At 250 metres to go now. They're opening up the sprint. McEwen coming through right on the rails. That man gets out of trouble every time as he got through. Now he's shoulder to shoulder with Patacchi. Bettini coming through, and Patacchi this time gets it. Well, he had a tremendous season last year. He's taken a while. I think it's more relief now than celebration. But Alessandro Patacchi has got his win.
But once he clears out that turbo, he knows exactly how to open it up. Let's just have a look at this one more time. You can see McEwen. Look how far back McEwen comes from on the right-hand side. He's boxed up against the barriers. Now he's starting to open the sprint. But Patacchi reminds me so much of one Mario Cipollini because he leads from the front and challenges everybody to come by if you can. And you know what, today? They can't.
But look at this, Bettini getting over the top of McEwen as well. Isaac Galvez was the rider there from Elis Baleares who got sort of sandwiched out of it towards the end of the sprint. Well, as we watch again, another replay, there's the Elis Baleares rider Galvez. Got a bit rough for him towards the end. Then came the pocket rockets McEwen, and it was a very fast finish in the end, right through on the barriers. Look at Bettini coming through there, squeezing through. Perfect sprinting by both riders. Nothing untoward about that. And as we watch Patacchi get the win, by the way, sad news for Discovery Channel because Tom Danielson abandoned today. He's got a knee problem and he's on his way home on the eve of the rest day. There's the stage result. Patacchi, Bettini, Orley and Clerc for Phonak getting third. McEwen pushed back on the custom fourth for him.
And watch out for Grio from Ceramica Panari. He's getting himself up there in a consistent basis, and he's a man that they feel may well come up with a win a little bit later on. But Alessandro Patacchi, Phil, do you think he looks relaxed?
I do. The only change of the day, by the way, was the stage winner. Everybody else kept their coloured jerseys. Today, De Luca keeps the pink again. Ivan Basso still in second place at 9 seconds. And Paolo Sabadelli, they're the big favourites now for sure as we go for the rest day here in Ravenna. Nice little teapot to hold to the crowd. Give us a smile.
Boy, worried about the mountains coming up, and in fact Danilo De Luca has got himself the lead in the points classification by a single point from Robbie McEwen, ahead of Paolo Bettini, who moves up into third place there. McEwen can have a threat to try and get that jersey, but it is the rightful jersey at the moment of Danilo De Luca.
Yeah, McEwen's been out of that jersey for 3 days, but he's got close. He needed better than fourth to pinch it. But that's not his aim in life. He wants more stage wins. In the mountains classification, Coldo Gil, who's now had the lead for 3 days, keeps his lead there. Luciano seems to be his biggest challenge at the moment. Venneberg, the first leader for a couple of days, is still there in third place. And there we are, Coldo Gil. Liberty Seguros takes the King of the Mountains into the rest day. So, all suitably refreshed now. It's onward we go from Ravenna to Rossano Veneto. And this will take us up to 1,800 kilometres covered in this year's Giro.
Well, if you want a flat stage, you can't get very much flatter than this. This is almost like a pancake today's stage. Certainly one stage that should be very much suited for the sprinters. But what is starting to loom are the big mountains on the horizon when this race is going to get itself turned completely and utterly upside down. On the outskirts of Padova, before they head up towards the finish in Padova, it is an ideal day for the sprinters.
Yes, and the Intergiro again, taken out this time by Moreno Di Biasi. Sven Kraus not in the hunt. He just missed out. He was 7th today, but he still keeps his lead for the time being, the only lead of that competition, as we hot things up again now. Now, the boys have got their appetites whetted. Good rest day for them yesterday, a little bit of limbering up, and here they are again, right on the front.
Again, it's the silver bullet of Fassa Bortolo trying to look after that man there, number 101, right up there. You can see Robbie McEwen bouncing his way through. Robbie is such an agile rider. There's Stewie O'Grady over to the left-hand side, and they're trying to sort this one out. I think you can see Panari here trying to do something rather special for Grio.
Well, this is a huge lead out here, in fact, by Lancaster, who won the prologue. He's also a very good sprinter. He normally leads out, in fact, Graham Brown, who isn't here at the moment. He's trying to lead out Grio, but Grio's a little bit down the line just now.
Paride Grio there in about 8th position. And look at the bumping and barging there. One person you don't want to bump and barge with is Robbie McEwen, who is up into 5th place. He wants the wheel of Alessandro Patacchi. He has to ride on his own. His teammates have completely disappeared now, but he knows if he can come out of the slipstream of Alessandro Patacchi, he's got the win lined up.
One gets the feeling here that this might be a Pataki victory here, because the team have got themselves well organised. Under 1,000 metres to go to the line. They're flat out now at over 50 kilometres an hour. Grio is the rider in orange. O'Grady is the rider in white, red and blue flashes. Here's the lead out for Pataki. Now where is Robbie McEwen? Zabel is off to the right of our picture there, as now McEwen is just beginning to pop into our picture, wearing his championship jersey, and now this surely is going to be Pataki's win number 2 as the race goes into its second phase.
Well, there's a split in the field there. McEwen's up in 4th, but look at, there's Grio bouncing and barging with everybody, but it is lining up to set itself up for Alessandro Pataki.
Yes, it looks as though Grio's taken a few tips from Graham Brown when it comes to sprinting here. But Bertini is still in there again. He's becoming quite a sprinter in this year's race. There he is, throwing his bike around, moving up on the centre left of our picture. And now, is this going to be a chance for Zabel? Because O'Grady's gone onto his back wheel, Bertini's on his back wheel. Here comes the launch. Pataki's got the lead. It's going to be a tight finish, but I think McEwen's on the line. It could well be Robbie McEwen who snatched that right on the line. It was a very tight sprint.
Well, we have to have a look at that from the helicopter, because that was all in the lunge for the line. There's Bertini. He made himself top 10 or 15. We're looking down on Robbie McEwen there, the leader of the Ciclamina competition. The leader as the best rider in the consistency on every individual stage. But that is Robbie McEwen just on the far side, and that is a very narrow margin there. I would say not very much more than 2 or 3 centimetres.
Inch perfect. Now that's a good way to beat Pataki, because not many riders have the speed to get over the top of Pataki, but he must have just taken it to the front a little bit too early. McEwen waited that split second longer. The final lunge has got it for him. That's the push. Where's the line? Oh, there it is. Yes, a perfect push. And Zabel off to the right. It looks like O'Grady off to the left.
Well, Robbie is such an incredible bike rider when it comes to judging how to lunge. And you know, if you can learn to lunge properly there, you can gain yourself half a metre in the last 5 metres. And McEwen really outstretching himself there to get himself what I would have said is around about a 3 centimetre victory over Alessandro Pataki.
Well, that's the sprinter's job done today, and McEwen gets sprint win number 3 here, which is a terrific result for him to win 3 stages of the Giro. Look at the face on Zabel, looks across to see who's beaten him this time. Poor old Eric, 22 second places last year, and he's back in the hat again this time around. There's the result, Eric finally being washed away to only 4th place. Bertini still sprinting well in 5th, and Galvez also sprinting well, but not quite quick enough. Robbie McEwen is still the man to beat, the Australian who lives in Belgium and wins in Italy.
In fact, wins almost anywhere he takes part in a bike race, Robbie McEwen, and he should get himself the Ciclamina jersey outright this afternoon. De Luca still leads the race by 9 seconds from Ivan Basso.
Indeed he does. The only jersey change overall is the Ciclamino has passed over to Robbie McEwen. Gill keeps mountains, Kraus keeps into Giro, De Luca keeps the pink jersey. Big test coming up though. Over 150 kilometres now, and we're into the mountains and a high mountain finish. So Danilo needs a good night's sleep. So as we start the 11th stage from Marastica to the Zoldo Alto, this is where we join the wildlife here in the natural parks of this beautiful country of Italy. The roads won't be quite as narrow as this, I can assure you, but the hills themselves will start at around 93 kilometres today with the Sereda Pass, and it keep on going right through towards the finishing line. This is when the tour, I suspect, really begins for the main contenders, Paul, because the mountains are with us for a few days now.
Yeah, this is a very difficult part. The riders have got 2 or 3 days in the mountains, and these are difficult climbs that the riders will be facing up to. These are the Dolomites right up in the top right-hand corner of Italy, and it makes a magnificent backdrop for the race. And this is where the stories and the race really does begin to unfold. Moving away from Marostica, it's quite an easy start, but it really is in the middle part of the course that it starts to get that little bit more difficult. The riders go through the valley roads as they head up towards the high spots. They've got around about 80 kilometres of undulating roads to get the legs warmed up before they all of a sudden start to go up to the high spots. There's the first climb of the day, followed very difficult by a 3.5 kilometre climb, but it's these passes, the Passo Duran, which goes up for 13 kilometres, where I expect a lot of the changes to take place.
And that will take them on to the finishing climb here. Well, there has been a breakaway doing very well all day, including Benoit Joachim of Team Discovery Channel, and also Jose Rujano, who has done enough to take the race lead in the King of the Mountains off Coldo Gil for the first time. Kraus will keep his into Giro, but now is coming the battle towards the end, and there's been a total reshaping here at the front, and not surprisingly, we're not surprised anymore, Basso is in the seat.
Yeah, but look at that, the Maglia Rosa, Danilo De Luca looking very comfortable, responded to all the moves in this group as well as Paolo Salvadelli. He's there in third place, rather a strange position, sitting right on the front end of his saddle. In there as well, Gilberto Simoni and Damiano Cunego. Just looking down there, I think that's also Regano who's managed to stay in there. And this is a rider that this Cellitalia squad, Phil, are tipping as a star of the future.
Well, Basso right now is giving us every indication he's out to get the lead in the race today. But Basso, you've got to take your hat off to him because he is such a tough little competitor. Just sliding off the back there is Ardila. He's the Colombian rider who won 2 stages and the overall in the Tour of Britain last year. This year he's got promotion to ride in the big one, the Giro d'Italia.
Gilberto Simoni just over there on the right-hand side, looking calm as a cucumber. And again, Ivan Basso, he wants this afternoon. He wants to get himself into that Maglia Rosa if he can. He must attack all of the way to try and get himself rid of Danilo De Luca, who is his limpet mine this afternoon.
Interesting that Cunego was up here, but he's dropped back and he's at 50 seconds now. Now, this is an interesting move because Simoni is up amongst it. But, you know, this is a good counter move. But just how many times can Basso launch an attack like this without hurting himself?
But he looks so good this afternoon. His time trial the other day was absolutely superb. He did exactly what he needed to do. This is the composition of the group, and it was Friano was in there, number 43. Yeah. You see him. He rides for Colombia Cellitalia. Although looking down here, Phil, I think he's just about to pop.
Well, he's got to. He's the only man who's survived from the breakaway. He's done enough to give himself the lead in the King of the Mountains, but he is the only one left from the original breakaway today. These boys have come up from the main pack and riding extremely well right now, but I take my hat off to the pink jersey. He's riding superbly. He knows he's under pressure. Paolo Sabadelli is here as well, also riding well. Look at this, the determination on De Luca. You know, De Luca might do enough to keep his lead here. He's got to control Basso, of course. That's his main adversary today.
This is Atienza on the back, the rider from Cofidis, looking over his shoulder to see. But the damage is certainly being done here by Ivan Basso, not taking any prisoners at all. Well, I think we now know who is going to be the leader of Team Lampre, because Cunego today, Phil, is certainly under difficulty. And I think that will be a sigh of relief we'll hear this afternoon from Gilberto Simoni.
Well, after his remarkable year last year, including a win in the Tour of Lombardy, you can't repeat seasons like that, I think, when you're very young, as Damiano is. So maybe it's time to hand the reins back to the veteran, Simoni.
Paolo Salvadelli doesn't look very comfortable either. He's just struggling to try and stay in contact. And that looks like Riano is coming back. Now, he is an amazing rider. He was in the breakaway early on, and he's pulling himself back up here, Phil, to the heads of state of the Giro.
Well, good for him. He knows he's got the lead in the King of the Mountains, and that's a big prize at the minute. This is a little bit further down the line here. And I must say that they're in trouble now, because this group has been driven away by Basso, and if they don't put matters to rights, they're going to be in more than a spot of bother right now.
I think that was Wim van Huffel there, a new rider that I don't actually know very much about, a rider who rides for Lotto de Vitamont. As we move a little bit further up the road, it's still Ivan Basso, and they're now down to just 4 riders. And Paolo Salvadelli, although he seems to be in a spot of bother, has still not been completely dislodged from this leading group.
Well, he put in a good time trial, as did Basso, of course. They've got the first big hurdle behind them. They're more specialist in the mountains, so this is where they've got to now consolidate and show their skills. This is a very select little group, and if I'd have been a betting man, I wouldn't have bet that De Luca would have been with them, and yet there he is, the pink jersey rising to the occasion.
Rising to the occasion. I think this year he's risen back up to the top. Look at that. Coming back, there is Rujano. Now, remember that name? I think from memory, Rujano is only just 22 years of age. We expected to see him ride in the Tour de Langkawi last year, but unfortunately he had a nasty crash just before the start and wasn't able to participate, but he was pretty impressive this season. It's Van Huffel just behind. This is Patrice Algon. Rujano, look at him at the back here again. He's struggling. He's got a very strange style. He's all over the machine. He's trying to keep himself in contact with the heads of state, and I think Paolo Salvadelli's gone.
It looks as though he's lost the gap there. He's cracked a little bit now. This is a lovely part of the area here as we climb through this natural park. And the group's now catching up the remnants of that breakaway as they continue. This is Cunego's group. He's the next group on the road, but he's lost ground. 75 seconds now, so he's lost a little bit more. And that's a lot to lose just now because the race could be going away from him.
And that's got O'Gill in there with the green jersey as leader of the King of the Mountains. That was the lead that he had this morning. I think DeLuca's going here. This is not a surprise.
Well, who's doing the driving? Well, just still Basso. Nobody's helping him. Least of all Simoni.
Not even Gilberto Simoni. Simoni just sitting there.
Hello, welcome back. Is he coming back? Is he going back?
He's just trying to survive. He's got to find a decent rhythm now. I don't think he's able to stay on the terrible pressure that's being laid out to him by Ivan Basso. Basso not asking for any help at all, and there's the gap.
Well, he knows he's climbing up towards the line. He's got to hang on in there as long as he can. There's a young face there of Damiano Cunego, winner of the Giro last year, under pressure this time around, and he was showing signs of coming good, I thought. Well, DeLuca may have been unhooked, but he isn't completely out of this. He's just trying to ride at his own rhythm.
Trying to ride at his own rhythm.
This
wants
is
to try and survive.
Setting the pace.
Doing a job there for Damiano Cunego. But look at this. This is a man possessed. He wants to win the Giro d'Italia. This man, we've watched him over the last few years progress at the Tour de France, crashing out in his first participation, then finishing 11th, then finishing 7th. Look at that time gap back to Cunego.
Enormously now.
2 minutes. Gilberto Simoni does not look comfortable here.
That looked like 20 kilometres to go there on the side of the road. It might have been 30. As we're looking here at Basso, looking so compact and relaxed here. Even the great climber Simoni looks a little bit under pressure right now. This is a little bit further back because this is Jose Rujano. He's been joined by Paolo Savidelli. That could be good news, in fact. 3 kilometres, sorry, as we're now seeing the finish here. We've moved further up the road. And Simoni hasn't done any help whatsoever. Rujano, we've seen race before him in Asia, is a fabulous little climber with a body weight of about 44 kilos, that man. He's doing pretty well.
Well, these two riders are pulling themselves back up to the Maglia Rosa. Just caught a glimpse there of Danilo DeLuca. What DeLuca must do now is just forget about trying to stay in contact with these two men who are climbing much better than he is this afternoon, but getting himself into a rhythm so he doesn't lose too much time. And I think that's exactly here what Paolo Savidelli has done, because he's brought himself back to the Maglia Rosa. DeLuca not looking as stressed as he was a few moments ago. I think he's decided to raise the white flag and just try and see if he can find a comfortable rhythm.
Well, can he hang on to Paolo? Paolo's back, found his legs. He's dropped off. He's got back into his green zone where he can dictate the pace. And it's quite likely he can recover here and get back up with them. This is Basso. This is a serious move by Basso. This is a planned move. He'll be a little upset that he's not getting any assistance from Simoni, but I don't suppose he will expect any.
I don't suppose either that the man who wears number 2 this year can give any help at all for the moment. He's just quite happy to stay in second position. And in fact, he's starting to open up the gap. You know, Gilberto Simoni this afternoon is also now being put under pressure. Paolo Savidelli riding a sensible pace, and Danilo DeLuca just hoping he can stay on the wheel of little Guriano, who's just in front of him.
Yes, they've all come down to their own level here now. And sometimes on a long climb you can lift it a little bit, but little and slowly, because otherwise we'll be back in the red zone. Well, Basso's done it all today. This has been his day, man of the match, as they say. He's done all of the attacking. He's delivered attack after attack until he finally broke the spirit of everyone except Simoni. And Simoni will have the ability to fly in the last kilometre.
DeLuca's gone again. Danilo DeLuca under pressure. The crowd trying to egg him on. The Tifosi here in Italy trying to encourage the man who has worn the Maglia Rosa for the last couple of days, defended it in the individual time trial. But it's in fact the little Venezuelan Rujano now who's lifting up the pace.
No, good for him, because he's hurt them all and he knows he's got a green jersey waiting for him at the finish. Rujano riding extremely well at the moment. Basso looks pretty calm and collected. He's just relaxed on the bike.
I think he's comfortable now with the team. He's happy with his relationship with Bjarne Riis, and every time I see him race, I remember what Giancarlo Ferretti said. Why should I have a rider like Ivan Basso? He doesn't win races and he never attacks. Well, I think Giancarlo must be thinking differently today.
Well, Savidelli is all of a sudden having to sit behind the Venezuelan rider there, who was behind them all, remember. He was in the original breakaway and he's found his legs to get back through the pack. And they're opening up very slowly a gap on the Danilo De Luca, but not by a big margin, and they're running out of time.
Well, De Luca mustn't panic. He
A
just
little
needs to
signal
stay
there,
there.
Paul. A little signal from Basso. I don't know whether he was just saying, come and give me a hand or what.
I think he wanted him to come forward, set a little bit of the pacemaking. 2 kilometres to the summit. Magnificent backdrop here. These are such savage climbs. They're beautiful climbs because of the nature of this part of the world. The time gap, Phil, is not great. It's only 15 seconds back to Riano and number 71 there, Paolo Salvadelli.
Is pulling them back.
He is.
I don't know where he's found the legs. There it is. 20 seconds to De Luca. They could all come together here.
It's only a further 5 seconds back to Danilo De Luca. He's not panicking at the moment. He's trying to stay calm. Yet you see, Basso, that's another indication of that hand. He wants now Gilberto Simoni to come forward. I don't think Simoni can, but Basso is trying to force him forward.
Well, the graffiti artists have been out today. I'm sure the winter snows will take care of that, though. As we're now looking down at a fantastic day by Ivan Basso. Terrific pacemaking, but when the cameras pan back, there's the chase now. And it is the Venezuelan, Jose Trujano, who is actually pulling Paolo Salvadelli back up to the leaders. And that's a big return, because Trujano won't be seen as a winner of the Giro. But you know, Paolo Salvadelli's done it before, so must be considered.
And here's Danilo De Luca. He's only about 3 or 4 seconds, and he seems now, look at the rhythm, Phil, he seems to have got himself back in. The funny thing is about a non-pure climber is certain gradients are better suited to you. Now, this man was put into difficulty, and I think as we get to the slightly easier incline, he's getting himself into a rhythm that's pulling himself back into this race.
Well, as the summit approaches, we're heading up towards the mountain, and then we've got a short descent, and then the action of the finishing climb. And there's a massive crowd out here, and the clock is counting, I think, over the top, and this is where De Luca will get back. He will rejoin here easily, no problems, and we all know how well Il Falco descends. So are they going to close the gap and will take 5 men to the last climb?
De Luca's back. Look at that. This is what the Maglia Rosa, the leader's jersey, when you pull it onto your shoulders, you get a little bit of extra strength and a whole lot more courage. Danilo De Luca has pulled himself back to Paolo Salvadelli and Jose Trujano, and you know, I make it around about 12 seconds between them and this leading group on the road.
I'm just looking there, that's 1 kilometre to go here now. So that was not the actual summit, Paul. We've still got that false flat, then this thing, then we go back up again. So that wasn't the top of the climb.
That certainly wasn't the top
so
of the climb.
They'll take advantage to close the gap, though, because they've got this little undulation
What
here.
gap?
Well,
They're
there we
here.
are, then all message over.
5 men
Here
back
come
in
the
front.
troops, and look at this, Trujano, who wants those King of the Mountains points, has gone straight back to the front. It's almost as if he knew there was that little respite before the actual run up to the top.
Well, this man, he might be small in stature. He actually weighs 48 kilos. But I tell you what, he's not worried about the reputations of the men with him. He's gone straight to the front. He's inside the final kilometre to the summit of this climb, and he wants maximum points if he can. And Danilo De Luca, Phil, how good is he going to feel that he's got 3 minutes advantage over Cunego?
Well, this has hurt Cunego, and it looks like it's curtains for him too if he continues to lose at this rate, because we've still got the finishing climb to come. And this is going to put the boys in big trouble here, because this is the first big move of this year's Giro, and Danilo De Luca in the pink is right there tagged on. I can't see him hanging on up the final climb, but you never know, he could be inspired.
Could be very much inspired, but Jose Trujano is looking at the top here of the Paso Duran at 131 kilometres of today's stage covered. It's a first category climb, and who would have thought that the little man from Venezuela is dictating to the pace to the heads of state, Ivan Basso, Gilberto Simoni, Danilo De Luca and Paolo Salvadelli.
Now, if we get to the next climb as a group of 5, it'll be as if somebody threw a firework in the middle of them, because they'll race for the summit one-on-one, I think, as they continue up towards the end. There's the long line now. Now, will they bother to attack the Venezuelan, who's built up a winning lead, not a winning lead, but a lead in the King of the Mountains just now?
DeLuca's suffering.
Come on, Danilo, don't let it go now, because you can see the finish, and look at him try as he tries to hook up a game with Salvadelli.
He's turning himself inside out at this moment. He's done an incredible job this afternoon. Not a lot of people gave him a chance of keeping the Maglia Rosa here this afternoon on the first big mountain stage. But what he's doing is currently doing that. There are points for Trujano. Basso goes across there in second place. Third place Simoni, Paolo Salvadelli, and just tucked on the back Danilo De Luca. I wonder now if Paolo Salvadelli is going to use his descending ability to try and falsify his company with that leading group of 5.
Well, this is Pietro Cocchioli further back here, and he is the rider signed this year by Crédit Agricole for this very race, and he's trying to put matters to right because he's allowed a little group to go away, but he's certainly best of the rest right now and hasn't lost as much as poor Damiano Cunego as he climbs up the climb here with Atienza.
Daniel Atienza, Spanish rider on the Coffi de Squad, a man who in the past has always ridden rather well at the Giro d'Italia. They're just inside around about 100 metres to the summit, but they've lost themselves almost a minute on that group of 5 riders, but there's going to be a massive change in the top 10 of the overall classification this evening.
Well, there's the summit of the climb. Remember, 5 have gone over the top. Atienza, Cocchioli over there behind, just on 1 minute the gap. It's going to be a long wait there for Damiano Cunego, and there's still the last climb to come. This is a big push now for some of the favourites, and there are 3 of them here. In fairness, I wouldn't count De Luca as being a race favourite overall, but this man going down could be rated one of the best descenders in the world, and look at him chop the apex off these corners.
Il Falco is his nickname, the Falcon, because of the way he plummets out of the skies from the summit of these climbs down to the valleys below. He has absolutely and utterly no fear, and he can certainly go down hills very fast indeed. In fact, the man in the team car behind him, Sean Yates for Team Discovery Channel, also used to go down hills rather fast, but Il Falco there, Phil, is putting a lot of pressures on that riders or those riders with him.
The way he's looking over his shoulder, that is an attack. He's really stretching the riders there to make a mistake, and I don't think Ruggiano will manage to go down at those sort of speeds. Well, I think we're probably back with the Cunego group here, and it's at 2 minutes at the moment. Coldo Gill is here. He's out of that green jersey now. There's Cunego off to the far right in the blue. He's still further down though. Meanwhile, 2:07 ticks by.
Kessler just going through there, 2:10, but it is still going to be around about the 3-minute mark before we see Damiano Cunego.
The future winner of the Giro is in that front group of 5 right now.
Absolutely, and it could very well be Ivan Basso, the way he's ridden with such a dominating style since the start of this race. It's a pity, though, that little Ruggiano lost so much time in the early few days of the race, because they would start to look at him as a serious threat. Now, look at the gap here. This is De Luca, this is Basso. They're not quite as good as going around these corners as Paolo Salvadelli. I just caught a glimpse of Salvadelli. He's not that far off the front, maybe 5 or 6 seconds, but he's not taking any prisoners.
Well, if he gets to the bottom of the climb alone, he can climb as well as descend. That could really be a great coup for the Team Discovery. They've lost Tom Danielson, who we were expecting to really excel in this year's Giro d'Italia. Hasn't been. There's number 1. Quite content to ride with Tonti, number 5, his teammate, who's ridden pretty well here. He's obviously been designated to look after last year's champion.
It's Charlie Wagélis at the back, number 159.
Well done, Charlie.
Wagélis has always ridden well at the Giro d'Italia. Look at the time, though, 3 minutes and 17 seconds. So that's big time chunks going away for Damiano Cunego.
Well, we know who the leader of the Lampre team is now. Simoni, the winner of this race 2 years ago, is now the protected rider for sure.
Absolutely. As we go down, we rejoin here. This is Gilberto Simoni himself. Phil, not a bad descender, but I think he's been put under pressure. I can't believe that Paolo Salvadelli is not off up the road, because Salvadelli is the best descender. There's Salvadelli just going around that corner, but these two men both go downhill pretty fast. Simoni, as a climber, is probably one of the best descenders of his group of men, but this man is the best descender in the world currently on the circuit.
Mad, crazy, kamikaze, call him what you like. This man can take time out of the best riders in the world going downhill, and he has the climbing ability to finish it off, and that's his plan, is to not attack them on the way up, because people like Simoni and Basso can climb as well. Is to beat them on the descent and then use his climbing power to stay clear on the way up to the line.
Well, I don't think he'd regard himself as being mad or crazy. I think he's just having a little bit of fun here this afternoon, because he knows that he has the ability to go downhill fast. He looked over his shoulder there. It's a very special gift, being able to go downhill fast, and a lot of it is to do with your nerve, but a certain proportion is to do with your position on the machine, making sure that your center of gravity is in an ideal position. He's looked over a couple of times there to see just exactly where Gilberto Simoni is. You can see Paolo Salvadelli is not one of the greatest climbers in the world, but he's used this downhill ability over the last number of seasons to keep himself in contact with the big men in the big mountain passes.
Well, he's not afraid to crash. He's had his first share of crashes over the years and broken bones, and in fact he hasn't won a race since he won the Giro d'Italia, which is way back in 2002. And to cross the line in a race, he hasn't done that since he won a mountain time trial just after he won the Giro d'Italia. Didn't win any stages in the Giro when he won this tour in 2002. So this could be a big return and a big way of saying thank you to Johan Brunel, perhaps.
For having confidence in him. He tried to bring Paolo Salvadelli into the squad a couple of seasons ago, but he wasn't able to get him away from Alexia Alumina, which was probably a major mistake, although he did win the Giro d'Italia for that team. Here you can see that Ruano has disappeared from this group. This is Basso, Simoni and Danilo De Luca still keeping himself in there, and they've got around about a 15-second deficit on the man who leads the event.
Well, he's made his move. He's got his gap. The boys are reforming at the back now to decide quite what they're going to do. Very shortly, we'll start our climb up towards the line. This is an intriguing way to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia, I must say, and he's very confident to have gone. But for a man who can descend well, this is a perfect descent. The roads are narrow, the surface is good, and it's plenty of twists and turns. You're out of sight very quickly. De Luca there hanging on to two flyers in Basso and Simoni. But we have, as I thought, Paul, we have lost Origiano, who couldn't go down with these boys.
Well, he's got a definite handicap of not being quite as heavy as the other riders in the group with him. He weighs less than 50 kilos, and that's a serious disadvantage when you're going downhill at around about 60 miles an hour. Danilo De Luca there in the Maglia Rosa has recovered. He's stuck onto the back wheel of Gilberto Simoni, and Ivan Basso seems to have recovered, although he's improved his time trialing ability. He seems to have lost a little bit of his downhill skills.
Well, just one car keeping an eye on affairs now. Neutral service, I would think, looking after the majority, although it looks like it's CSC team car. Back with the leader now. Must be a very lonely man down here. I would think he's got no service. If he does have a flat tyre, he'll wait for the group. So he continues to descend. 10 kilometres to go to the finishing line. 6 miles. But the vast majority is uphill. He'll shortly be changing direction and starting the climb.
Well, this is a big risk for Paolo Salvadelli because he's moving
it's a brave one.
All of the effort on the downhill part of the course. He hasn't really opened up a huge gap. He's been chased by Simoni, De Luca and Basso. And I would say Simoni and Basso could recover on the last few kilometres uphill and pull Salvadelli back into the fold. I'm just looking over on the left-hand side to see if I could catch a glimpse of Rihanna, but he seems to have disappeared, while this man, if you can use 99.8% of the road, he's using that right now.
Well, I'll tell you
what. Watch this.
It's a bit tight. Trying to get the tightest line, he realised they hadn't made that barrier quite round, and he had to flick a little bit, but he's done it safely. And here's Danilo De Luca, not sure whether he's in the front, no, he's behind. So he's also, remember he broke his collarbone in the Tour de France descending on a descent like this, Paul.
Yes, he did. It's so very difficult when you're going downhill on a tyre that measures in at less than 1 inch. It's 9 kilometres to go to the finish now as we whip down into town. Salvadelli, watch the way he goes over to the right-hand side, cuts the apex of the corner very narrowly. The reason he does that is to make sure he doesn't lose too much impetus, to keep the pace as high as possible. But now, unfortunately, it's no longer downhill. We're starting to kick up towards the finishing line, and this is a climb of almost 9 kilometres.
A maximum 11%, an average of nearly 7%. This is no easy climb. There's the change of direction now. The others are probably about 10 or 12 seconds back, maybe slightly more, judging by the corner.
Yep, they've got to get themselves organised, but we did see on the previous climb that Ivan Basso was in excellent form. Simoni may well have recovered. After all, Simoni has won a lot of mountain-top finishes in his career. Salvadelli is holding on to a mere 19 seconds advantage, and once you've gone downhill for a long time and the road suddenly kicks up, it doesn't half hurt the legs.
And you can imagine how the legs are feeling right now. He's got to concentrate on this now and get himself into a rhythm. He's laid his cards on the table today. He's a past winner of the Giro, and this is a serious bid to try and take the Maglia Rosa. He's shown us a great time trial. Johan Brunel will be encouraging him, or rather Sean Yates will be encouraging. Johan's not here. Sean Yates is the manager of the race today.
Paolo Salvadelli, 8 kilometres to go to the finish, and he's still got a slight advantage of around about 12 seconds over the group of 3. Here is Ivan Basso ripping it up here, looking over his shoulder, Phil, to see what kind of damage he's doing there to Gilberto Simoni and Danilo De Luca. he must be wondering what day it is.
Well, De Luca's got that elastic in stretching it, and it's pretty pliable right now because he hasn't gone yet. But I tell you, I think Basso must be kicking himself now because he really has been the man of the race, and this is a final pressure point by Basso. He has opened the gap on De Luca as we move a little bit further down here because this is Sella here, and he's coming up lower down the slopes. But I was just saying, Basso has done everything right, allowed this man to beat him on the descent, and there's still a chance he's not going to win the day.
Well, Daniel De Luca here, he's just got to get himself once again into a rhythm that is reasonably comfortable for him to make sure he doesn't look too much time. And Ivan Basso, Phil, is putting the gap now between himself there, and you can just see Gilberto Simoni, but around the corner, Paolo Salvadelli keeps looking back. He's made a good operation here, Salvadelli. I think initially he thought he was going to win the stage, but now all he's got to do is just hope he can hold on when this train of CSC goes by Ivan Basso.
Well, this is a big push, the final big push of the day here by Basso. He's used an awful lot of energy up today, attack and counter-attack. Outwitted by Salvadelli on the way down, but might well repair the damage on the way up to the line. Remember, we're climbing up to the finish now. Salvadelli knows that they're coming at him. He had about 20 seconds at the start of the climb, and Basso has sliced that.
Well, actually, Basso hasn't quite got rid of Gilberto Simoni yet. There is a large gap, but it's not a gap that is a definite gap between the two riders. Simoni is an experienced professional bike rider. You don't win the Giro d'Italia 2 times without being tough when it comes to mountaintop finishes. But Paolo Salvadelli's also won their race previously, and he will be hoping now that he can just get onto the slipstream. I'm surprised to see Gilberto Simoni under a spot of bother because let's not forget a couple of days ago Ivan Basso really had to turn himself inside out, Phil, to do a very good individual time trial.
Well, that was a definite attack by Basso. He's got rid of De Luca, he momentarily got rid of Simoni, but he hasn't all of a sudden caught up. The gap closed dramatically, it's opened again. Salvadelli's gone away again.
Oh,
there he is up the road.
He's only just around the corner.
9 seconds. 9 seconds and Simoni is recovered.
Simoni may well just grapple back. Now, this is the man on the left-hand side, Paolo Salvadelli. He was thinking about just moving himself up in the overall classification here this afternoon, but Ivan Basso is thinking about getting himself the Maglia Rosa at the end of today's stage. This is a man who many people are tipping as a future winner of the Tour de France, and if he was to ride in the Tour as dominantly as he's ridden today's stage, I would say he's got a very good chance of doing that. But first of all, he has to catch back to Paolo Salvadelli.
Well, Basso has given a lot of effort on the roads today of the mountains of the Giro, and will they cost him dearly or will he profit by them? Because he's still got the 2 most dangerous climbers, I think, in this year's race, one in front and one just behind. But he is coming back to Paolo Salvadelli, and Paolo, his heart's going to hit his boots now because look at the face 2 of Simoni. He is such a pure climber, this man. Looks good. He's a very small man. He always looks quite large on television, but when you meet him, you look down on him, but he's a great climber.
And he's tough, and he's brave and courageous, and he does not want to lose the back wheel there of Ivan Basso, and it looks as if it's all coming back together. We've just gone inside of 7 kilometers to go to the finish, and I think we're going to have, once again, a 3-man leading group.
Salvadelli, Basso, Simoni. 2 of them have won the Giro before, and it's the other one, Basso, who's been the man of the day, and here he comes.
He just looks cool, doesn't he? Calm and collected. He's looking at the man in front of him, and in fact, he doesn't have to look very far because he's onto the wheel now of Paolo Salvadelli. And a little bit further back, look at Simoni here. He's all over that machine. He really is hurting, but he cannot give up. He needs to keep himself in contact if he wants to try and win the Giro for a 3rd time.
Well, that's hurt Basso, that chase, because I thought he would have attacked Salvadelli immediately, and he can't do that. He's just taken his slipstream. And funnily enough, Salvadelli hasn't reduced his pace. He's just getting on with it as if Basso hadn't even arrived there. Now he's looking at him to see what's going on. You can see there that Cunego and Stefano Garzelli out to over 4 minutes. So their race for the Maglia Rosa rather is done.
That's a long way back.
And this is going to be 3 riders at the top because the pace has steadied and they've insisted on Basso pacemaking. So Simoni will get back. Here we go down the road, 4 minutes. Coldo Gil, his tour is also done for the King of the Mountains, I think. Looking as though he's puffing and blowing. There's Cunego and Garzelli. They're the big losers on the stage today, that's for sure.
Now's the push. I think, Paolo Salvadelli was quite clever there. For around about a kilometre or so, he sat up and rode at a slightly easier pace so he could recuperate a fraction. But now Ivan Basso seems to have recovered. He's gone to the front. And although he's the one dictating the pace, Gilberto Simoni has now come back. 3 riders leading the event, and I can't see, looking back down the road, any sight at all of the Maglia Rosa, but here he is.
He's a bit further down the road though, because there's nobody ahead of him. And I think this is going to mean, if it continues like this, that in fact, after a great show of defiance, De Luca is going to lose the race lead. It's a question of where it will go. It should, in theory, go to Basso.
It should go to Ivan Basso at the end of today. He's the man who was in second place overall at the start of the day. Paolo Salvadelli will move up a long way in the overall classification, quite possibly into third place, because I can't see Damiano Cunego losing, I should say Danilo De Luca losing all that much time at the end of the day. He's got himself into a reasonable rhythm. What he must not do is panic and push himself too far into the red zone.
Well, these boards are counting down the kilometres to the finish, but they don't always tell us which kilometre to the finish. We're really in the beautiful part of Italy right now. The clock's counting on that board as well, so this will be to Danilo De Luca when he gets there. 6 kilometres to go now. Just 6 kilometres, but this is a tough climb. This is averaging 11%. Here comes De Luca under that board, nearly half a minute down. And he doesn't want to lose much more. He's going to be out anyway of the pink jersey right now in favour of Ivan Basso.
But what's important is for him to stay in the top 3 in the overall classification if he can. With a good ride, a defensive ride here, he could still maybe only drop down into second place. But if there's a lot of pressure in the final few kilometres, then Paolo Salvadelli will certainly see himself leap right up in the standings.
Oh, we're into the mountains. We have a fairly easy day tomorrow. Should be a day of the sprinters after the battle today of the mountains, and then we're back in the high mountains for a couple of days. And we've still got in the last 4 days some mountain top finishes as well. So it's a tough sting in the tail, the Giro this year, as it always is, especially when you start in the far south of the country where there's undulations but no mountains. Paolo Salvadelli here, first time on Team Discovery. No Lance Armstrong to worry about, because he is the leader of the team. And Salvadelli now been forced to follow. He must be a little bit disappointed. He took a great gamble there. It hasn't worked out. But Basso has had to use a lot of energy to reach him.
He used a lot of energy, a lot of nervous energy on the descent as well, but he's not getting any help. You see, every now and again he just flicks his wrist. I think he's looking for some help to come. Come on, guys, we've got a good situation here. We can get rid of Danilo De Luca, still only 25 seconds. And although De Luca has been slipped off the back of that group, he doesn't look to me, Phil, as if he's a man who's panicking. He's in his own rhythm, he's in his own little world here on the final few kilometres of this climb, and he's actually not losing all that much time.
No, he's doing pretty well, I think, and he hasn't lost sight of that. He's a wise man. He knows you can't ride at other people's paces on mountains. You've got to ride at your own. 5 kilometres to go. Always a chance to recover as well. And Basso has established himself as the #1 favourite now. Gilberto Simoni has established himself as the #1 favourite for Lampre. And back in the frame, Paolo Salvadelli, because I really didn't think he was going to be a big challenger this year.
This man going through the same points, 5 kilometres to go, and in fact he's grappled back a single second there, so he's not panicking at all. He's keeping himself in a status quo with these 3 riders, but Basso is a man completely on his own. Look at that, there's a car has just gone, in fact that's a raffle of wind that's gone through there, and it's actually blown a lot of dust up into the face of the man Danilo De Luca. This is much further down. That's Cunego on the far side there. He's certainly not going to win the Giro d'Italia Phil here this afternoon. The man helping him, as always when he's in difficulty, Andrea Tonti. And in that group as well, Charlie Regalis, the British rider, is there alongside Stefano Garzelli.
Charlie's there to look after Stefano. He's doing a great job today. Now, look at that lovely painting. Looks as though it is an oil painting. It's all blurred.
Except for the fact that something's moving in that oil painting, and this time it's nice to see that the blue and pink jerseys come to the front. Gilberto Simoni has now come to do a little bit of work.
Yeah, this is
getting the dust out of his eyes.
That's sad, because the sweat must be stinging those eyes as well right now. He's doing well, good sign of resistance. He's a great bike rider, De Luca, very popular man.
Punchy style there at the front of Gilberto Simoni. He's trying to find a little bit of extra gas. Salvadelli, he's quite happy just to accompany here this afternoon. He's used all of his energy on the downhill section of the course. A big risk. I think he would have been happier to have started this climb with around about a 45-second advantage. In fact, he only started with something like 15 seconds, which is wiped away by Ivan Basso.
Basso's going to try and finish a great day off here today. He's in the pink as we speak because he's the leader on the road right now. This is going back 4 minutes now. The troops are gathering around Cunego to try and keep him going. He must be feeling a little bit demoralised, knowing that these boys are going so well, and Gilberto Simoni is driving up here as well. What a beautiful picture that is. And Ivan Basso, after his inspired time trial to finish behind Zabriskie, is now looking at the Maglia Rosa.
He's looking up the road there, counting away the kilometres. There are the three team managers in the cars behind. Sean Yates will have been very impressed by the performance of Paolo Salvadelli on the downhill section of the course, and now he's probably wondering whether or not his man can stay in contact. I do feel that Ivan Basso must try and distance himself. There's the man who started the day in the Maglia Rosa. That is Danilo De Luca, the leader of the Pro Tour, a dominant rider on the start of this season with incredible wins in the Ardennes. Simoni seems to have recovered. It's getting to the slightly steeper part of the climb here. This suits the little climber.
I'm just wondering whether Salvadelli stopped working with this group. He made his attack, they brought him back, and he says, right, you two can carry on again now. And I'm wondering, I was about to wonder if he was going to attack, but maybe I should have gone for Basso, because Basso has made a desperate acceleration, and he's got Simoni. If he keeps that one, that will be the end of Gilberto Simoni. He got him at the right time. Simoni's having to dig deep now. Even the best climbers in the world can suffer, and Simoni is going to have to suffer.
Well, he was caught out by that acceleration there. It's almost 5 minutes back to Cunego and Garzelli. Their Giro d'Italia is over. And look at the way Simoni is all over that machine. He's hanging onto those bars. He's gritting his teeth, saying, I'm a champion. I've won the Giro d'Italia before. I have to stay in contact. This man here is riding a lonely race, and he keeps looking around. Every time he sees the long straight roads in front of him, he can see those men. It's 28 seconds the time that he's lost here so far. That is not astronomical.
That gap is still opening, Paul, and I've got a feeling here that Simoni might well be going. Basso wants him to go. There's another kick, and look, Salvadelli's had to go after him. What an incredible acceleration there by Ivan Basso. He was the under-23 world champion back in 1998, Ivan Basso. That was over the hilly roads of Holland.
Simoni's in trouble.
He's gone there. That second acceleration has finished him.
He's just put it onto his outside chainring there, and he's really desperately trying to stay in contact, but that gap is starting to appear. Salvadelli looks over his shoulder. He's actually using a much smaller gear than Ivan Basso, which I think is why he's been able to respond to these accelerations.
Spending time with Lance Armstrong.
I think that could be what it is. He's learned this spinning that Armstrong has developed over the last few years since he came back from testicular cancer back in 1999.
What a great ride this is by Basso. This man is clearly suffering, but he's suffering in an attacking mode, trying to rid himself of everyone today. It's been a duo struggle. I think he's got Simoni this time. And watch out, because Danilo De Luca is still holding tempo. And once the elastic does snap, De Luca might well climb back up to Simoni here.
Concentrated effort.
Two left.
Now, just down to two men. Basso, he's not looking confident, keeps looking over his shoulder. You see, he's launched so many attacks here at Paolo Salvadelli, and he was surprised, I think, not to have got rid of everybody on this final stage. And that might be the psychological blow when it comes down to the final few meters, because he, I think, has used a lot more energy than anybody else on this stage.
Well, look at the inside chainrings there. I'll tell you what, Paul, when you think about it, 3 kilometres to go. It seems an awful long time ago since we saw 6 kilometres, and that gives you some idea how steep this climb is.
Well, in fact, Paolo Salvadelli has only just put it onto the outside chainring. He's been using a much smaller gear all of the time. Basso, time trialling. For Basso, he's in a bit of a quandary here, Phil. He's got to get as much time as possible as he can over Danilo De Luca. It's 10 seconds back to Simoni, 37 seconds to Danilo De Luca. And I think tactically, Salvadelli is not going to push quite that hard, because all he's got to think about is trying to win himself the stage.
Well, these are real time gaps right now. And again, Simoni has gone back up the gears on this false flat to see what he can do. De Luca will also come back into his own on this false flat and might begin to close the gap. These two aren't exactly helping each other here. It's huge turns being done by Basso, and occasionally Salvadelli gives a helping turn of the pedals.
I think it's just to stay in front of Gilberto Simoni. I think he's gambling here, Paolo Salvadelli.
I'm beginning
He gambled
to
on
fancy
the downhill.
Salvadelli still to win.
Well, he's gambled a lot on the downhill section of the course. He started the climb with an advantage of around about 15 seconds, but he knows that Ivan Basso cannot slow down. Ivan Basso can't start to play around in this situation because he's got to get time over that man there. We caught a glimpse of Danilo De Luca. I think Salvadelli is probably psychologically in the best position.
Well, they know as the crowds get a little bit thicker, racing through the village here, heading up towards the summit now of the Zoldo Alto. Basso has made this a key stage for him this year. He's obviously eyed it, decided this is where he was going to try and open the gaps. The only man who's defied him is Paolo Salvadelli. 2 kilometres to go. And although Salvadelli was caught, I still fancy him for the victory now because he's making Basso do all of the work.
And he still looks pretty punchy. Look at him getting out of the saddle. He's still got that fluidity and that suppleness in his pedalling action. Whereas if you look at the man in front, Ivan Basso is losing a slightly larger gear. He's still opening up the gaps. It's now 45 seconds to Danilo De Luca. His days in the Maglia Rosa are starting to look as if they're coming to a close.
These are the men today who tried to take part in the Giro d'Italia, and in the end they've been cracked. And the two riders who have done it, well, primarily one rider, Ivan Basso. The gadfly today is Paolo Salvadelli, who tried to win the stage. So far he's had his wings trimmed, but he's still in with a shout as we climb our way up.
He didn't have his wings trimmed on the downhill section of the course where he absolutely flew down to the start of this climb, but ever since then it seems to have turned around to the advantage of Ivan Basso. He is now looking like a very solid leader of the Giro d'Italia because he is riding himself into the Maglia Rosa. Although a little bit further down, Danilo De Luca will think a little bit later on of whether or not he can get himself back into this race. But 54 seconds is starting to look serious.
And he's also, Simoni is actually still pulling away from De Luca, so any hoped for return there seems out of the window now. It's the 1, 2, 3 who are in the lead who are going to cross the line in that position, but which one will win? And the odds might be on Paolo Salvadelli now. 1,300 metres as they continue the climb to the summit. There's Simoni. He's going to finish third today for sure, which will give him a top 3 position overall and a likely podium place. But remember, it's still a long way to race in this year's Giro d'Italia. Just on 2,000 kilometres covered by the end of this day. Some 1,500 still to go.
Yeah, but of those 1,500, I would say a large proportion, probably 30% of those are absolutely uphill once we go across the top of the Dolomites and finish with some very nasty days in the Alps. Ivan Basso, though, Phil, looks superb. He's just sat there rock solid on his machine while all of the time to stay in contact. Paolo Salvadelli has to get out of the saddle, just keep accelerating, just holding on to the back wheel of the man that he's been accompanying since the bottom of this climb. 1
kilometre. And Paolo Salvadelli here, a man who's never won a road race since the year 2000 when he won the 3rd stage of the Tour of Trentino. He's won the time trial since then, and he's won a couple of GCs, including the Tour of Italy itself. This could be a big return. He keeps spending time out while he has his bones healed up. But he's in a good place because he hasn't come through for a couple of kilometres now. He knows the importance to Basso. I'm just wondering if Basso might have used an awful lot of energy today. He's used an awful lot. Has it been too much is the question.
There's Simoni. A long way back, around about 20 seconds, the difference between these two and Simoni. But Ivan Basso today is in a difficult situation. He would like to win the stage because it's a big mountaintop finish. But of course, for him, it's much more important to get time over all of his rivals. And that's what Paolo Salvadelli is playing on here, just sitting there in second position. Although Salvadelli, I'm quite sure he's not showing it, but inside his body must be going through all kinds of turmoil.
There's one thing's for certain, we can be sure of. Basso is the next pink jersey wearer of this year's Giro d'Italia because De Luca has lost too much time now. Basso has been promoted from 2nd to 1st, and he'll have to defend tomorrow. Tomorrow may not be a problem. It's a reasonably flat stage, but then he's back in the mountains and he won't have too many teammates to help him out, and he probably is well aware of that. Salvadelli's done nothing this last couple of kilometres. I reckon when he sees the line, he's going to sprint away.
Well, he's bouncing, looking over his shoulder. He still looks fluid. He still is using a much smaller gear than the man in front of him. Probably two teeth lower than me. Do you see him look down there, just checking, make sure everything was lined up? While meanwhile, Ivan Basso just ticks away those legs, going with the regularity of a metronome, just keeping himself further and further ahead of Danilo De Luca. He wants to make sure that he's got big time chunks over everybody else in this race, because he could be wearing the Maglia Rosa for an awful long time.
300 metres to go. Basso's had no choice but to keep the pressure on here to gain time. That's the penalty you play when you race for the big lead in the national tour. And Paolo Savardelli has known all about that. He's following here as long as he can. I can't believe it. And here comes the sprint. And Basso started it quite early, I think. He's gone quite a long way out. And it's a little bit of a downhill now, so he needs to sit down and slip the gears up. But it looks as though Paolo Savardelli, and he doesn't win many sprints in his life, he's got this one. 5 years on, almost to the day, he finally wins again.
But at the end of the day, if Ivan Basso didn't get himself the stage win, he will get himself the Maglia Rosa. But what's important now is to look back down at the finish line and see what the time checks are. Here is Gilberto Simoni. He will move up in the overall classification at the end of the day. That's 22 seconds for him. And now the man who started the day in the pink, Danilo De Luca, for me, Phil, has not done a bad job, because most people thought he would get blown away in the mountains. He stayed in contention.
Well, I think he's had a great day out, in fact, Danilo De Luca. He's not a climber of the quality of all three men ahead of him, yet he rose to the occasion. And it was just the rapid acceleration of Basso up to the finish that cracked him. And also, must be said, it cracked Gilberto Simoni as well. But Danilo De Luca will be out of pink, but will still be in with a good shout of a high finish at the end of this race. Unfortunately, there's still rather a lot of mountains to come.
Just a minute and 1 second, but look at this. He looked a lot smoother on the right-hand side. He was certainly in the right gear when it came up to the acceleration, but Paolo Savardelli, well, he's got to have a long memory, hasn't he, to remember the last time he crossed the line with his hands in the air like that.
5 years, but who cares? He's back, and that's a great win for the Team Discovery as well, and for Captain Sean Yates, who's in control of the team over this 3 weeks here in the Tour of Italy. It's his new job. It's Assistant Director Sportif for Team Discovery Channel. There's the stage result. Basso given the same time. Simoni at 21 seconds. De Luca at 61. Van Huffel is the new climbing sensation coming out of Belgium. As we now go back to the podium, come on, at least smile, because it was well worth it. He tried to win the race on the downhill. He had to do it in the sprint.
Well, I think a little bit of a hard day out for him, but Ivan Basso made the most of it and got himself the lead, and Savardelli, Phil, is up into second.
And those 4 riders today who took the race to the race are holding now the top 4 places overall. Simoni won't be too happy with 4th, though, and he's looking for some big time to catch up with this rider here, Ivan Basso. But he's got the pink jersey, first time ever in his career. And as I say, I don't think he'll have a problem defending it now. As we move on to stage number 12, we go from Alleghi to Rovereto. Just under 180 kilometres the ride today. Fairly flat. We've got some early climbs, as so often is the case, but good pros tend to neutralise the early climbs. It's when they get to the flatter roads where they appreciate the run-ins towards the finish. Time is running out for the sprinters, because we're going to go in the hills and stay there for a few days very shortly. Stay down on the river valley roads here as we work our way down. We're right up in the northern part of Italy now, but we've managed right here on the east coast before we enter the high mountains again. A little bit of flat countryside, and the sun is out. Let's join the action as they head up towards the finish.
Well, the sun is out and the train is blue and white. It's Alessandro Petacchi's Fassa Bortolo men on the front end of the main field once again. Paolo Bettini not too far away, moving up through the middle there, trying to see if he can get himself a little bit closer to the Maglia Ciclamina. I'm looking to see if I can spot that little bit further back, Eric Zabel. Eric Zabel there on the left-hand side, moving forward. He's going to look to see if he can get himself the win here this afternoon.
Well, Giano is in green now as the leader in the King of the Mountains, and Sven Kraus is still the only leader of the Intergiro, so he's making that a major aim. He's only a young rider, and he's got his target in life here. Marco Vello's heart rate, not surprisingly, is running at 96%, and it should be, because he'll be the rider right in front of Alessandro Petacchi.
Well, they want to try and get this right for Alessandro Petacchi, who nursed himself through the mountains yesterday with all the other sprinters. Ultimo kilometro, the last kilometre. Filippo Pozzato down there for a quick step. I think he's looking after Paolo Bettini here this afternoon, but Petacchi is nicely set up by his riders, down to just 2 men in front of him. And there again, the golden helmet of Paolo Bettini is never very far away.
The man we never really call a sprinter seems to be intruding in all of the sprints today. Still in that Ciclamino jersey is Robbie McEwen, but he's washed away from this one. Petacchi looking for another win if he can get it. He's got the team still. He's got 2 teammates left to lead him out. And in fact, McEwen is a little bit out of position again, but he does have a habit of getting back into position. But this might be a different result today. That's Robert Forster of Gerolsteiner trying to move up here, and Grio, the big sprinter who's taking over from Graham Brown, has suddenly delivered a lead out, and Forster can't even get on his wheel, but Petacchi can. And that's gone the wrong way today, because Petacchi's used somebody else to get to the line, and he's got it. So he gets the win over Paride Grio of Penaria, and that's his best ever result in a stage of the Giro. And a very good win. And I'm not sure, Paul, but I think Galvez there of Elis Baleares hung on for possibly 3rd place.
Well, just have a look at this. Look how far back Grillo comes back from. In the orange jersey there, coming from about 7th or 8th position. He's caught everybody unawares, but no panic. Look at this. Immediately straight into the slipstream. There goes Alessandro Petacchi. Waits a moment, and then the turbo starts to whistle, kicks in and comes up alongside him. And by the time Alessandro Petacchi gets to the finishing line, he's got a gap over the front end of the main field and everybody else, and cruises to another easy victory. The man who is the new king of the sprints at all of the Grand Tours.
Well, that's his 2nd win so far. A little bit late in getting going, but he seems to have slipped into top gear now, Petacchi. But where was Robin McEwen? I can't see him at all in this picture, the Ciclamino jersey. Oh, he's off to the far right, just bobbing in. There's his head, there he is. Concentrating, but made a very late run for that one. He's paid the price. And we'll wait and see if he's kept his lead in the points there. He should have done.
He should have done, but the big problem with Robbie is if it goes wrong, he never has a teammate up alongside him. Grillo was 2nd, and it was Galvez in 3rd place. And once again, McEwen getting himself top 10 in 6th, and Stuart O'Grady up there in 7th.
Well, no change in any of the leaders' jerseys. Basso will stay pink. McEwen has kept his Ciclamino jersey. Rujano, King of the Mountains, and Kraus, the blue jersey of the Intergiro. And Petacchi, a familiar sight, is saluting the crowd there. 18 seconds the gap for Basso or Savadelli, a minute 4 over De Luca. No change at all in the top positions on this stage. It won't be the same when we get onto the mountain stage now, which takes us through the 2300 kilometre point as we get onto stage number 13. Lucky for some.
Doesn't look all that happy, does he, Ivan Basso? Looking out there, probably worried about what's up in store next.
Yes, and well he might now as we move on to stage 13, the 14th day of the Giro d'Italia. We've had one rest day. We're a couple of days away from the 2nd and final rest day as we now get into the mountains yet again here. And there's some nasty climbs, a 2nd category climb, a 1st category climb at the Passo di Sella, and we have 2 other 1st category climbs as well. So this is a big test now, especially for Ivan Basso, who had a fairly easy day yesterday, but the previous day he certainly used a lot of energy, and the boys will be looking for any possibility of weakness. Heading to Sant Ulrich, a familiar name among cycling followers, but no, Jan Ulrich won't get the opportunity of winning here.
Giovanni Lombardi there just on the wheel of Ivan Basso, resplendent in the Maglia Rossa, the man doing the most of the work on the front. The former great team time trialist Andrea Perron, he's just setting the tempo, and all of the riders from CSC are looking rather good here. They've got about a 7-minute deficit on an early morning breakaway, but none of the riders in that early morning breakaway really of any danger in the overall classification.
Well, the man who's got into the breakaway and causing all sorts of bother up there is Rujano, who's building up his lead in the King of the Mountains competition. He's winning all of the climbs at the moment. But nobody up there is affecting the overall destiny of the pink jersey, because the best placed man is Juan Manuel Garate, and he is almost 7 minutes down overall. So the battle is right here. CSC look as though they've got everybody under control, and Basso is sitting there amongst his teammate. That's Blaudsen in 2nd place, and just keeping an eye on everyone. This is the Passo Gardena at the moment, third climb of the day that they're on. When they get over the top, 117 kilometres will have been covered. Rujano has led over the 2 previous climbs.
Well, that's important for him. This is not really a long climb. It's only 6 kilometres in length. Ivan Basso looking pretty good there in the Maglia Rosa. His teammates all alongside him, right at the front end. They're a team that in the first part of this race, Phil, were very quiet. We hardly ever saw them at the front end of the peloton. Then all of a sudden, once you're in the lead, the whole morale of the troop completely and utterly changes. And they're all now on the defensive at the front end of the peloton, defending the lead of Ivan Basso, which they think he's going to take all the way up to Milano.
For as long as they can, of course. This is Andrea Peron who's doing the work here at the top of the second category climb. Boys have gone over the top. We haven't seen anything of the leaders for a while now. Our cameras know that this is where the attacks must come from to decide who's going to be leading the race tonight. There is Basso, looks pretty cool. The whole team haven't been hit at all yet because they're right up there, all of them.
I tell you who's done a great job as well this afternoon is Dave Zabriskie. He was basically brought into the event here to look after Ivan Basso at the front end of this race. He was brought in as a rider who could defend on the flat stages, but he's actually turning around to be rather good when it comes to the big mountain stage, and I think that is all to do with rising to the occasion and defending the leader.
And just to update you with the starters today, because there were some big names didn't come out to play, including Stefano Garzelli didn't start, Stuart O'Grady, Jan Kersipou and the other sprinter Robin McEwen all deciding not to start, along with Baden Cook. So Pataki has started. If he gets an easy few days, I don't think he'll have anybody to beat him in the sprints.
Well, all of the sprinters, I think they looked out of the window this morning up to the skies and thought, uh-oh, I've got that allergy coming on, the allergy that Mario Cipollini used to have, and that's going uphill. Paolo Salvadelli looking pretty good in second place in the overall classification. Now here's a little move going from the front group, and that is Riano.
Well, Riano's won all 3 climbs. He went over the top of the Gardena on his own, just ahead of Ivan Parra as well. And so, knowing now he's scoring very, very well, this is a great move. He could well be winning the King of the Mountains title just now. And this is Cauchioli here.
Well, certainly laying the foundations. This is a man who over the last 2 years has won a race in Venezuela called the Tour of Taquira. Pretty mountainous race, and this year, remember, we expected him to ride well in the Tour de Langkawi. He did that because he finished in second place in the overall classification.
Well, Cauchioli's had his great moments in the Giro, but unable to go with that attack put in by Parra Rujano, although Rujano, there he is back in the pack now, and another counter. This is Parra now.
Well, Parra is a man that a lot of people feel has got a great chance for the future. He's actually related to Fabio Parra, the man who won the King of the Mountains classification at the Tour de France many years ago, a man who was part of the great Café de Colombia professional squad. As we can see here, this is another move. This is a team, let's not forget, Phil, Colombia Italia, who came in with a wild card into this Pro Tour sanctioned event now, the Giro d'Italia. Only 2 teams came in as wild cards, Italia Colombia and of course Panaria, and they've both, I have to say, been rather aggressive.
Well, Parra there, I think, is the younger brother, in fact, of Fabio. He's 29 and a half years of age now, so he's could well be the case. There's Danilo De Luca back in his white leader's jersey as Pro Tour leader. His days in the pink will have done him well in that competition. As the tempo clearly rising to the occasion now, this could be another sign of a big push here. Time to chase down some of the leaders, perhaps. So we go back up to the leader, because this is Parra who's going clear right now.
Good move, and he will have the possibility of a teammate defending behind as well, because Riano is in that group behind him. Now this is a good move. Let's have a look back, and he has got a nice advantage. A little bit of a mistake, I think, by the man who leads the race, because his accelerations here, Ivan Basso, Phil, have actually isolated him a little bit, because I can't see, apart from the teammate who was with him there, very many riders left from Team CSC.
Now this is amazing. The first and second overall are together. The 4th place in white is just behind, and just behind him in the blue strip there is Simoni. So the top 4 overall are in control just now.
I think the only man that is left with Ivan Basso there is Frank Schleck, the Luxembourger. He was just in front of him. Now that could be rather important when we come down to the latter part of this race. Cunego seems to have recovered a fraction. He's up towards the front end of the group, but Team CSC, looking at the back end of the group, are certainly noticeable today by their absence.
And just look at the size of that group. 10 kilometres. This is Fabio Parra. This is his brother Ivan Parra. Fabio retired quite a way back. Once finished third in the Tour de France, but this is Ivan. And looking very, very good. And this could be a terrific result for Sella Italia if they get this one home first. The boys will be drinking champagne tonight, especially the Aussies, Russell Van Hout and Trent Wilson. This would be a great result. But further down now, this is the race here. 3:35. Well, they pulled it back an awful lot. They have been away a long time, that breakaway. It is splitting up. They should be starting to see the stragglers pretty soon here.
Well, they shouldn't be too worried about that leading group because it's really the men that they need to watch in the group behind. This is a good move here by Parra. He's got the gap around about 15 seconds over the group of chasers, but you can be absolutely certain that Jose Rujano is just going to be sitting there, and if anything goes wrong at all with this move, Rujano will be the man to take over.
Well, Parra's had his moments in life. He's not a big winner. He had a couple of years with the Once team out of Spain. He had a couple of years with Kelme. But now he's riding for the Columbia Sella Italia team and seems to be at home.
Well, he has ridden the Tour de France in the past as well, although he finished in 46th place. And a lot of people did tip him for the top. And I think Manolo Sainz, when he brought him on board the Once squad of those days, thought that this man was a man who could finish in the top 10 of the Tour de France.
Well, he did indeed, and right now he's having a marvellous ride because we must be inside 10 kilometres to go for the leader on the road, and he's trying to make his bid for the finish. We're on the Passo Pontives, which will take us up towards the finishing line. That's the group there containing Basso, with one teammate left to look after him, and the others all following. That's the problem when you get the jersey, then you have to do all of the riding at the front, and there he is, and right on his tail at the moment, Paolo Savidelli, who's been in the same position as Basso in this very race in the years gone by. There's Schleck.
Well, Schleck looking pretty good. This is Parra at the front end of the race, but he seems to be losing a certain amount of his advantage. He's got around about 15 to 20 seconds over the remnants of that group he was with just a few moments ago. Cunego there on the right-hand side, riding that little bit better this afternoon. The white jersey there is Danilo De Luca. De Luca enjoyed his days in the Maglia Rosa. Now I think just trying to keep himself up in the top 10 overall. This is again Ivan Parra at the front of the race, and he's getting a little bit more comfortable, I think, Phil, with the flattening off of the course, but maybe not, because there's a group of riders coming across.
Well, as we're watching the battle here for the day's win, there is a group of riders coming across here. That'll be Kokoli trying to get over the gap as well.
That's Garate, that's Rujano.
Gerate's had a good day. He's been in the breakaway all day. This is the remnants of the original breakaway here, still holding their own. But what I was going to say, Paul, is just heard that Yoshiba Bolocki has abandoned the race, which is rather sad. He's not been able to refine his condition after that nasty crash on the road to Gap in the Tour de France a few years ago.
It's been a long, hard battle for Yoshiba Bolocki to get himself to the top. Villar here we're looking at, he's actually just come back from that leading group of riders, and still it's Frank Schleck on the front, the only remaining rider from Team CSC up alongside Ivan Basso. In fact, they're closing in on that leading group of riders to 3 minutes now.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to see them before the end, because the way those riders seem to be riding, the winner of the stage is certainly going to go to one of those riders who was in that early morning breakaway, massive breakaway,
19,
which at one stage had huge proportions over the main field. But that's all changing now.
Well, Sven Kraus also went in it, which means he will keep his lead in the blue jersey into Giro competition. There were 19 got clear. There are 8 left ahead of the Basso group at the moment. And this man has flown the coop and is trying to win it on his own. And right now, I think he might have done it.
He might have done it, but he's still only got around about 15-20 seconds over that chasing group. But in that chasing group is his own teammate. I think somebody there was just trying to tickle off the front end of this group. There's Garate. This is the chase group. There is Rujano. Next man down at the back there in the Team Phonak colours is Vladjevic.
These are the boys who were in that breakaway, and it's been a great day out for number 43 at 8 kilometres to go. Parra's just up the road.
I think they're going to get him.
I think they might. That's the 8 kilometre banner just there. And Rujano has had a great day, read it perfectly, massed all of the points. The only climb he's lost was the penultimate one, the Erbe, and Garate took that off him. But other than that, he's had maximum points today.
Well, the Erbe was a very important one to win, because that was the Trofeo Marco Pantani.
This is the chase group here, I think. There's a change at the front.
This is the main field.
Well, where's the pink jersey gone?
Well, that was Schleck going through. There's Gilberto Simoni. I'm just looking to see where the pink jersey has gone here.
Well, I think he's down the back. I've just seen him in the centre of the group.
Well,
there's Simoni, and I wonder if he knows. Now, why has he dropped back there?
Well, Simoni's sent his men to the front. That's Villa on the front for Team Lampre. Simoni's moving up into third, fourth place. Cunego has moved forward. Now, this is not a good sign. There he is. Halfway down there is the pink jersey of Ivan Basso. He's probably just having a quick look because up alongside him there was Paolo Salvadelli. But there are no more CSC riders in the group. In fact, that is Frank Schleck. Frank Schlepp has just stopped at the left-hand side of the road as if somebody just punctured both of his thighs.
Well, he was the last man, I think, in the group for CSC. The whole team have now been written out of the script. They've done their job perfectly well, but they haven't been able to stay the distance. Now they're leaving the pink jersey of Ivan Basso totally exposed to attacks.
This is Emmanuel Sella in the orange jersey. Look at the way he bounces out of the saddle. He's a very good climber. These men will not be thinking about winning the stage here this afternoon, but more about trying to move themselves up in the overall classification. There's Daniel Atienza on the right-hand side in the Cofidis jersey, while Parafil, he hasn't given up. You know, the group behind him of 4 riders is still only between 10 and 15 seconds in arrears. And this man, if he looks over his shoulder, he can see them. But you know what? He's taunting them, saying, come on then, it's only 10 or 15 seconds. If you want me, you come and get me, but I'm not waiting.
Well, this little climber is so small, he's had to put his number on his seat pin because he can't fit it on the frame. His legs don't exactly look powerhouse legs either, but they're doing the job here. I think we can use the phrase here, dancing on the pedals, because looking over his shoulder, these boys are nearly on, but not quite. Calcioli, Garate, and the man of the day, Rujano.
They're down to 3. They've lost one more rider. Calcioli can feel the big mountain top finish coming to him.
Still a long way.
It's still a long way to go. 7 kilometers to the summit, but they haven't given up. Calcioli's out of the saddle. Garate has had a fabulous day out on the road, and they're still hovering at 10 seconds from Ivan Para. Now, I tell you what, Phil, if they get onto his back wheel, watch out for the counter-attack coming from Jose Rujano, because he is the man who will hurt them with a launch of a searing attack.
Calcioli tried to relive his halcyon days, I think, when he finished third in the Tour of Italy in 2002. He's had a couple of stage wins as well. He's had a 9th, but he needs to really try and close that gap now and wave the flag for Crédit Agricole. Even so, it's nice to see the French team has got themselves a man who can ride for the overall, even if he has to come from Italy rather than France. But this is the man who is doing all that's necessary right now. Whether he doesn't panic, got to keep control of his rhythm here, not push himself into the red zone, because if he does, he'll die and they'll be on him.
Well, he's not worried
at all.
This is
a real pursuit.
Well, he isn't worried. He's forcing them to really dig into their reserves, to pull themselves back to his back wheel, because he knows they're actually in a very good tactical position, Colombia Selitalia, because in that group we've got the best climber of the Giro, Jose Rujano. If it all comes back together, you can be absolutely certain that little green jersey is going to bullet off the front of the group at the moment that the junction is made.
Well, he's still keeping that rhythm going, just mastering his own pace here. Ivan Para climbing in the true tradition of the riders from Colombia. They came to the Tour de France, they couldn't handle the flat roads, but boy, nobody could handle them in the mountains.
Just over on the right-hand side, I think there's a plan developing here from Team Lampre. I've seen Francisco Villa is putting a lot of pressure on the front. Gilberto Simoni is there with Damiano Cunego up alongside him. Moving up to the first 5 or 6 places as well, you can see Paolo Salvadelli. But we have got Amalia Rosa here this afternoon, who's been completely and utterly isolated. If he has a mechanical incident right now, Phil, he's going to be in a serious spot of bother because he has no teammates to help him.
Well, the guy is riding up there as well. We normally will commentate on Christoph Brandt, but now we're talking about Wim van Huffel of the De Wieteman Lotto team. They seem to have found themselves a new great climber here. He's climbing with the best right at the sharp end of that group. This is the second group on the road, the remnants of the early breakaway of 19. Calcioli, Garate. Many people tip Garate for a podium finish in Milano. I'm not sure he can do that now. He was the best man placed in the breakaway today. Got the most to gain for sure.
He's right. I tell you what, Phil, this is quite remarkable because they cannot close down the last 10 seconds. This man Para is just hovering in front of them. As we go back to this main group here, this is the group of all the serious contenders. Danilo De Luca in the white jersey, leader of the Pro Tour, looking very comfortable, but they are starting to reduce in numbers. There's Van Hoffel Looking over his shoulders, on his shoulder is Damiano Cunego. Over on the far side there you can see Gilberto Simoni. Simoni looks as if he's getting ready for one of those searing attacks which has been his habit over the last few years.
I'll tell you what, no Belgian has won the Giro d'Italia since 1978, and it wasn't Eddie Merckx. It was
Johan de Munk.
Yeah, we still see him around too.
I only know that because I raced with him.
Ah,
same team.
but not
he was
in
a
the
great
Giro
man.
d'Italia.
No, he was just a little bit older than I was, but de Munk was a fantastic rider, learned an awful lot racing in Italy. In fact, he came up in those days, it was regarded as only the team leaders were supposed to win. And there was a lot of information that, in fact, Johan de Munk was ganged up against in one Giro d'Italia when he should have actually won it. He came back the following year, and his teammate, Roger de Vlaeminck, was the man who I think helped to conspire to make him lose.
Good heavens, accusations 30 years on. As we continue to see the attacks being countered here now. Now, this is an interesting move here because this is Samuel Sanchez, who's a good climber. And he's being joined here by the climber, some Elis Baleares.
Well, that's an indication everyone's starting to get a little bit twitchy now. This is Cunego now. Wait now. This is a setup for Gilberto Simoni. Cunego going to the front, trying to set something up for Simoni. He didn't set it up for very long before Gilberto took off.
Well, Gilberto Simoni, they master the front, and look at the cleverness of Paolo Savidelli.
Yeah, but look at the inability to respond there of the Maglia Rosa. There is a gap there. In fact, you can see slipping back through the group there is Ivan Basso. He has to respond to that attack, Phil.
Basso would never have ridden down near the back. He's got Cunego right on his back wheel there. He suddenly disappeared from the front just before Frank Schleck cracked himself earlier. But he would never have ridden down there because you always like to give the impression to the boys who are close to you that you're going good. And he is in trouble here.
He's in trouble, but look at the way Salvadelli pounced on that. That's why this man has got that incredible nickname Il Falco, because he just pounces on anything. Simoni's looking for the big one today. He's looking to move up higher in the overall classification. The orange jersey there is Sammy Sanchez. But Salvadelli looks very comfortable. In fact, I think he's also been a man who's changed his position over the last couple of seasons on the bike. Now let's see, that is Danilo De Luca a little bit further back. Now this is the man who started the day in the pink. He's not showing any signs of weakness, but certainly he must respond to an attack by the men who are well up alongside him in the overall classification, Salvadelli and Simoni.
Well, that's the Colombian Ardea who's just in front of him. But what a difference 3 days make. 3 days ago, Basso was hurting Paolo Salvadelli and dropping Gilberto Simoni. Now the same two riders, and here they are on the left of our picture, are going clear of Ivan Basso. Well, I wonder now, did he try just that little bit too hard in the mountains of 2 days ago?
Well, he's not showing any signs of weakness at all. He's up alongside there, Damiano Cunego. But Salvadelli has taken up the pacemaking. He feels confident here this afternoon. He only really needs a handful of seconds before the summit of this climb if he wants to get himself into La Maglia Rosa. And he's in fact putting Simoni into difficulty.
Well, this is Salvadelli racing for pink right now, and he suddenly realised it, I think. There's the fast pedalling cadence, similar to his new teammate, Lance Armstrong. Where's Simoni? Let's have a look. He's put Simoni in difficulty. Simoni is a very tenacious animal. He's not going to crack too easily. But this rider, I think, has gone, Paul. I think Basso has gone.
Well, let's not forget the battle at the front. This is really quite remarkable because Ivan Parra is still at the Testa della Corsa, but only still holding on to about 15 seconds advantage over the chasers. But the drama is just a little further down on the slopes because Paolo Salvadelli, I put currently very close to tickling the Maglia Rosa.
Well, Salvadelli now is racing for pink, and I wonder if he came to this year's Giro d'Italia with really that dream in mind. He was thought about as one of the favourites, but not the favourite. Everybody called Basso as the man to beat, and right now Salvadelli is doing just that. Basso is in trouble here, whether he's feeling ill or whether he is in just a fatigue situation, because he's with Ardea just there.
Cioni as well.
And that's Cioni, yeah, Dario Cioni.
He's not showing any weakness. His body language is looking fairly comfortable, sitting with his hands on the top end of the handlebars, while this pedaling action here from Paolo Salvadelli is certainly much more urgent. He certainly does seem to have adopted that very high cadence of Lance Armstrong, and it seems to be doing him quite well.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's free to take the lead in this race now, and also the responsibility, because that's a 6 kilometres to go point here for Ivan Basso, not riding like a rider who's going to close any gaps. He's just got one rider on his back wheel as we swing up to the leader. This man has defied all attempts to catch him, and Ivan Para, who left the breakaway, is still holding the remnants of that breakaway at bay. Breakaway which has been on for most of the day today. This is the first category climb as we head up towards the finish. This is where the race story is, left and right, because now the Team Discovery rider Savadelli is pulling away from Ivan Basso and could be the next wearer of the Giro's pink jersey.
Well, he was only looking for 18 seconds at the start of the day. The man who started it all there, wearing number 2, Gilberto Simoni, set up initially by Damiano Cunego, went right out on the attack. But you know what? He couldn't stay on the wheel of Paolo Salvadelli, who is absolutely possessed. But let's not forget, we're only coming to the end of the second week of racing here at the Giro. There's still a lot of tough days in the mountains before we get to the end.
There certainly are a lot of hilly days left before we reach the end here. And over the top he goes. He gets the points this time. It won't give him the lead, though. That's safely on the shoulders of Luciano now. But Ivan Para didn't break away to think of winning the climb. He's thinking of winning the stage here. The clock say 13 seconds, and Luciano got second place. So he's really stitched this up today.
Well, that's amazing. Para has ridden at 10 to 15 seconds off the front of this group, Phil, for the last 5 kilometres. He's certainly not looking back. He's certainly not waiting for them. And he's got his head down now. It's slightly flatter, but it still kicks up before we get down towards the finishing line. He now has to solo. He's got 35 seconds, but more importantly, we need to know the gap between Paolo Salvadelli on the left-hand side and the Maglia Rosa of Ivan Basso on the right.
And the fact that Atienza here, Dia, are all hanging on nicely, and that's Marcus Foten there, the Gerolsteiner rider, who's having a very good day. The poor old man in pink, even though he's tired and quite depressed, I would think right now, is still being left to do all of the pacemaking. And that is Gilberto Simoni. We're pulling back. He's being picked up, I think, by Danilo De Luca.
Well, De Luca is riding a superb Giro d'Italia. He's had a fantastic season since very early on where he was quite dominant. But Ivan Basso, now the first time we get a chance to see the pain that is starting to go through his body, while this man's pedaling action, Phil, is completely and utterly different. It's energetic, it's supple, and it's going round at a very high cadence.
2 days in the Maglia Rosa of Basso, and it could be the last 2 days, because it could be changing shoulders now. There's a total difference in the attitude to this road, and Savadelli is on top of his game at this moment. He's not interested who's ahead. He's just thinking, with every pedal rev, I am going ahead of Ivan Basso.
Started the day in second place in the overall classification. With a ride like that, he's actually moving ahead of everybody else who is anywhere near him to challenge the lead of Ivan Basso at the start of the day. Ivan Para, on the other hand, Phil, is just making his way towards the finish, and he's still only got 15 seconds over the group behind him. But that 15 seconds corresponds to, at this speed going uphill, around about 100 metres, but they can't close it.
They can't close it. They're at 100% of effort. They just can't get any closer. He's got a real chance he's going to stay away. As you can see, officially the mountains are now behind the riders today, but they're still going uphill.
Well, that's officially, but that's not the practice, because it still climbs up towards the finishing line. This is a great move here by Paolo Salvadelli, and the thing about Discovery Channel was they didn't come to the Giro d'Italia with the top team. They came, I feel, because they were obliged to come as part of the new Pro Tour system, and they have a fairly weak team. But Paolo Salvadelli has ridden a very sensible first week of racing, and now he's got himself into a position where he could be pulling on the pink jersey at the end of today's stage.
Yeah, they were also hoping for a lot more out of young Tom Downsall. He's not that young anymore, but he's still a young one in the appearance at this height of the sport. And he's gone out with what appears to be a slight knee injury, so he's going to have to try and sort that out. He didn't want him to continue because of possible further damage, but this would have been a good race for him to do well in, so really the power now is on the shoulders. Tirolongo is the rider here, picked up by Paolo Savadelli. He was in the breakaway. He's coming back as well.
I've always thought that was a fantastic name for a bike rider. Tirolongo means long turn, and he certainly didn't do a very long turn on the wheel of Paolo Salvadelli, who is just ticking away at those pedals. He's getting into that corridor of noise now as he gets slowly but surely closer to the finish. Quick look over his shoulder. Nope, Tirolongo is not there anymore.
Nah.
Looks down, looks for a bit more energy to come forward from the engine room. He has now got himself also to the top of this climb, and he's going to go there inside of 4 minutes. That's not important because, in fact, the men in front of him are a long way behind in the overall classification. What he's thinking about is the time that he can open between De Luca and Simoni, and probably more importantly, Ivan Basso, because everybody before the start of this Giro d'Italia had Ivan Basso as the #1 favourite to win.
Well, Basso had one great day to take the pink jersey, and now he's getting his bad day. They say you always get a bad day. You just got to make the most of it.
Just got to hope
this
it's not
rider's
in the
having a good
mountains.
day.
You've just got to hope that if you do have a bad day, it is not in a mountain stage, because if you lose time on a mountain stage, you can lose huge chunks of time in just a few kilometres. This man is still keeping himself reasonably in contention. I think he's lost around about 1 minute by the time he gets to the summit of this climb to Paolo Salvadelli, but he won't be able to take the risks on the descent because although it levels out, it is still pretty much a false flat up towards the finish line.
The beauty of Italy, it looks like a valley road right now, but it isn't as we race on towards the finishing line here at Ortisei. Ivan Parra could be establishing a win here because he's certainly shown the defiance. If he does win, by the way, it'll be the first time we've had a win by a Colombian since 2001 when Carlos Castro won the 14th stage. He's going a day early, this man, stage 13.
Well, he's the winner of the stage is inside the last kilometre, and I say the winner because I don't think anybody's going to get anywhere near him. As we look now at the man in the Maglia Rosa, he really does seem to be under a spot of pressure, but he's actually not lost himself all that much time. He's still got a chance to recuperate before he gets to the finish because he's looking at an awful long way to the line.
Well, he knows now that he's lost the time gap he had over him overnight, and he's losing that pink jersey, but think long term, live to fight another day, and that's what he's doing right now. Here's the crowd line, music to the ears of Ivan Parra as he continues up towards the line. Did that say 5 kilometres to go? No.
500 metres
500 metres, beg your pardon. The old eyes are going.
He's inside that now. He won't start to celebrate. In fact, that gap that was 15 to 20 seconds has extended quite a far amount over the last few kilometres. I think they just desisted because they weren't able to get onto his back wheel. And it's going to be absolutely a big win for Ivan Parra, and a great win for this team, Colombia Italia, who was one of the teams brought in at the very last minute as a wild card.
Absolutely right, Paul, and that's the trouble with the Pro Tour now. Many teams will no longer get their chance at these big tours if this is the way it's going to be in the future. But it's been a long day in the saddle to ask of the riders. 6.5 hours of mountain climbing, and Ivan Parra has been ahead for the vast majority of those 6.5 hours. At one stage there were 19 of them, now there's just one, and he gets the victory. He's going to be delighted. This is a huge result for Colombia Italia as he races up towards the line, celebrating nice and early. Why shouldn't he? No pink jersey awaits him, just first place on a stage number 13 in the Giro d'Italia. Enjoy the moments while it happens.
Well, I think the joy is obvious to see there. That's a great win for him, a great win to Colombia, and I'm sure that it has been followed live on Colombian television because in Colombia they love their sport and they love their cycling. Ivan Basso, though, is carrying a big weight on his back here this afternoon. Ruyano, I think, is going to make it a 1-2, or is he? Because Garati just comes up to get second place, Ruyano third, and just holding on, Cocchioli gets fourth.
But that was a great day out for Ruyano. He got third on the day and he's well clear in the King of the Mountains competition. But this is the race for the moment. As Paolo Salvadelli has slipped Ivan Basso, the clock really starts when he crosses the line. And as he races in, this has been another superb day for this man.
Simoni and De Luca just coming in around about 10 seconds in arrears, but here is the Maglia Rosa there. He's not looking like a man who's got a very comfortable pedalling style. He's overgeared, and that's a sign that he's gone through difficulty here this afternoon. The clock is still ticking. I thought he was getting up towards the finishing line there, but he's not been able to stay with the group that he was with just a few moments ago.
He's really blown up in the last couple of kilometres. Our camera's never shown this. He's been dropped away here. He's going to be over a minute for sure behind, and that's a big loss today. As the sprinters come home, Valjevec, Kessler were in that group, Vladimir Belli also in the early breakaway.
Well, he's looking like a broken man here, Phil. You see how the shoulders now are not quite as proud as they were on the earlier kilometres of this climb. They've arched down a fraction. He's cutting right in towards the barriers if he can, but he just does not have the power in those legs. This is not a question of trying to keep the jersey on your shoulders. This is a question of just getting to the line, and it is more than a minute since Paolo Salvadelli stopped the clock.
1 minute, 8 seconds. They might round it up or down, but that looks like his loss here for Ivan Basso. There must be a story behind this overnight. With Marcus Foten there being propped up on the fence after a great ride as well, but Ivan Basso now being ushered away. There'll be no need to go to the podium. Nothing to pick up, I'm afraid. It's a question of getting him in the car and saying, what happened?
Well, that's the job of Bjarne Riis. He has to go to the rider's hotel room this afternoon and try and get his man back into some kind of form, back into some kind of mentality to fight back. Let's not forget, there is another long time trial to come.
Well, there's the result of the day. Para ahead of Garate, Ruggiano, Cauchioli, Valjevec. All of those riders in the original breakaway of the day. Salvadelli was the man who was best of the rest. That's rather nice, that, for a man that likes chocolate, Paul. You should be in there.
Well, it is. It's actually not chocolate. It looks like chocolate. It's actually stone, and I hope he's got a nice amount of excess baggage to take that home.
There is the new overall classification. 50 seconds now, the lead of Salvadelli, the next leader of the Giro. Ahead of Ivan Basso, De Luca is into third place. Well, you thought he'd look a little bit happier than that, but now, of course, he's in the hot seat. And it's his team who will have to do all of the work over the next few days if he's going to keep the lead.
Well, he has to think about, what am I going to do with the team? How is the team going to defend me here? He's lost Tommy Danielson, who could have been a help in the mountains.
And also rider Hesjedal, the Canadian, he packed in today as well. So let's go on to stage number 14. As now Team Discovery have lost 2 riders here at the most crucial stage of the race. And this is also another long day here, Enya to Livigno, which also keeps us a little bit in the lumpy area of this lovely country. And this is going to hurt them today. Look at this contours now, not for the nervous this. We don't stay in the valley all the way. You get to the end of the valley, you go over the mountains. The Stelvio is on the menu today as we continue to make the Foscagno and on a descent down into Livigno. Let's join the action again.
Well, early on, not a surprise, Damiano Cunego going in a move here. But I think what's more important, the little rider from Venezuela in the green jersey is looking for maximum points once again.
Yes, and he's been getting them too, because on the Fascinetto at 39 kilometres, Ruggiano was on his own. He's now back in the pack just a little bit. He looks as though he's under pressure now, but he's got to get tired soon, surely.
There you get a chance to see the Maglia Rossa. The new Maglia Rossa, Paolo Salvadelli, shadowed there by, you could just spot Ivan Basso. This is Vladimir Belli wearing number 82, a man once disqualified from the Giro d'Italia for punching somebody in the nose, and that wasn't bad because he was going uphill at the time and he was put under pressure by the Simone hooligans. Fortunately, that seems to have disappeared.
9 riders shaping the race early on today. Looking back here as they're trying to split this up now. Ruggiano is a man on fire. Hey, this is Ivan Para again. Well, I don't know where he found the legs from, but this is Para on the move again. He was in the first 9 riders to escape, and Sella Italia, the pair of them now having a great time, throwing this jersey around.
Well, these riders don't care at all about the overall classification. Just looking a little further up the road, though, we can see getting himself maximum points very early on. This man who comes from Venezuela is turning out to have no fear at all of the long distances. He's trying to get himself again maximum points at the top of this climb. Got the Maglia Verde on his shoulders, the green jersey, as leader of the King of the Mountains classification, and that's a lot more points in the bag.
I'll tell you what, this team has grown with stature and confidence. Look at that, happy, yes indeed. Keep on picking up the points, and this jersey will be all yours before we get to the rest day. He's not even going to push home the attack. Well, it's still a long way to go. He's going to wait for the others to do their share of sprinting and then rejoin here. This is the De Luca group. The pink jersey now on the shoulders of Team Discovery's Paolo Salvadelli. They are saying, by the way, that Ivan Basso was not feeling at all well yesterday. Well, we'll wait and see. Iliano was the rider in second place, and Cunego here getting 10, 6 and 4. So we're heading now towards the big mountain of the day, the Stelvio Pass.
Well, the Stelvio Pass going to go up very, very high indeed. Filippo Pozzato there, and this is rather a surprise because in the early few kilometres of the Stelvio Pass, the first man to get dropped there was Ivan Basso. And look at the time difference, 18 minutes to Ivan Basso. I think today he has disappeared away from the top end of the overall standings in the Giro d'Italia, and he's just going to have to wonder whether or not, Phil, he's going to stay in the race.
Well, I think you could say that. We've switched straight to that group here on the way up here. Now, Ivan Basso, as we get up to the snow line, losing some 18 minutes. And there he is. He stopped, in fact. Now, is this the moment of truth where he climbs off? Because they said he's got some sort of stomach problem. Bjarne Riis is getting out the car. And, in fact, he's not packing in, is he? Because they're putting plastic on for the descent down.
It's Andrea Perron with him. I don't think, you know what, this man is not going to walk away from the Giro d'Italia. He's more than 20 minutes behind the leading group of riders. Ivan Basso there in the middle, getting the black raincoat on to keep himself warm on the descent. He has been suffering from some strange intestinal problem, but he will not abandon the race. And the teammates, they're all alongside him.
Blauden is off to our right, the champion of Denmark. He's also waiting. You can't see him. Boy, are they wrapping him up. He must have some sort of cold or bronchitis or something, but he's not going to give up, and I think that's a sign of a great rider.
Well, this is a rather brave move by the man there. You can see he's got his black jersey on to keep himself warm against the elements, and just look at how cold it was up there. Ivan Parra, though, well, he's not too worried about the cold, is he? Because he's got himself a lead at the front of the race once again.
So dropped on the Stelvio, way behind on the Bormio. And Basso is now out of the race as far as the overall goes, but with a great show of determination, he's not going to pack in and leave by what they say, the little door. So hats off there to Ivan Basso, because it takes a lot of courage to go on when you've been leading the Giro d'Italia. Meanwhile, up front, Ivan Parra is having a great day out yet again. 2 days and a chance now of another stage win. Surely not.
Well, that's always very difficult to do when you come to the big mountain passes. We're looking back to see what the state of play is a little bit further behind him, and once again it's very similar to the state of play just 24 hours ago, because the man in the group defending the chances of his teammate is none other than Jose Rucano, although they've got different men with them this afternoon.
Change of colours as they're now heading over towards the last climb of the day, which will be the Foscagno. They topped this at 195 kilometres, so there's still a little run to go, and Parra has made his move, leaving a leading group, exactly a carbon copy of yesterday. 22 seconds on a small group and 3 minutes on the next group, and that's a much bigger time gap.
It's a much bigger time gap, but I don't think, once again, the group of the Maglia Rosa are too worried about any of the riders present in that leading group of men who've got themselves an advantage through the mountains. I think the big story has to be the disappearance from the top 10 overall of Ivan Basso, who's completely and utterly crumbled. And I'm actually wondering a little bit about the sense of Bjarne Riis keeping him in the event, because after all, this man has to get himself back up and recover to ride for the Tour de France in about 6 weeks' time.
Well, you know, in modern day cycling, Pantani was the last rider to win both the Tour of France and the Giro in the same year, 1998, but I think it's a big ask now. Here's the rider who's at least enjoying his mountaineering days. We've been up in the snow line over the Stelvio. We've seen Basso in big trouble there, and that gap is going to grow for sure, because he's obviously very, very weak at the moment. This has been a disaster this weekend for him. Looking here now as we move on to the final climb of the day, Foscagno. Massive height again, 2,300 metres. This is higher than the Col de Tourmalet in the Tour de France again, and an average of 11%. 20 kilometres to go, and he's just enjoying his day out.
Well, they're in a very good situation once again, as they were just 24 hours ago, Colombia Silitalia, because if this man messes up, well, then they've always got Jose Rucano to take over behind. Damiano Cunego was on the attack early on. He was in the early move of the day. He got himself some King of the Mountains points. He's certainly not the leader anymore of the Team Lampre, but he's actually slipped back to the group now and being picked up by the group that contains the Maglia Rosa of Paolo Salvadelli. There's Gilberto Simoni just a little bit further back. Vladimir Belli, he was also on the attack early on today's stage, as they too now head up towards around about 20 kilometres to go. This is the chasing group of 4 riders, and there is Rucano just sitting on the back And in fact, Parra's got himself a more sensible advantage than much better than he had yesterday at this stage of play. It's just inside of the 1 minute mark.
Well, these are the next 4 on the road, and well, Salvadelli is beginning to look only at a couple of riders now, and primarily just one rider. The whereabouts of Gilberto Simoni is his only challenger. And Simoni is just riding down the back here. Cunego now is the team helper rather than the team leader, last year's winner. No, that's not very complimentary, I don't think.
It says the doping of Salvadelli is polenta, which is rather a nice pasta made out of potatoes, and that's probably quite true, because you can eat very well when you come to ride the Giro d'Italia.
You can eat very well if you don't ride the Giro d'Italia in Italy, as far as I'm concerned. This is a wonderful country. It seems to have just about everything. If you like good food, good wine, and great cycling. There's Simoni, still riding well. Cauchioli. This has been an interesting group, and Sergei Honshaw, amongst the people who've retired today, we've heard of. Gone now, Aitor Gonzalez, after his moment of inspiration a few days ago. We haven't seen him since, and he's retired.
Well, Wim van Huffel is in that group, looking very comfortable, and the Belgians are starting to talk about him as the next new big stage race star for them, and he's going to see himself move probably into the top 15 at the end of today with a ride like this, accompanying all of the greats. Damiano Cunego this year in the Giro d'Italia, turning around and working for team leader Gilberto Simoni, who now must be wondering whether or not he can win this race, because in front of him the only man he really has to worry about is Paolo Salvadelli.
Honshaw, Cauchioli, Simoni, Zarate and De Luca. De Luca's having a great tour. We just don't see him as a major climber, yet he's hanging on in there and holding a very high place overall.
And not a bad ride by Charlie Wagélis either, to stay in contact with the riders on a stage like this. He'll be there to try and look after Danilo De Luca for as long as he can. Cunego, last year's winner of the Giro d'Italia, this year the Super Domestique for Gilberto Simoni. I don't think they're too worried about the presence of that leading group of riders, but Phil, if they keep letting Jose Riano get away on stages like this, Riano is going to see himself move up quite high in the overall classification, and he could end up being a threat.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's got nearly double the points of anybody else in the King of the Mountains now, so he's no need to worry too much about winning that competition. He's got to get to the finish, of course, but he's really built such a lead in his last 2 or 3 days in the mountains, and Ivan Parra is his nearest challenger, and he's his teammate. So they seem to have got that in the bag, which is extremely good for a wildcard team. They weren't sure they would get it, but Selle Italia are part sponsors of the Giro d'Italia, so I would think that would help when it came to a little bit of wildcard selection. There he is, having his second great day in the Tour. We're high up again, as you can see, not too much grows up here, 2,000 metres. But Ivan Parra is proving yet another enormously good climbing style here as he comes up.
Incredibly talented athlete. He's got 47 seconds over the group that he was with, containing his own teammate, and around about 3.5 minutes over the group containing the Maglia Rosa. I don't think there will be a chase in earnest to try and pull him back, because he's a long way down in the overall classification. He's just basically looking for individual glory on these mountain stages. He'll take a back seat over the next couple of days once we get onto the slightly flatter lands, but he'll try and do something special over the last few days once we get right up into the top western part of the country and we go towards the Alps.
Well, overall, he's just about behind overall what Basso is in real time right now, around about 20 minutes. So he's not going to climb too far up the overall classification, but he's certainly laying claim to a second successive stage win. And Basso, no further news, I'm afraid, but he's got to be approaching 30 minutes now.
It's a big loss for him this afternoon, and psychologically a bitter blow for him and the rest of the team, because he felt that he was the man who was going to win this, but that was certainly an indication yesterday when he lost over a minute on the mountaintop finish that there was something not quite right with Ivan Basso, who just days before had looked like nobody was going to dislodge him from top spot.
Well, these are the 4 nearest to him. And Ivan Parra, not going to help at all. Very happy with the situation. The team's making a few bob, I must say, because of their fine riding in this last 2 days. Just 4 of them coming away together.
Something like Osa just sitting in the back there for Ilha Baleares. These men shouldn't have to worry too much at all about the main field. They've got themselves... This group is still 3 minutes in front of the Maglia Rosa group, the Maglia Rosa group of Paolo Salvadelli. But I do wonder which riders from Team Discovery Channel are going to be up alongside Paolo Salvadelli to look after him. He's going to have to be very clever tactically whenever we go up into the big mountain passes. And look at that time gap there now. It's a minute 13
He's pulling away
to Sella and the rest of that group, and he's certainly extending an advantage.
He's just pulling away from them. They've all been out front for a long time, but this man just loves these mountains. I think of all the things that one would like to be a top cyclist, mountain climbing must be the one discipline to feel good at, because they make it look so easy. Parra's had a magical period of a couple of days this year in the Giro. It won't help him get near the pink jersey. He lost far too much time in the time trials in the earlier days, but he's now just 24 hours away from the next rest day, and then the last very tough 5 days of this Giro when it resumes. But this has been a weekend to remember.
It certainly has been a weekend to remember for Colombia, but I tell you one thing about the Giro d'Italia is it's always a sting in the tail. It's always the last few days, and this race can always get turned upside down. Very often in the last 48 hours. This year we've got an individual time trial and then a very difficult mountain stage just the day before the end.
There's the tunnel way up the road there. Takes about 3 minutes to get there if the timekeepers are right with what they're telling us, as this is the group now which is also making time on the climb. Snow here, not so much actually, because at this time of year I thought it might have been a bit heavier at 2,000 metres, but it seems to be part of the global warming, I guess. There's Paolo Savidelli, will feel very happy with the situation right now. Basso is no longer a name to be carried on his handlebars. He can tick him off, because today he certainly has lost it all. For the leader, it's on the way down, heading towards the finish. These are the main chasers, led by Valjevic, Ruggiano, Osa.
Well, it looked to me as if Dario Cioni was in a spot of bother there too, in the lime green jersey of Liquigas. He seemed to be unable to follow the pressure of that group, which was being certainly ripped apart by Damiano Cunego. Cunego must be thinking about whether or not they can dislodge Paolo Savidelli, who doesn't have any teammates at all alongside him. Now this is the acceleration for the summit of the climb, and look at Ruggiano all over the back wheel of Valjevic.
Well, he'll want to take him on in the sprint if he can, just sneak a couple of more points at the top of the climb. Cunego showing for the first time, I think, the class that won him the race last year, telling the motorbike to give him some more room. And in fact, Damiano Cunego is going to feel very happy about this, because he's the perfect teammate. In fact, there doesn't seem to be any animosity between Simoni and Cunego. I think it's the press try to develop something which frankly is not there.
I think last year Cunego was just too good for Gilberto Simoni. He couldn't do anything but just accelerate away from everybody else on the summits of these mountains, and that's what gave him the win in the Giro d'Italia. But this year he doesn't quite seem to be the same man, and I wonder if he's just trying to hold something back. Maybe they've changed his preparation to have him ready for the Tour de France, where they're saying he will participate.
Well, the Italians will cheer anybody if he's in the lead. And this is a nice ride up to the summit now for the Colombian Ivan Parra. More points. It'll consolidate his second place behind teammate Ruggiano in the King of the Mountains. Ruggiano is just too far ahead. Don't think can be caught all of the way now to Milan. Let's hope he gets there, of course.
That's the most important thing. I'm sure he will. He's riding very consistently. He's only 22 years of age, Jose Ruggiano, as we get up to the summit of this climb. And you can see he's not too far away from getting himself maximum points, and I'll be almost certain to put money on his teammate getting second place.
There's the green flag flying at the summit. We continue on the way.
On the descent now, Ivan Parra. He's going to take a lot of risks if he can on the way down here, because the most important thing for him is to try and conserve as much of the 1 minute advantage he's got over the chasing group. As we get a look here,
watch this. They get a little bit excited, don't they?
Oh, they certainly do. They get a little bit too close sometimes. He's making his way up. Nobody would like to create an accident for a rider like this, but certainly the tifosi, the cycling fans in Italy, get a little bit over exuberant sometimes, especially on the mountain stages.
This is Valjevic here. Surely Ruggiano will try to beat him to the line and snick the points. There's the clock counting since the leader Parra started his descent. There'll be no offering of assistance, that's for sure, because Valjevic can pack quite a good sprint if he gets down to the bottom, and he wouldn't want to hand the stage to him, although it'd be a great result for Phonak, I must say.
I do gap is starting to extend. The last time we got an official gap, it was about 47 seconds, and I think next time we stop the clock, it's going to be a lot closer to 1.5 minutes. And Rujano there in second place, he's just going to sit back and just defend, because he's defending two things here. He's defending not only his lead in the King of the Mountains classification, but he's also defending the possibility of 2 wins in a row for his team, and of course for Ivan Para.
Yes, a terrifically good day out, to say the least. There's the top, 1:31 the gap. This is life on the chase group now, thank you. As we're looking now at Damiano Cunego here, setting a very fast tempo indeed, helping his teammate Simoni and running away from everybody else except Savadelli.
This is not a very big group, and I tell you, once again, the man impressing me in the Giro d'Italia is Danilo De Luca. He's had a very difficult couple of seasons, but this year he really does seem to have come right back to the top end of the sport, and De Luca is also very much present in this group. You can spot him every now and again. He's wearing the white jersey as leader of the Pro Tour classification, a new competition which has been brought in to bring together all of the one-day races, the shorter stage races, and of course, for the moment, the Grand Tours.
That was Osa fleetingly over the top from Euskaltel. Rujano just sitting off the back. He doesn't descend that well, actually, Jose Rujano. If he's got a fault, it's going down, certainly not going up. And the Phonak rider here, Tadej Valjevec, is probably a little bit better on the descent. But Para shows no fears here, as he continues on his way down, waiting for the finish. We're heading down to Livigno now. We run off the mountains. It's not a mountain top finish, this one. 2,500. There's facing just about 1,000 kilometres left in this year's Giro d'Italia. Oh, this is Emmanuel Sella.
Well, you can get a chance to see just how good this descent is. We're just cruising through the town of Trepale. This descent this afternoon is so straight that these riders are touching speeds approaching 60 miles an hour, while further down on the slopes, Cunego is doing a fantastic job there, just ahead of Huffel. Paolo Salvadelli, although he doesn't have any teammates present in this group, does look rather comfortable. He doesn't look like he's going to be put under pressure at all so far.
Cunego's done an awful long ride here on the front, and hats off to him for that. We're watching here the champion of Russia here as he continues on his way.
Kolobnov, he was in front of the group. He's being picked up.
Well, he was in the very early breakaway, but he's coming back like all of them now, Alexander Kolobnov.
It's rather a large group, but it contains all of the major favourites. The only man really losing out here this afternoon is Ivan Basso, who is currently trailing at around about 25 minutes in arrears. And that is rather a surprise, I think, to everybody here at the Giro d'Italia, because that man was the #1 favourite before the start of this event.
This guy doesn't let his position relax at all. He just looks so good. He's a very small, compact rider. Continuing on his way now, being chased all of the time there by Osa, I think it is. These are long descents now. This is the way down off the mountains. Remember, we're coming off over 2,000 metres, 6,500 feet.
It's very barren up here. It's been whistling cold over the summits of these mountains, with the temperatures dropping to around about 12 degrees Celsius because of the chill factor. And when you go downhill off the top of these summits, it can be very difficult for the muscles by the time you get to the bottom. You can see yourself on these descents going downhill for around about 25 minutes, and that is certainly not all that good, because the chill factor really does deaden the muscles. You heat up, the core body goes up to around about 25-30 degrees Celsius on the ascents, but once you start to go down, it really is rather chilly.
I'm just wondering if something like that has caused the problem with Ivan Basso, making the descents and catching perhaps a chill, and it's come out 2 days later after his great expedition, and he's had a terrible weekend. Out of the Tour as far as any chance of victory goes now, any chance of a top 30 position goes, I would think, but we'll see.
I think the big
decision, hasn't given up, that's the big thing.
The big decision is whether they bring him out again to race tomorrow, and whether he can recover overnight. Maybe not quite so much physically, because when you're in good form you can recover physically as long as you've been looked after properly, but mentally, when you've come to the Giro d'Italia as a man expected to win, then all of a sudden you're way down in the doldrums in 25th or 30th place overall, it's hard to come out and fight again.
Well, I bet it's cold in these mountain villages through the winter here, but they're getting a nice bird's eye view now of the passage of the leader on the day of the Giro d'Italia for the second day in succession from an almost identical breakaway. He's ridden away, except he's left himself a little bit more of a buffer this time. Now they know what he's capable of, they can't catch him.
Well, they're going to remember the name of Ivan Para after this weekend, that's for certain. He's already got one stage victory under his belt, and I think here this afternoon he's taken a serious option on getting himself a second one in 2 days, and that really is a remarkable performance as we go into the big high mountains. Para got himself maximum points there over the top of that climb, and he's still now thinking much more about trying to survive off the front end of the group and get himself another victory. And what a Giro d'Italia that would be, because if they were to win the King of the Mountains as well, I think they would have filled the contract for the team.
6 racing days left after this, apart from the rest day, which will come in 48 hours' time. And it looks to me as though Ruggiano has done enough to win the King of the Mountains, though we still have some rather rough mountains. We go into the Italian Alps, we finish at Sestria, don't forget, before we race up to Milan. We've got the time trial to come as well, and we've got Limone Piemonte still ahead of us, so it's going to be a tough finish to this tour. At 10 kilometres to go, I don't think Ivan Para's worrying about the next day or the day after.
Well, he's banking everything on just taking individual stage victories. This team and these two riders have worked very well together over these big mountain stages. Ruggiano has built himself an almost unbeatable lead in the King of the Mountains classification, and Para at the front always knew that if he was to be brought back by a move, he always had his teammate to take up and launch the counter-attack. Ruggiano just sitting there in second position, very happy just to let everybody else do all the pacemaking. He has got an ideal situation here. He's building himself up an advantage every day that we go into the big mountain passes. This is the summit of the climb, and it's just 10 kilometres to go, and he does, once he gets to the top of this false flat, have a fairly good chance to recuperate as we go over the summit and head downhill slightly.
Just sat at the back of the group here is Christian Moreni, road racing champion of Italy. As he continues on his way, it looks like Lobato, I think it was.
Yep, that was Lobato, teammate of Juan Manuel Garat, who's ridden well over the last couple of days as well. These are the two men in second and third place in the overall classification. Valjavec in first place there for Phonak, and then Ruggiano. Weighs in at 48 kilos. He's not very tall either, but I tell you what, when it goes to going uphill, he certainly is proving to be a major revelation, and I wouldn't be surprised, Phil, if one of the big top teams didn't snap him up for next season.
Well, I quite agree. I don't think Stella Italia will want him to lose, though, because he's their star player in slightly smaller races around the world. And Para is forcing his way in, although he's been around quite a long time. This is without doubt his finest weekend in any bike race anywhere in the world. Valjavec down there doing a bit of pacemaking. He's a known quantity because he was 9th in the Giro last year. He's still a challenger, but a little bit off the pace this year. But as you can see, he's got good form. He's had an 18th overall in the Vuelta, the Tour of Spain. Doesn't win too many races, but he knows how to put things together in a long stage race. And he's doing good pacemaking there. He knows Ruggiano isn't going to help him chase down his own teammate. So this man now has only got to complete the course and win the stage. Nobody's going to catch him.
It always amazes me when you see the style of the Colombian climbers out of the saddle, accelerating, punching, fighting with the bike all of the time. There you can see Paolo Salvadelli looking reasonably comfortable. As we go a little bit further forward, this is Lobato getting out of the saddle, trying to make it that little bit more difficult. They're trying to put time between themselves and everybody else in the group. Moreni seems to be having a little bit of difficulty at the back here, Italian national champion. While
I think Kolobnev just went as well.
Finally reached the summit there. Maximum points for this man. And I don't know if you saw the way he sat down onto his saddle there. I think he was saying to himself, oh, I could do with a bit of a breather. And he will have for a few kilometres anyway.
Well, he's running down to the valley now. Livigno is right at the base of the mountains. And they're going the right way for an easy day. Down. Van Huffel here, who has had a brilliant race.
That's Simone going on the right-hand side there.
Well, somebody better react, because Van Huffel has taken it up.
Pretty sure that was Gilberto Simone. I just caught a glimpse of that dark jersey going off the front, and look at the crowd now. They're going ballistic. They want Gilberto to win. Van Huffel certainly is a major revelation for the Belgians. They'll be getting quite excited about the fact they've finally found themselves a new climber. Let's have a look back and see if Paolo Salvadelli's been able to respond to that as well.
Well, he certainly was slow to respond, if indeed. That's why Cunego's been doing all the pacemaking. He's been setting it up for Simoni to try and steal a few seconds away from Paolo Salvadelli. And this is his big movement just before the top, then a demon descent down to the valley below. Job done, but I don't know whether he can, and maybe he can here. That's De Luca coming across.
That's De Luca coming across, but the Maglia Rosa is not there. Paolo Salvadelli hasn't been able to respond. He put a big day in to get himself the Maglia Rosa, but now let's just have a look at this one more time. You see, all of a sudden there was a dark blue and pink flash down the right-hand side of the road, and this is the first man to respond there, Van Huffel, but Paolo Salvadelli, Phil, is not able to respond here, so maybe he's not quite as solid in the Maglia Rosa as we thought.
Well, he saw the move. He looked across at it, and he didn't show any lifting of the pace at all. He stuck there with Markus Foten, who's riding very, very well for Gerolsteiner, the German cyclist. But this is interesting now, because if De Luca makes it, he's got to work with Gilberto Simoni and try and open the gap on Paolo Salvadelli. Bit of a jinx on the old pink jersey this year, isn't there? Because when you get it, you find you're under pressure in the extreme. There's De Luca now. He's up there.
Look at De Luca fighting. He's just going past Van Huffel, and where is Gilberto Simoni? Can't be too far off the front, but he's opened up the gap. He's launched an attack one more time. There is Gilberto Simoni. These are the attacks that he likes. He's a punchy bike rider. Looking a little bit further back, Cauchioli is alongside Salvadelli, but Salvadelli must make sure that he has got enough energy left to pull himself back on the descent. Let's not forget his greatest asset, Phil, is going downhills fast.
We might need that asset right now, because Simoni is going clear here in the group and doing very, very well indeed, because he's got Garati with him now, so they swap with the places with Lobato. And Garati is living up to his pre-race reputation of a possible podium finish. He's a bit of work to do for that, but he's going to be up amongst the leaders here. He can hang on.
Well, he looks comfortable. He's joined the man who has been so aggressive over the last few seasons at the Giro d'Italia, Gilberto Simoni. And this is why Damiano Cunego was doing so much work in the early part of this stage, trying to set something up. Though I tell you what, Danilo De Luca is riding the Giro d'Italia of his career, because he's leaping across the gap there. He wants to make contact with Gilberto Simoni before they get to the summit of this climb, so that he's comfortable on the descent down towards the finish.
Well, the amazing thing is that De Luca's held the lead in this race. He's won stages. Now, if he can make a top 6 finish, he will be the next leader in the Ciclamino points jersey. So that's his next objective right now. It's open for grabs as well, of course.
There he is. He's right onto the wheel of Gilberto Simoni. He's having an unbelievable ride here. And if the two of them work together, they could change the look of the overall classification once again here this afternoon. Paolo Salvadelli is in difficulty. Nobody to help him at all. He has to set the pacemaking on his own, but he's in that little tunnel of noise now. He's not too far away from the summit of the climb.
There is the summit now. Look, he's gritting his teeth here. He knows where his strengths lie. He knows he can descend. We've said it before, though, Simoni is an extremely good rider at going downhill. But this is going to have to be an extreme descent now from Paolo Salvadelli. He's got the time, and he could get back, but it's going to have to be a great chase.
Going to have to be a brilliant chase. I don't think any of that will change the look of the individual stage, because Ivan Parra is still holding on to a very big advantage. 23 seconds the difference between Gilberto Simoni and Paolo Salvadelli. 23
seconds downhill. He's not far off 3/4 of a kilometre, you know, at these speeds.
But he should be able to pull it back, because after all, Salvadelli is the better descender of all of them. Although, as you said, Phil, on occasions when it goes downhill, Gilberto Simoni's not bad himself.
And we're getting demonstration now. Still 8 kilometres, 5 miles to the finish. As we watch, Simoni knows he's got his chance now. He's got to push it home here. Damiano Cunego was the man that set it up for him with some tremendous pace raking up that climb. And Simoni made his attack just before the summit. Here's the chase behind. Cauchioli is going with him.
Well, he's going to use all of his skills now, right into the left-hand side. As he sees the way the corner is starting to open up, he moves nicely across to the right-hand side of the road, cutting all of the apexes. That is absolute poetry in motion. There's a group in front of him, but that is not the group I don't think of Gilberto Simoni. That's a group caught halfway across. Simoni is around the corner still.
Yeah, the Garati's not there, the bright yellow jersey, so it can't be the Simoni group, but whoever they are, he's bringing those back for sure. Meanwhile, the man we must not forget, concluding 2 great days in the Giro d'Italia, and this will certainly be now his second stage win for Ivan Para. He's off the main sector of the climb. There in the distance is the town of Livigno, and that is where his journey will end today with another victory on the stage. A call of help here for Cauchioli to come and give him a hand out.
Cauchioli comes straight up there, not scared of doing a little bit of work. All these riders actually have their own agenda. They all want to keep themselves in the top 10 in the overall classification. Ivan Para now comes at 3 kilometers to go, and at these speeds it shouldn't really take him very much more than 3 minutes, but these guys are still a little bit further down the road. They're just about to catch the group in front, but I'm quite surprised to see that Paolo Salvadelli hasn't closed down that 23 seconds all that fast.
Apparently not. Was not seeing where on earth. Here he is now, and that is Garate hanging onto his tail. De Luca will love this too. He also drives down the hill. 2 against the pink jersey of Il Falco, and they're going to make the most of this because it looks the way this race is going that these riders aren't far apart in ability this year, and these seconds are going to be invaluable.
Well, I tell you what, this descent is actually not lending itself to Paolo Salvadelli. He prefers a descent to be that little bit more dangerous so he can pull back the time on the tricky technical corners, but these corners are sweeping corners, and all of these groups are going downhill at about the same pace, and that pace is very close to 100 kilometers an hour, and that's why we're not seeing Salvadelli really nail back these 3 men. The man he really wants to catch is the man who's in 3rd place there, Gilberto Simoni. This is a good corner for Salvadelli to pull back a bit of time. You've certainly got to take risks to get round that one.
This is a lovely descent, and in fact for the leader it's all over now. Just a gentle downhill into the plains of Livigno, and victory for Ivan Para. This is the chase now to open the gap, or rather close the gap to the pink jersey of Paolo Salvadelli. He hasn't lost it yet to Gilberto Simoni, but he's got it. That was the corner, and he's led round it.
Did you see how he went round that corner? No, hardly a touch of the brakes, hardly a loss of momentum at all. He will have probably pulled back 3 or 4 seconds just in that 30 or 40 meters around that corner.
Looks like the road's cracking up a bit down there. Winter is behind us, of course. We're heading up towards the summer. It's been a beautiful day. This man now is riding the long straight road to the line. Ivan Para, about to celebrate in as many days his 2nd stage win in the Giro d'Italia. It's not going to help him too much overall. He'll still be round about 20 minutes behind when he gets there today. But that's not the nature of this man. He wants the stage win. Flick of the arm. Through comes Pietro Cauchioli. They're driving on. Last kilometre for Para, and victory will be his.
Well, victory will be his, and he's not slowing down at all. He's keeping the pressure right up on right until the final moment. It's a fast downhill finish towards the line. He is going to give Columbia Italia the 2nd victory in as many days, and that is really quite remarkable. You would always expect a different bunch of climbers to go forward and go out on the attack, but that's not knowing this team. Columbia Italia, one of the smaller teams on the circuit, Phil, but one of the most aggressive.
Well, Carlos Castro won stage 14 in the year 2001. No Colombians won since, until yesterday, of course, and Para's now made it a double. Massive crowd here. They will have seen his journey over the mountains on television. Now they can see the man. Now, he took a photograph out of his back pocket yesterday. I suspect of his family and kissed it. I wonder if he's got it with him today. Maybe he didn't think he could do it 2 days running. Terrific result. 2 wins in 2 days.
But what's important now is
time for nearly 7 hours.
A long day in the saddle, but what's important now, Phil, is the gaps between all of these groups out on the open road. They're in the outskirts of town. This is Gilberto Simoni looking for a little bit of help, wants to go forward with Danilo De Luca. And luckily enough for Paolo Salvadelli, he's got a few friends in his group as well, because that's Cauchioli going to the front, Unai Osa prepared to set the pace at the front of this group. He has to make sure he doesn't lose too much time on the men in front of him, Danilo De Luca and Gilberto Simoni, because he could see himself losing his Maglia Rosa once again.
Well, I admire Simoni today. He knew he had to attack. It was a plan. He worked it with Cunego. And De Luca as well, the ever-aggressive Danilo, has also read it right. They obviously hit Paolo Salvadelli when he wasn't feeling too good. He saw the attack and he could not react to it. and now he's fighting to save a few seconds. He might just hang on to his Maglia Rosa, but for how long now? Because Simone clearly is feeling a bit frisky.
Simone's feeling frisky, but I tell you what, Danilo De Luca must be feeling pretty good with an individual time trial coming up. This is the next group on the road, Valjevec, and of course Ruyano. Ruyano, I think, will try and get second, but it's not really that important to him. The most important thing is this has been a dominating performance in the mountains again by Selle Italia.
Yep. First and second in the King of the Mountains. Ruyano will keep his lead, a massive lead over Parra, who in turn has a massive lead over anybody else. So he's not going to take the sprint. Valjevec will take this, and second place for him. He had a 9th place finish in the Giro last year, and he's going to be riding high again by the end of this great weekend. And Ruyano punches the air because he knows now it's more champagne tonight.
Well, another good day for those guys, but everybody, I think, Phil, is waiting to see what the time gap is going to be like between these three riders and the group behind, and it looks to me as if they're just pulling back a rider who was caught in the middle there, Unai Osa. Yeah. He was originally in the breakaway.
I'm not sure who this rider is. It must be... oh, this is Osa. That's Osa coming in now. So are they just behind him? Awful lot of cars are getting in the way. If that's the case, he was dropped on the way up. He was one of the original riders out front, and he should be safe. Big time gaps now, but the time gaps aren't important until that chase group gets here. But Unai Osa riding in his new colours, that's why I didn't pick him out. In the Eolus Baleares team, he races up now at around about 3 minutes down on the day's winner. He'll get 4th.
Well, it was a long day in the mountains. The referee there standing out of the car looking back because he knows that the group of Simone is actually boring down upon Unai Osa. They can't really be very far away, the group that contains Simone and of course Danilo De Luca, and here they are, and they've picked up Emmanuel Selle. It was
Selle, they picked him up. Oh, bad luck for him because he was looking for the high finish. Now he'll have to win the sprint. I think De Luca will probably handle that. This guy's a real racer when it comes to finishes. Look at this, they're not going to outsprint him, least of all Simone. Danilo De Luca continues his great Giro d'Italia, and his high podium finish is still likely in Milan. Takes over there, he crosses the line in 5th place. Simone getting 6th. Now the clock has started, and Paolo Savardelli still out on the road. Every second really does count. And you know, Paul, I think they closed in quite dramatically here on that chase.
They certainly have done. They're charging up to the line. Nobody slowing down at all. I think he's going to lose himself around, well, it could well be just inside of 30 seconds as they stop the clock at 3:42.
3:42, so around about, about 20 seconds or so. Something like that, 25 seconds maybe. There's the result on the day. Simone getting 6th, that's a significant one, and De Luca 5th. And he's getting used to the podium now, knows the way up, no problem at all. Ivan Parra, 2 out of 2. Don't think he'll win tomorrow. We return to the flat roads on the eve of the second rest day. But he can have a little rest at the back of the peloton. Job done. There's the overall 25 seconds now as De Luca is in 2nd. Simone is 3rd. Geraghty is in 4th. This is a very interesting race now. Ruyano has made a top 6 finish as well.
Well, these guys must now be wondering whether or not they can make Paolo Savardelli tremble, because you know what? He is not that far in front of a man by the name of Danilo De Luca, who is riding exceptionally well. And look at this, Ruyano has 107 points in the King of the Mountains classification to his own teammate Ivan Parra's 55.
Yes, they had a plan. It took them 2 days to execute it, and they've had a great 2 days. And it's good to see a wildcard team dominating against the top Pro Tour squads. The girls have to bend down to kiss this man. He doesn't stand too high. Let's move on to a flat stage now. Stage number 15 as we head towards the eve of the second rest day. 16 days of racing now. We say goodbye to Livigno and we ride the flatter valley roads to Lissone. It's quite a long way, 154 kilometres. The good news was this was previewed originally at over 200. So they're getting back down a little bit. They're taking pity on the riders now.
Mainly in the valley roads, all the way alongside of Lake Como, Lago di Como, an area that many of the bike riders in this area know very well. Not too far from the Italian border, and they will get down to the town of Lissone. But unfortunately, the weather hasn't been all that clement today.
Now let's hope it's better on the rest day tomorrow. But they haven't seen too much rain. They've had a pretty good tour. These are the situations though in the mountains, the Italian border there. and this is down in the town where the rider's caping up here. Well, this isn't going to help Ivan Basso recover, is it?
No, it certainly won't help Ivan Basso, who's decided anyway to ride at the front end of the main field, which is confirmation, Phil, that he is going to start the stage, and that's nice to see. That is a sign of absolute sheer courage.
Absolutely. But what a good thing, Paul, we weren't going up those mountains today. What would it have done to the Tour?
Would have been absolute chaos. 2 kilometres to go. The front end of the main field is not all that chaotic here this afternoon, because once again it's Fassa Bortolo taking the head of the field. There they're trying to get themselves organised, and again the big challenge coming from Eric Zabel there in third position. Eric, come on mate, you've got to get yourself a win here.
Well, there is no one else left.
I am a big supporter.
Left.
I am a big supporter of Eric Zabel, and he may well be the one to spoil the party here, but Fassa Bortolo, once again, they are so dedicated there. 3 riders, first, second and third, and the fourth man in that line is Alessandro Patacchi.
Well, they're coming up. It's been a miserable old wet day. There's not been many wheels turned in anger. The riders had a good battering in the mountains. They've still got the Alps to come. And we've now got a familiar finish here for the flat stage into Lissone. This is where we stay overnight and rest day tomorrow. And it looks to me as though we've got the Patacchi team in full flight. Now, most of the sprinters have gone home, many of them to prepare for the upcoming Tour de France. So Patacchi really just has to keep an eye on the whereabouts, I think, of Eric Zabel.
Well, he doesn't have to look very far, does he? Because right on his wheel there in the pink there is Eric Zabel. Excuse me, I've got the wheel of Mr. Patacchi now that Robin McEwen's gone home, now that Stuart O'Grady's gone home. It's my chance now to try and come out of that slipstream if I can, but maybe at 34 years of age, old Eric Zabel just losing a little bit of his edge.
Well, fifth wheel there is Paolo Bettini in his gold crash helmet, and he's got the lead. It's the first change of leadership in the Intergiro today. Bettini has finally got the better of Sven Kraus. I feel a bit sad about that, because Kraus has led this from day one. It would be tough to beat Bettini now. That's Bettini going on the right of our picture. But now it's big lead out time, and Patacchi's got the head of the race. Zabel's got second wheel. Well, you can't get a better lead out than that. Now, can he get over the top? No. He hasn't got the speed, poor old Eric. And it's second place for Zabel, third for Bettini, the new man who'll wear the blue jersey tomorrow as Intergiro. And a little bit of argy-bargy here. This was off camera. There was, in fact, a touch of wheels and a crash.
Well, I didn't see what happened there, but certainly they were a little bit upset about what happened on the run. Do you know what has happened, Phil? They've actually crashed into the photographers.
It's after the line.
They have crashed into the photographers. So narrow was the tunnel. Let's have a look and see if we can spot it. Easy win, though, for Alessandro Patacchi. Eric Zabel in the ideal position. 5 years ago, Eric Zabel probably could have come out of the wheel and the slipstream of Patacchi, but not nowadays. Alessandro Patacchi is the man. It's taken him a while to get going in this year's Giro d'Italia, but now he is in absolutely and utterly full flight.
Well, he's finally got into the habit of winning stages. Third win for him, and there's still a good chance, of course, on the last stage into Milan. Not much choice before that, I'm afraid, because we're now back into the mountains after we set off the day after tomorrow. There's Bettini. He'll be in blue in the Intergiro competition. I don't think we've ever seen Sven Kraus throughout our coverage, but he has ridden a great race.
Certainly has ridden a great race, but that's a competition that won't get decided until we get right down to the streets of Milano. But here's confirmation: Patacchi, Zabel, Bettini, Cadamuro finally getting up there, and
lead out man Marco Vello taking fifth, Grio sixth, Henk Vogel's good sixth place for him.
Henk was right up there as well, right down towards the end. Alessandro Patacchi looking a bit more relaxed now. The other sprinters have retired.
Overall, no change at all. 25 seconds on De Lucas. Simoni is third. Sergei Honshaw lies fifth. Cauchioli is in sixth for Crédit Agricole, and Sella props them all up in eighth. But look at the time gaps to the right. This is now a two-man race, but which one will it be? Well, might be a three-man race, actually.
I was just going to say, don't discount Gilberto Simoni. He's well up there in the
I was thinking of discounting Danilo De Luca, I'll be honest, but maybe not.
I don't think so. De Luca is riding so well. I think De Luca may well do something special. And, of course, let's not forget, he's ridden very well. Bettini now has got himself the lead in the Ciclamina competition.
So he won't wear the blue jersey, because although he's got the lead in that as well, he will, in fact, wear the Ciclamino, so Kraus might still be wearing that in second. Lugano, 107, plays 55. Go back to anybody in competition, and it's way, way down to Coldo Gil. And there he is. Good, well, I hope you all enjoyed your day off in the Giro d'Italia, because now we move on from Lissone as we head to Varese. And this is a ride now of 200 plus kilometres. And this will be another little bit of a day to get the old legs turning again as we now turn towards the finish. There are indeed just 5 days of racing to go. The majority of them are hilly or a time trial, or indeed the last race, the usual gentle ride into Milano.
Well, a little bit of a climb just towards the finish. 13 kilometres to go on the ride down into Varese, which is right on the Mediterranean coast. And of course a good day for the sprinters to try and survive, although as always on these stages, especially after a very difficult day, the race has been dominated by a long breakaway.
Yes, and it might well stitch it all up today, because with the days that lie ahead now, I think it's going to be a question of let's wait for a big showdown, not just the mountains which are still ahead, especially the ride up to Sestria and into Italy. We go briefly into Turin, but also the time trial which takes us into Turin. That's going to be crucial. So this could be the one day of the Tour, and we haven't had any of them yet, Paul, where a breakaway of riders who don't really count are going to have their moment.
Well, I think it had to be expected, as we are finally getting a nice bit of sunshine once again. On the front, that looks like Christophe Lemaivel of France. These guys have got themselves a fairly good advantage over the main field. I don't think they will be seeing the main field again, but what a great day. It's beautiful to be down here by the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean just so blue as we look now down at 4 kilometres to go to the finish.
So blue and so nice. And this breakaway now also contains Alessandro Vanotti of Domina Vacanzi. You might have caught a glimpse of him. Christoph Brandt of De Vitamin Lotto. He's supposed to be the climber on that team, but he's been out-climbed this year by Wim van Huffel, who's not in the breakaway. And Fofanov is for the Cofidis squad, and also Frank Schleck.
Frank Schleck could be a nice name to pick out of the bag as a winner. Frank is a kind of rider quite capable of finishing off. He spent a long time in the mountains in the early part of this Giro looking after Ivan Basso. I don't think anybody's looking after Ivan Basso nowadays apart from himself. There's Schleck in the Team CSC colours.
Schleck just coming to the back here. Be a big result for him if he could get it.
Just over to the right hand side there you can see Christoph Brandt moving up. Brandt is a very clever rider. This is Brandt here at the back, number 62. And all of these riders have got a big chance of getting themselves a stage victory here this afternoon.
Well, I don't think the bunch is going to catch up, because the last time check we got was 24 minutes. So there's a huge gap here. There are quite a few riders in between who have been dropped on the climbs, but the peloton is over 20 minutes back right now. So they're saving their strength for a big day, which starts tomorrow as we race on to Limone Piemonte. And that's the day when we expect to see Savadelli and Gilberto Simoni back in the thick of the action. But today, it's a day off for the leaders, and one of these boys is going to claim a stage win in the Giro d'Italia.
It's going to be Christmas for somebody. This is Fofanov coming to the back here, wearing number 33 of Team Cofidis. I would have to say that Brandt has to be probably the cleverest rider in the group. Andy Engels is in the group as well. He's a Dutchman. He's a fairly clever bike rider. It's starting to get a little bit tricky. Everybody's looking over. Everybody's worried about that last-minute burst. The Luxembourger Frank Schleck has moved up into third place. Fofanov's in a good place to launch an attack from the back,
because there's a group of around 10 or 12 riders still chasing at around about a minute. So they can't afford too much finessing here, otherwise they'll be wiped out. Again, nobody of note in that group that's behind. We haven't seen them for ages. This is the leading group.
Well, Vanotti there in the Domina Vacanzi colours, he's not a bad finisher. He could be the man to come up with a surprise. But you know, they're all very nervous here. They know that one mistake at this point could throw the race completely away, and nobody wants to do that, because as a professional bike rider you don't very often get a chance like this, a chance of being in a breakaway situation. This is the group behind. In fact, they've come down to 46 seconds.
Yeah, well, they were the names of the leaders, but the gap is 46 seconds down to that chase group. That's right. That might be enough, but they can't afford to just 2 kilometres to go. It should be enough, 2 kilometres to go.
Yeah, but they don't need to mess about too much, because you could lose 30 seconds very easily. Look at this. That's Vanotti moving over to the right-hand side. Inside 2 kilometres to go. 2 kilometres should normally take them 2 minutes. However, with all this tactical manoeuvring, look at Vanotti. Wait for him to move.
Well, he better move pretty quickly. Is that Frank Schleck who's taken a dive? No, false attack. It was Christoph Brandt, in fact.
Now this is Lemaivel going over the top in the green of Crédit Agricole.
No reaction. Well, that was an opportunist, and Christophe Mavel has gone round the corner like a scalded cat. Now they're going to have to try and bring him back, and he's taken his chance because I guess he doesn't spin. I don't think about him. As Christophe Mavel, this could be a great result for Crédit Agricole. They expected it to come from Pietro Cauchioli at some stage, but this might be the surprise which they were not expecting. They've allowed that break to go. Unbelievable.
And that's Fofanov on the front. That's Christophe Brandt alongside him, looking over his shoulder for some help. But at a moment like this, if you want to win the race, you've got to not look for help. You've got to take the responsibility yourself, and that's exactly what Christophe Mavel did. He went out, he's inside the final kilometre, just gone through it there. He's got 1,000 metres to go. That should take him about 1 minute and 10 seconds, and he's hoping that there's going to be no organisation in that group behind. We're just waiting for him to come out of the tunnel. Seems like a long, interminable wait for him to come out and see if he's still got that advantage. There's one of the referees. There's Mavel. He's got around about 6 or 7 seconds with 700 metres to go.
Well, this is going to be... He's won a stage race before when just after he turned pro in 2001, but he has never won a race at all. And here he comes to win a stage in the Giro d'Italia. But he's still only young. He's only just over 24 years of age. So he has a real future ahead of him now. He was a stagiaire, that's a beginner pro, if you like, in the year 2000. First really turned pro in 2001. And now he's got a stage win in the Giro, and he took it well. He hit them when they all looked at each other, and how often does that happen at every level of cycling?
Looks like Christophe Brandt has got himself off the front, but I think he's left it just that little bit too late. He's closing down on Christophe Mavel, but Mavel, when he turns around this corner, will see the finishing line in front of him.
No way will they catch him now. He's going to enjoy this moment, an unexpected and a great win indeed for Crédit Agricole. What a win to put on your honours list. Christophe Mavel snatches it. It was a day off for the Stars today. They'll be in serious fighting mood tomorrow. Christophe Brandt it is, and yes, you should be annoyed allowing a move going like that. He gets second.
Well, he was the man who set it all up, but he was countered, and just coming across the line there, it was Vanotti got third, and not too far away was the rest of the group. But I tell you what, this group is around about 50 seconds behind them on the road, but everybody has lost a lot of time this afternoon, apart from that leading group of riders.
Well, these boys who are split off from the leaders, here they come. Not a lot of fight in them, but they're going to fight out at the lower places anyway. Big lead out here by the rider from T-Mobile. It looks like a Korf. But I think Ongarato might well steal this one on the line, just about. Nearly a minute gone by. They actually lost ground on that little leading group as they ran in towards the finish. There's the celebrations of joy. Not often you get a French winner, and in fact, let me tell you, Laurent Jalabert was the last Frenchman to win a stage of the Giro d'Italia. He did that in 1999, so the first French win for 6 years.
Well, the French have had to wait a long time. That was a well-timed sprint by this man. He waited and he saw the first flurries of attacks, and that was really the only way he could get the victory, by surprising everybody and having the risk taken from out of them.
So Christophe Mavel, he'll please team manager Roger Leger with victory for Crédit Agricole today. And the French don't see too many wins in this event. Here comes the pack. It's been a long old wait. There's the clock counting down. We're going to have a little sprint at the front. There's not even any points here for the Ciclamino jersey. Bettini is in there. He will keep the lead in both his competitions at the moment, which will be the race on points. I believe he's kept his lead also in the race in the Ciclamino jersey. All right, there we are. Mavel gets it. Looks like a close finish at those timing boards, doesn't it? But in fact, it's 20 plus minutes back to the peloton. And that's where all the leaders are, and that is why overall there won't be any change on the eve of our next visit into the mountains. There's the overall, 25 seconds, all the same. Nobody got any bonuses, nobody did anything. They had a day off, and I think they deserve that because now we're back in the mountains.
Paolo Salvadelli wondering whether or not he can hold on to that very precarious advantage he's got over the next couple of days. Just 25 seconds over Danilo De Luca.
Fourth day in the Maglia Rosa for him. '18th stage, or 18th day rather, Giro d'Italia, 17th stage, and the riders now facing up to a mountainous stage to Limone Piemonte. And the challenge seems to be between two riders, Gilberto Simoni, Paolo Salvadelli, and, well, let's say three riders with Danilo De Luca. The 42 minutes lost, a dreadful ride by Ivan Basso the other day. That's cost him dearly for a high finish, as the riders now complete what is a very difficult stage indeed.
Well, heading up into the big mountains, not too far away from the slopes of the Alps, but fortunately the weather is idyllic and it's ideal backdrop here for what is going to be a very important stage. It's a big chance to try and see whether or not Paolo Salvadelli is going to crumble. And Ivan Basso seems to have bounced back because he's in the break in the early part of the day. And that's a bit of a surprise to a man who just a couple of days ago lost himself almost 3/4 of an hour.
Well, he wouldn't have been in the break if he'd have been a challenger, but of course he's sticking his neck out here and trying to make amends, and he's gone up the road and he's got a good group going there. There'll be no reaction from the field. They're waiting to do battle amongst themselves here now as they go into what is indeed the last 4 stages. And tomorrow, after this very tough mountain stage, there is the time trial at Turin, and that's going to be a hard one as well. Turin, of course, the venue for next year's Winter Olympic Games.
Well, this is the leading group. Just a quick glimpse there you could see of Ivan Basso looking rather good. It's amazing how he's bounced back, and I was surprised that he actually stayed in the race. There he is, number 201. A little bit further back, though, it seems again as if Damiano Cunego is trying to sort something out for his man Gilberto Simoni. Simoni has still not given up hopes of dethroning Paolo Salvadelli. Cunego seems to be riding a lot better in the latter part of this race. The man who last year was completely and utterly dominant in the Giro d'Italia. We are now heading up into the very high Alps, not too far away from France at the moment.
Now 6 riders in the breakaway. Interesting to see the 2 riders from Colombia, Cerro Italia, marshalling the attack there, or the pacemaking of Cunego, Ivan Parra and Ruyano. First and second in the mountains. This is an interesting move by Basso, and again it just makes you admire this character because he's had 2 dreadful days. He was on the eve of throwing the towel in and they stopped him. He said, no, I'll carry on. And now he's gone off on the attack. He has had a stomach problem. It's a strange ailment. Well, I guess he's telling us he's recovered. I don't know.
Gives you a chance to see how difficult it is. 92% is the heart rate there of Lobato, just sitting on the back in the yellow jersey of Saunier Duval. An indication that this is not the easiest part of the course. Frank Schleck on the front, setting the tempo there for Ivan Basso. Basso, it's amazing to see how he did manage to fight back, and it obviously was just some intestinal problem, which a lot of the riders can get in the big mountain passes, and I've always said one of the main reasons for that is just drinking too much water, and the stomach and the body just can't handle it. Paolo Salvadelli hasn't shown any signs of weaknesses at all, but he must be wondering whether or not he's going to be able to stay with the man just in front of him there, Gilberto Simoni. Ruyano looking very comfortable in the mountains. As you can see further up the slopes, they're still holding on to around about 1.5 minutes advantage. Frank Schleck setting the tempo here for Ivan Basso.
Now, what does that face tell you there, Basso? It looks like a man who is totally recovered here from the problems he had. As he starts to continue the pacemaker, that's a nice picture. There's the peloton being dragged along by Damiano Cunego all of the time.
The numbers of riders in that group is not huge either. It's been very much reduced by the pressure of Damiano Cunego at the front. And I think what we will see is a bit of a showdown down towards the finishing line. It's nice to see the weather has persisted all the way up from the Mediterranean, because the weather can be quite dreadful in the last week of the Giro d'Italia. Cunego up there, 4th place there, you can see for Gilberto Simoni. 5th place, nice and comfortable again for Paolo Salvadelli. Salvadelli has been very much isolated once these stages have got more difficult. After all, I think Team Discovery Channel have been reserving a lot of their riders for the very important rendezvous of July, and that's Lance Armstrong's attempt at trying to win the Tour de France for a 7th time.
Very interesting to see Salvadelli's been able to control this race with virtually no help whatsoever from his team. We've never seen his team around him. He's fed off the strengths of other riders in that group, and he's kept a close eye. Well, he's been lucky enough in as much he's only had to watch 2 men, and they're both around him there at the moment, De Luca and Simoni. It's helped him enormously that Basso cracked and lost so much big time. Trying to make some amends now. It would be nice, wouldn't it, if he could win a stage? That would be most interesting. But we're looking here at his teammate Frank Schleck, who was the last man to survive with him the other day. There's Basso, and sitting up just alongside him here is Gianpaolo Caruso.
Well, these guys are still holding on to a fairly serious advantage. Dario Cioni just at the back there in the lime green jersey of Liquigas. Tiralongo is the rider in there from Ceramica Panaria. 1.5 minutes inside of 10 kilometers to go. But what you can see here on the left-hand side is the team tactics of Team CSC. Frank Schleck, in fact it's just 9 kilometers to go. Frank Schleck is completely and utterly dedicating himself to set the tempo as hard as possible for his man Ivan Basso. And I wouldn't be surprised in a few moments time, once we get to the steeper part of this course, to see a move coming from Ivan Basso. That's why I think Frank Schleck is trying to set something up.
Well, that's for the lead, and the same applies back to the field really, because it's an uphill finish into the line today, and there's a chance again Simoni will try and pull the same stunt he did the other day and snick off just another few seconds. Remember, big day tomorrow, it's a time trial, and Simoni and Savidelli normally are not great time trialists, and so it could be not decisive tomorrow. It could be decisive later today on the final climb, and I think that's why Savidelli here just making sure he's not going to give Simoni the advantage he gave him the other day when he outmaneuvered him.
And let's not forget what that final mountain stage is like the day before the finish. It's an unbelievable day with some monster climbs for these riders to go up. This race could change the overall look within 24 hours of the finish in Milano.
Wim van Huffel still riding well. Cunego, this is how he set it up for Simoni the other day. Fast tempo, and then Simoni handled it towards the finish.
It was really, I think that's starting now, Phil, to prepare something, because you look at the way he's really lifted the tempo. He's really got the hammer down. Nice high cadence. He's looking very comfortable now towards the end of this race, and what he's trying to do is reduce the numbers of riders in that group, try and isolate everybody just that fraction more, and then he'll swing off and leave the rest of the work up to Gilberto Simoni. This is further down the slopes.
This is Bettini, leader in 2 classifications and looking good now. It'd be a great result for him if he won the points competition. By the time he got to the finish, there's the breakaway compilation, still the same riders. The rider sat at the back just now is Ruben Labato. But this is all about CSC because they're the ones driving this group, and it's Frank Schleck particularly who's doing all of the work. 1:38 the gap to Cunego and the boys.
It's gone out just a fraction. That's because we've got Frank Schleck versus Damiano Cunego. Everybody else, I think, just happy to hang on to the tails of this train this afternoon. Gilberto Simoni was looking very nervous there. I think he's got the inkling today that he's got a very good chance. He needs to try and get himself some time on Paolo Salvadelli, because Salvadelli, in fact, is the more superior individual time trialist. Otherwise, he's going to have to leave it right down to the very last mountain stage on Saturday.
8 kilometers or 5 miles. Now remember, it's an uphill finish today. These boys are poised for a big acceleration. They're not panicking yet. They'll be aware of the group behind. This is a remarkable return by Basso.
Well, it really is. I mean, I thought this man would abandon the race. I thought he'd think about the Tour de France later in the season and try and recuperate somewhat, but he's stayed in the race, much to his credit, and now he's right at the front of the race, and that really is a back-to-front situation.
Well, that was Theo Eltink down there from Rabobank. First time we've seen him the whole tour. These riders are spreading right along here. There is the compact little group with the Maglia Rosa, and there he is taking on a little bit of extra food just before the finish. Sergei Gonchar near his camera. Gilberto Simoni, number 2. This is a very fast tempo being set by Cunego. I don't know how long he can keep this up.
I think he's just waiting for the more difficult part of the course. Simoni looks good there, nice and relaxed. He knows what he has to do here this afternoon. He'll wait for the steepest part of the climb, and then he will try and put the pressure on Paolo Salvadelli. There's Riano. Bit of a back seat for him this afternoon, thinking about the fact that all he has to do now is just get himself to Milano to win the King of the Mountains classification. This group is certainly starting to be reduced in numbers. And you can see Cunego is doing a great job here, definitely trying to set something up. He is sacrificing himself. He's not worried about his position on this mountain. He's trying to give everybody else a certain amount of pain.
Just shows you how cycling's changed. I mean, how many times have we ever seen the previous year's winner being a super domestique for somebody else in the year following? I don't think it's happened too often. 1:21, so the tempo is closing the gap here, and sooner or later Basso is going to have to say to Frank Schleck, move over, if that's his intention, if indeed he's feeling that good. Schleck is setting the pace. Basso knows that they are coming, and if he wants to make full amends and try and win the stage, which would be incredible, looks as though he's almost smiling here.
Looks very happy, looks very comfortable. He really has bounced back in 48 hours from that stomach problem that he had. Frank Schleck, on the other hand, is starting to show the signs of weakness. He's been setting the pace for an awful long time, and they know there's going to be a showdown. There's a showdown at the front going to take place for the win of the stage, and there's going to be a showdown at the back for the winner of the Giro d'Italia. And this group is being reduced in numbers all of the time. Paolo Salvadelli, it's a very precarious situation for him to be in there, Phil, because if he has any mechanical problems at all, there's nobody alongside to help him, nobody alongside to pass a wheel. He's got to hope that the mechanic in the car is on the ball.
Well, yesterday we lost one climber in Coldo Gil, and there is the attack, and it's coming in fact from one of the riders from Liberty, Seguros here.
And that's Caruso. He's gone off the front, and Ivan Basso immediately takes up the pacemaking behind him.
This is what he's been waiting for.
He's been waiting for somebody to open up the attacks. He's come across the gap here, right onto the wheel of Caruso, and hello, goodbye. My name is Ivan Basso. If you want to win the stage, you better stay with me.
There's no answer to that. Basso appears, and I'm amazed to say this, but appears to be back to his normal self. 2 days cost him the Tour, and now he's come out the other end of what has been a 2-day tunnel. Basso has gone, and he's left that group, and in fact he's come around there so quickly. The camera boys aren't always paying attention, you know. They got through right up on the inside of that bike, and little word of warning from the referee who's just joined in.
Well, you know, it's really, I think it says a lot for Bjarne Riis, the way this man has been coaxed back into the race, because to be defeated as he was just a couple of days ago, losing 3/4 of an hour on a single stage, and then coming back, just watch the way he goes around this corner. He's in full flight here, and the motorbike was definitely caught unawares there.
Yeah, and the commissaire let him know what was going on. Well, this is Ivan Basso now. Looks over his shoulder. He's made his move again. He'll earn a lot of friends the way he's riding today, having gone through what he's gone through. He's seen every spectrum of any big stage race in the last 72 hours.
And this is Ardillo. Just in front of him, just behind him, I should say, is Wim van Huffel. And Wim van Huffel, at the end of this event, could see himself sneak into the top 10, because this man is certainly turning out to be a very great revelation for Belgium. Limone 1400, that's the altitude we're at the moment. And that's not the altitude at the finish. We're climbing up to almost 1,800 metres towards the end of the stage. 6 kilometres to go. Phil, it's amazing to see this comeback of Ivan Basso.
Well, Basso will be rather pleased. The old legs have returned to his body, I must say, and that seems to be the case right now. The interest, as always, centres in this very select group of riders, because Simone, I am sure, will try something, because he needs that just a little hatful of seconds to be the leader of the Tour and last to start in the time trial tomorrow.
Simone's waiting. Look at his face. He's twitching, looking back. He wants to see what is happening to Paolo Salvadelli today. Can I get rid of this man who's been sitting behind me for the last 30 or 40 kilometres? I can dethrone him. I can win the Giro d'Italia again. Looking a little bit further back, Danilo De Luca is still there as well. Danilo De Luca, to me, is a man who has ridden a superb Giro d'Italia. If he gets across the top of this climb today with everybody else, he may well just cause the surprise tomorrow in the individual time trial.
Mauricio Ardila, who, as I say, won the Tour of Britain. That's the first time we'd heard of him, and to win a stage that he did wearing the maillot jaune of that race takes a lot of doing, which he did down in Newport in Wales on the penultimate day of the race. He's a strong boy, and he's riding a good race here, mixing it with the very best of the world in climbing. I tell you what, Paolo Salvadelli now isn't going to allow Simone an inch. He is watching everywhere he rides in that group. He's not going to get caught on the inside when he sprints off the front.
We'll just keep a very close eye on him. He's looking over his shoulder every now and again to see where Danilo De Luca is, but this man has flown. He's holding on to around about 1 minute and 15 seconds advantage. The aggression hasn't yet started in the main field there, being led by Ardillo, followed by Van Huffel. And again, riders slowly but surely drifting off the back of the group because of the pressure of, on this occasion now, the De Witteman Lotto boys. And they must be feeling rather concerned about the position of Van Huffel.
This is the attack. This is Van Huffel trying to give it a go. He knows they're not going to chase him too hard because he's still not a contender. But that's caused the lifting of the pace even so. This is a big opportunity now for Wim van Huffel. And, you know, we've talked to Christoph Brandt in the years gone by as the climber on the team, but this boy is a man for the future. Now, 1 minute 40. You know, that is a catchable gap, surely.
It surely is a catchable gap, but it's a man on the front who can wipe it out completely. Jose Ruano followed there immediately by Gilberto Simoni. followed by Paolo Salvadelli. Then it's Sergei Gonchar. Look at this. This is the moment when Simoni wants to go. He's got to that very steep point, but Salvadelli has responded. And I tell you what, the man who hasn't responded, Phil, there is in the white jersey, and that is Danilo De Luca.
Lovely green meadows here, high up. This area, the Alps, so different to the area of the Dolomites. Incidentally, earlier today there was one change. Bettini handed over his blue jersey in the Intergiro to Stefano Zannini, his teammate, and it looks like Zannini will be the man to carry it towards Milan, while Bettini looks to win the points competition, if all goes according to plan. Still a few days to go, of course.
And Simoni's going again. He's certainly trying to put the hammer down, and there I think Paolo Salvadelli is in a spot of bother there on the wheel of Sergei Gonchar. Gilberto Simoni, former two-time winner, now has got the gap on everybody else.
This is decision time yet again. You've got to ride at Simoni's tempo or lose 25 seconds and hand your jersey to him by the summit. There's Danilo De Luca, and he looks as though he is in trouble there, Paul, because he's been dispatched from that leading group the wrong way.
Well, he got dispatched a little earlier on and he fought his way back, but look at this, Gilberto Simoni in full flight, but Rujano, Phil, is the revolution. That man is going to be worth some money in the transfer season this winter. On his back wheel as well is Garate.
Well, De Luca has been hurt there, and Van Huffel has been caught and left. He couldn't answer that lifting of the pace. He just made his move, thought they'd let him go, and in fact Simoni's gone and got him, and that's hurt him. 5 kilometres for Simoni's group.
Where is Paolo Salvadelli? Looking a bit further back, there is Salvadelli. He's got Gonchar with him, just sitting on the back, and that's going to be very difficult now for Paolo Salvadelli. He has to ride sensibly. There is Danilo De Luca. Let's not forget Danilo De Luca is behind Paolo Salvadelli in the overall classification by only a few seconds, and this could be a few more seconds advantage for Salvadelli. But he really needs to pay attention to the position and the performance of Gilberto Simoni. Look at this. Salvadelli on the defensive in the pink jersey, looking up the road to see what the position is like. Came across this year to the Discovery Channel team of Lance Armstrong. And I tell you what, Phil, Gilberto Simoni is going for it here this afternoon. He's 1 minute and 48 seconds down in the overall classification. I don't think he can pull that back on Paolo Salvadelli here, but he could be setting himself up for a very interesting final weekend.
And what about the time trial tomorrow? Because that is going to be a battle amongst riders who really can't time trial that well. I think he needs to get time. I think Salvadelli, if he can produce the sort of time trial he did at the start of this tour, he might well snick a few more seconds. And Simoni, that I think he thinks he must get time on him today if he can. He's certainly ridden a great attacking race this year, and, well, he deserves the seconds. Paolo Salvadelli keeps on telling everybody he's not a great champion, yet he's already won the Giro d'Italia, and he's defending his lead here by himself. No teammates. He's got to do it all.
Jose Rujano taking over the pacemaking. This could be a win for him if they can just pull themselves back to a certain man by the name of Ivan Basso, who is still holding on to about 1 minute and 10 seconds advantage. Using other riders in the group now, you can see Paolo Salvadelli there very much on the defensive. That's the man he would like to be with, but the man who is missing from the action, missing in action, is Danilo De Luca.
He's cracked big time on this long, lonely climb up to the summit here. 13 seconds Simoni now has. Rujano, I would think, could well give him a hand, but doesn't seem to be that way disposed. Here he is, Paolo Salvadelli's got a few riders with him with their own reasons to race. And that's Valjevec peeping into the picture. He needs a high finish in Milan, so he has every reason. Also here is Garate. He's also looking for the high finish.
Well, these are the last few days when the overall classification can get changed around. That's Lobato coming backwards. Earlier on, he was in the leading group of 6 riders. He's actually waiting for his own teammate Garate, who's in the group just behind. He'll sit up and wait for a kilometre or so, try and recuperate, and then set the pace for his team leader for a fraction of seconds. But in fact, Simoni, Phil, is not really opening up the gap. It's only a quarter of a minute.
But they're picking off one by one the riders who are in that breakaway. Basso is shortly going to be alone on this mountain, I think, as the hunted man. And they're not really chasing him. They're just trying to get rid of one another. There's De Luca. Now, we've gone back. We're using a helicopter here, so we've gone down the mountain a ways. I think this has been the day that De Luca has lost time. We won't know till we get right up to the summit. And the crowd line is way up in the sky there. This is Ivan Basso. Welcome back to the world of cycle racing, Ivan, because he's recovered fully, it seems, from the day that cost him 42 minutes and any chance of a high finish.
The ups and downs of professional cycling, it really is amazing to see a man bounce back like that. Gilberto Simoni here setting the pace, followed there by the man who's been the incredible climber of this year's event, Jose Rujano. It's 1 minute and 25 seconds up to Ivan Basso. Ivan Basso, Phil, is not losing any time at all, but I think, in fact, Paolo Salvadelli is closing down on the gap between himself and Simoni.
He's got 17 seconds the spread. That won't cost him the Maglia Rosa yet, so no reason to absolutely panic. It rather reminds me when, in fact, Ulrich was taking time out of Armstrong, and Johan Brunel said to Armstrong, just stay cool, don't panic on the Col de Juplin. Well, right now, what we've got here is Basso, and I think he might well stay away for what would be an extraordinary turnabout here and a victory. Here's the pace of the pink jersey group. And you see Lobato now has gone back because Garati is here. A little bit of firepower extra. That might prove invaluable.
That was Caruso just going off the back. Another rider was in that leading breakaway. He can't stand the pace and the pain here, which is being dished out by Gilberto Simoni. But the gap now has come down. It's just 10 seconds between Simoni and Paolo Salvadelli. Salvadelli is not a great climber, but Phil, I have to say, is riding very sensibly.
Well, it's all because, very cleverly, Sonny Duval sent the man back Lobato to give Garati a hand, and it's worked the other way. It's worked out to help the pink jersey as well. Nobody's worried if Basso wins, because he's not going to threaten anybody on the day. The battle is behind. 10 seconds, I think we might see Gilberto very shortly.
Well, Basso will move up to around about 41 minutes down in the overall classification if he stays off the front this afternoon. Simoni realises how urgent this is. He wants to move himself that little bit closer to the top if he can. He started the day in 3rd place overall, 1 minute and 48 seconds down. He might want a little bit of help to come from the man in 2nd place there, Rojano, but I think he's just happy to be there today.
Well, the scenery again is beautiful. This has largely been a sunshine Giro as well. And Basso, well, the sun is smiling on him once more as he continues now, suffers a little bit, but he's back in the big time. And the time trial tomorrow, and he rode a great time trial to start the tour. Let's see how he gets on tomorrow, but that's tomorrow, and he's not too worried about that. Right now, he's in the crowd. It's to be 3 kilometres to go. In fact, it's 2 kilometres to go now. He's home and he's going to win the stage. What a turnabout. And by the way, he hasn't won a bike race this year. And it didn't look like he was going to finish this year a couple of days ago. And now he's heading for victory.
Well, that's important for a bike rider to come back and get yourself a victory like that. It's important for the morale. It's important for the team. Let's not forget he's got a very interesting rendezvous in a couple of weeks' time when he goes to the start of the Tour de France, and getting himself a stage victory under his belt is going to be quite positive for him. But in fact, the Maglia Rosa losing a bit more time now. It's gone from 10 to 18 seconds. So Gilberto Simoni is doing a pretty good job getting himself that little bit closer to Paolo Salvadelli. But he too now is not going to win the stage here this afternoon. What he's thinking about, Phil, I think, is the possibility of moving up into 2nd place in the overall standings, because Danilo De Luca is losing chunks of time.
We've no actual time check on it, but by where the cameras are, he's down, and down not inconsiderable loss as well. So it looks as though he might be cracking. And Rujano is looking set to improve his overall position, which is already significant. Dario Cioni, a time trial champion of Italy. He'll get his chance again tomorrow. He's been as high as 7th overall.
Currently 9th, just inside of about 10 minutes in arrears. This is the group here of the Maglia Rosa. He hasn't panicked at all, has he, Paolo Salvadelli? He's used other teams and other people. This is Danilo De Luca. Just if they're sending the team cars gap back, Phil, the gap must be at least the 1 minute mark.
Well, there is the gap to the Maglia Rosa, and that's 20 seconds onwards to Simoni. So it looks to be about 40-45 seconds to De Luca from Simoni. That's crucial.
This is a face of a man who is turning himself inside out in agony, and once again Gilberto Simoni picking one more survivor up. Didn't catch a glimpse of exactly who it was, but the man who leads the race, and he's well on his way to victory here, is Ivan Basso, while Danilo De Luca,
he's being dropped again here.
He is really suffering to stay in contact with this race, but I have to say, I think he's ridden a superb event. We look now at the time gaps. It's 1 minute 22 seconds back to Gilberto Simoni from Ivan Basso, and it's only a further 15 to 20 seconds back to Paolo Salvadelli, who actually does not look like a man who's panicking. He knows he's got a lot in hand. He's playing a very clever tactical game here, making sure that he just keeps himself inside the red zone. He's not using too many of his energy accounts this afternoon.
Well, that looks like the kilometre kite for Ivan Basso. He is losing ground, but he won't lose all of his time before the finish. And he's going to feel a gust of wind behind him because Simoni is coming at him with quite a rush, but he won't get a minute plus out of him now on the ride up to the finish here. So Ivan Basso is back. And take your hats off and remember too that this is a man who struggled to the depths, the low depths of a big tour. Anybody would have said, go home, Ivan, save yourself and prepare for the Tour de France. Instead, he suffered when the chips were down and he's come back with a stage victory. Any top pro knows if you lose 40 minutes, you've got the ability of Basso, sooner or later, you should bounce back. This is the battle, though, for pink. And at the moment, Simoni has got 25 seconds back and more on Danilo De Luca.
Well, I tell you what, Gilberto Simoni is doing well, and he's getting some help now coming from the climber from Venezuela, Jose Rujano. 25 seconds. He's still got a lot to make up the 1 minute and 48 seconds he was behind in the overall standings this morning, but it could be significant because after the individual time trial, we have got a monster stage on Saturday. But today, really, I mean, I'm amazed to see Ivan Basso bounce back like this. It just goes to indicate, Phil, that he did have the form to win the Giro d'Italia this year. Unfortunately, as can happen to anybody, on one day he went down with some crazy stomach bug.
Well, go back 5 days and include the rest day. That was the black moment of Ivan Basso. But right now, this is the golden moment because there may not be a leader's jersey, but there is a flag flying high announcing his return to the big time. A stage win on the way, and Basso is going to leave this tour seemingly feeling very strong. And so he might well have a good Tour de France now. 400 metres to go for his first win of the season.
Well, it's going to take him a few moments to get there, but he will feel a lot more confident this evening. Feel a lot more confident going into the big mountain stage in a couple of days' time. He won't win the Giro d'Italia this year, but certainly he will think about the possibility of winning it sometime in the future. But the victory, he looks over now. Thank you, Bjarne. Thanks for keeping him in the Giro. I've paid you back.
Well done. We've done it, he says. The Stelvio Pass is a long way back in his memory now, where he froze to death. He put the capes on and he lost 42 minutes. Now he's gaining a couple of minutes that won't matter at all to this man because he came here to win the Giro d'Italia. Part one of the double he had hoped to do this year. But he's now winning a stage, and that is some consolation. But it's the manner in which he's come back which I think is the most encouraging aspect. There's the finishing line. Ivan Basso, win number one of the year for him. And a great result indeed.
Great result indeed. It seems an awful long way up to the finishing line, but he's finally done it. He's finally got what he wanted to. Hats off to a man who can come back like that.
Salutes the crowd. He can go behind now and get ready for the bottle of champagne. Save his strength, of course, to open it. Always difficult. As we now wait to see just how much has Gilberto Simoni pulled back today. Ruggiano now is putting his back into that pull. That's going to hurt Paolo Salvadelli, because if two of them start working, the gap is surely going to open, and it looks like it is.
It's going to open. Ivan Parra is in that group there with the yellow jersey. Paolo Salvadelli, and Ruggiano is the man who's now starting to move himself up in the overall classification as well, because let's not forget, he's pulled himself back a whole lot of time over the last few mountain stages, and this man is certainly going to be, I think, a star of the future, and definitely now he's got sewn up the King of the Mountains classification.
Well, this has been a great race for Ruggiano, and it's not over yet, as he now will surely climb up the overall classification tonight. Simoni, will he try for him in the sprint? I think he is. Gilberto Simoni is taking on Jose Ruggiano. He races up towards the line here. Well, look at that. In fact, Ruggiano says, you're not taking second off me, and he's come back round him. I can't believe it. He's got the second, same time as Simoni.
Well, that was a battle, and I think that was a question of pride there at the end of the day. He'd set the pace over the last kilometre or so for Gilberto Simoni, and I think Ruggiano said, well, let me show you, mate, who's the fastest up these climbs. And it looks as if Wim van Huffel has also managed to stay off the front of the yellow jersey group, and that won't do his performance any damage in the overall classification. But the important thing, I think, Phil, is if you look a little bit further back in that group, the man who leads this race, Paolo Salvadelli, hasn't lost too much time. He's still going to be in yellow tonight, but with a bigger margin over Danilo De Luca.
Well, it's a good ride by Van Huffel, fourth place. 1:06 the official gap on the clock when Gilberto Simoni crossed it. 1:49. So that's a gain then of 43 seconds, unofficial, of course. That's half his deficit back.
But the day belongs to CSC, and I have to say, this man at the end of the day is going to say a very big thank you to Frank Schleck. Got the victory in enigmatic style after losing 42 minutes on one day. First over the finish line a few days later. A good bounce back, and that's an indication that this man is going to be one of the top contenders to Lance Armstrong in the month of July in the Tour de France.
Well, he's still got 3 or 4 weeks or so to prepare for the Tour. At least the strength's in the right place. As we look out across there, let's have a look at the result. There it is, Basso, Ricciardo, Simoni. Savadelli getting 7th place at 1:48. The big gap, though, is at 1:06. So it's a 42-second gain and a little bit of bonus as well. That's what Simoni wanted when he tried for the sprint, but Riano was having none of it. He got a 3rd place bonus nonetheless. And this man, he's not interested in the win bonus of 20 seconds. I guess when you've lost 42 minutes, it isn't very important, is it?
Not really all that important, but important for the team and important for the morale. And Gilberto Simoni, in fact, has moved himself up into 2nd place in the overall classification, 58 seconds behind Paolo Salvadelli, and De Luca today drops down into 4th.
Well, Savadelli's riding a lonely race here. The team don't seem to be able to go with him when it matters, and so he's having to look out for himself. He's lost a bit, but he hasn't lost the war yet.
Well, he's got a chance tomorrow, I think, Phil, if he can ride the time trial that he rode just a few days ago to move himself just a little bit further ahead of Simoni.
Well, he's now last to start of the 154 survivors in the Tour of Italy, as we now head into the 3rd from the end stage from Chieri to Turin. 34-kilometre time trial, and it's going to take them through the 3,000 kilometres point. And as you can see, it is not flat. It might well favour somebody like Paolo Savadelli, or indeed Gilberto Simoni. Couldn't be better for a boy with a little bit of climbing talent. He's going out on course here for the moment. That man Zabriskie, let's see what he can do this time at 15 kilometres, where Massimo Caudal has gone through best time, but that's all gone to the wall now because David Zabriskie, the time trial champion of the USA, still showing us, even after all these mountains, he's got some good legs. This was earlier, he's got the lead, and that's the latest situation.
A minute 34 seconds ahead of Thomas Dekker, a minute 38 seconds ahead of Blautzen, and his own teammate Andrea Piron at 2 minutes and 28 seconds. But I think he may well be setting the course up here this afternoon for his own teammate, and this is Ivan Basso, and Ivan Basso going around these corners very precariously, and I have to say his time trialing position has changed dramatically over the last couple of seasons. He will have the advantage starting behind Dave Zabriskie of knowing exactly what times he needs to go through the time checks in.
I think that was a touring cyclist taking the off-road route there, because he's not allowed anywhere on the highway. As we're now watching Ivan Basso here, who's way down in the middle of the field now because of his loss of time. And Zabriskie is the man who is leading. And I must say, Dave Zabriskie is coming better and better.
He certainly is. He's proved to everybody that he's got a very good position on the bike as an individual time trialist. And in fact, Johan Brunel has always said that Dave Zabriskie has one of the best aerodynamic positions in the whole of the main field. In the Ciclamina jersey, definitely not a very good time trialing position, Paolo Bettini, but when it comes to being punchy and aggressive, he certainly is the top man at that.
Now just look at this here. Ivan Basso is starting to pick up the riders who started a minute in front. And that's interesting because it means he's not taking this time trial lightly, despite the fact the win is not going to move him very far up the overall classification. But I think there's a bit of pride at stake here. And look at that, the offer of a drink. Now, I'm not sure whether that's legal or not.
I'll have to check, Phil, because I've never seen that happen before. And last man to start.
Tirolongo, by the way.
Tirolongo passing the bottle there. Paolo Salvadelli, last man to start. This could be a very important time trial for him. He starts with a good advantage, 58 seconds over Gilberto Simoni. And I'll tell you what, out on the course, this is not a bad ride. I should be careful what I say about Paolo Bettini's time trialing performances, because he's going to slot in here in 2nd place when he comes to this time check.
Dekker, a rider of the future, there is no doubt about that, and he is a top time trialist as well. But Paolo Bettini, this has been a great Giro for him. He's tickled all the classification except the mountains, and now he's tickling the leaderboard. Second place at the moment.
Yeah, but look at this.
Oh.
Ivan Basso's just come in, 45.05.
Right behind him.
He was right behind Paolo Bettini, and he's just come in. And we missed him over the last kilometre or so, but 20 seconds faster than his teammate Dave Zabriskie.
Well, that is amazing. I'm not sure that Ivan Basso has ever won a time trial, and if he's over the top of Dave Zabriskie, he's got a real chance now. Danilo De Luca looking to repair a little bit of the damage. Bruchagin always does a good time trial. He's not letting us down at 15 kilometres. He's tickling the leaderboard with just outside a minute on best time.
But look how hard the first 15 kilometres of this time trial are. 15 kilometres at 34 kilometres an hour. That's an idea you get that this has actually suited this race towards the climbers. Simoni, not too far away. He's looking at a top 10 position there at 8.7 kilometres covered. That's not bad for him. And he's going now into the next 5 kilometres, which is mainly uphill.
I remember his time trial a couple of years ago when he won the Giro d'Italia. He could ride the last time trial and concede big time and still win it, which is what he did. But today is much more important for him. He is the time trial champion, Cioni. He's gone through third best time here at the moment. Remember, these guys are riding ahead of Simoni and ahead of Salvadelli, who's the last man to go, Salvadelli.
Well, at 15.7 kilometres, fastest man is Ivan Basso. Second fastest man is Dave Zabriskie. Third, Dario Cioni. Last man to start, number 71, knows today that he needs to put a little bit of time between himself and Gilberto Simoni going into the final mountain stage.
Well, Vladimir Karpic, best rookie of the Tour de France last year, not letting the side down. He really is a very, very good time trial rider, and it hasn't been a great tour for Eels Baliris, and so they're trying to make amends. He's second best now at 15.7, which means he's gone through quicker than Zabriskie.
Well, Gilberto Simoni out of the saddle is a very punchy style. He's not a great individual time trialist, but he knows how to rise to the occasion. He knows this is an important individual time trial today. He's battling this man who started the day 58 seconds ahead of him in the overall classification. I'd have to say I do give the advantage, though, to Paolo Salvadelli in a little bit of a chat at the finish line.
Bettini and Basso here, conferring. And looking now, I think they look bright-eyed and sparkly, so they're having a great tour again, those two. Now this is Rujano. Look at this now. This is incredible. It really emphasises what you say, Paul, about the tough start of the tour, because he's a little climber and he's going through in 6th place.
Well, he's a little climber, but actually he won the time trial stage of the Tour of Taquira in Venezuela at the start of the season, so he's
Where did
definitely
Basso finish, though?
Basso wasn't riding. I think he was on holiday in Lanzarote at the time doing commando training.
That's quite right. Well, this will be a big guide now. Gilberto Simoni. Oh, we're not going to see that. We're switching up towards Foten finishing, who's having a good tour, riding very solidly. Challenging for 4th place here, and I think he'll get it for the moment. Slots in at 4th at nearly 44 kilometres an hour. Bruchagin also running now. Bettini still sitting in 3rd and will just about lose that to Bruchagin, I think. Big sprint. You know, Bettini could win points here, and that will give him an even stronger lead in the points competition. But he's now down to 4th.
He's still up in the top 10, and that's important. Paolo Salvadelli, he's up in the top 10. He's actually taken a very steady start at 15.7 kilometres. He's 6th fastest, 35 kilometres an hour. He's 44 seconds off Ivan Basso, but what's more important is his position in relationship to Gilberto Simoni.
Here's Cioni coming in now. He must feel very proud to race in Italy as the national champion of this discipline, so that should help him to a good ride, living up to it. Maybe a bit better ride than the time trial, which seems about 2 weeks ago now. There's Zabriskie sitting on 45.25 as Cioni's coming into the finishing line. There'll be a big sprint required here. He won't quite get there. He'll slip behind, I'm afraid. He's now looking at Bruchagin. He'll beat Bruchagin as he comes up to the line. 3rd place at the moment for Cioni.
Time trial champion of Italy, a former mountain biker. Now this is Gilberto Simoni. Once again, you know, Simoni, Phil, whenever he needs to, he somehow is able to provide a very good individual time trial. Now Vladimir Karpic is going to challenge Dave Zabriskie, and he's going to come in and get that 2nd place away from the American. Good ride by the Russian.
Dave is down to 3rd now. It just shows you how things change after you've been in the saddle for the best part of 3 weeks. There's the latest standings.
Only 9 seconds behind Ivan Basso. Out on course, you know, this man, Danilo De Luca, has not been putting in bad times. He's been in the saddle for about 40 minutes. That puts him around about 5 minutes from the finishing line. But what's more important, I think, is the big battle further back between, of course, Paolo Salvadelli and Gilberto Simoni. Sergei Honchar has not done a good ride here this afternoon, and I say that although he finishes 5th, this man was the former time trial champion of the world.
He's won quite a few time trial stages of the Giro, and that's a little bit below par for him. Let's see if Paolo Salvadelli, no, back to the finishing line. It'll be interesting now. De Luca coming in. He's in the top 10 position here. Might just sneak in as he hits the line. He's may have just, no, I think he went one out, 12th.
12th position for him, and now we're looking at Gilberto Simoni. This is a good ride by Gilberto Simoni. You know, Simoni's not a great individual time trialist, but he is, Phil, going to get himself top 10 here.
Well, there's Bettini sitting on 8th place, and now he's just going to squeeze in into Foten's time. He gets 9th for the time being, 46.39.
Only one man left to come, Amalia Rosa, Paolo Salvadelli. He's equaling roughly the time now of Vladimir Karpet. We can confirm that the winner of this time trial stage has been Ivan Basso, but Paolo Salvadelli, in fact, is extending his lead over Gilberto Simoni with this ride. He's probably going to cross the line in around about 4th place.
Well, I'll tell you what, it looks as though he's reclaimed all he lost yesterday in the mountains. So the time trial has been great for him. Plus 23 seconds on the leader, which is Basso, and who is now the winner, and a great ride. So he can time trial when it matters, but Ivan Basso, he's got an Ivan Power on us now. He's won 2 stages successive.
2 wins, 2 days, 9 seconds ahead of Vladimir Karpet. Zabriskie doing a good ride, showing that he's recovered well towards the end of the Giro d'Italia in 3rd place. But Salvadelli's 4th place has made him look a little bit more solid at the top end of the overall standings.
Well, Ivan Basso is back, even if it's not for the 2005 Giro d'Italia. He'll be looking to the Tour de France now, because that is the biggest time trial win of his career. It might be his only one, actually. Salvadelli, 82 hours in the saddle, has opened the gap. 2:09 to Simoni. Just got to watch out for the penultimate day. Ruggiano is up into 3rd place, and that is a great result. Danilo De Luca is still in the hunt, but now is the big battle of the Alps. And Salvadelli, Simoni, Ruggiano, they've got to be the men in the frame. So to the last big mountain stage. Sestria has played its part in not just the Tour of Italy in the past, but of course the Tour de France as well. Bjarne Riis concealed his victory in the Tour de France here back in 1996, and now he's seen his man Ivan Basso come and go throughout this event. But this is going to be a real challenge now. It's a long way. There is Sestria. Dive down into the valleys below. This is going to be a stage when the race will assuredly be decided, because tomorrow it'll be a ride home to Milan. Let's join the action on the slopes.
This is the Colla delle Finestre, and if you want to adjust your sets, don't worry about it, because it looks as if here we're looking back to the 1950s. I was expecting to see Fausto Coppi, but in fact I'm seeing Danilo De Luca, Gilberto Simoni and Jose Rujano. The man missing at the moment from the race is the pink jersey of Paolo Salvadelli. This, by the way, is not a tarmac climb up towards the summit either. This is a gravel road. It's going to be pretty precarious on the descent.
Well, at the moment, and surprise, surprise, it's Atienza with Salvadelli, by the way. He is at 2 minutes and 20 seconds behind De Luca, Simoni and Ruggiano. And if this continues, then the great weekend is just off.
Well, the great weekend could be going out of the window here for Paolo Salvadelli, because if we were to stop the race here and now, he would have lost the overall lead. The big advantage he's got, though, Phil, is the fact that that man goes downhill faster than anybody else in the sport of professional cycling. Danilo De Luca is giving his all here this afternoon. They want to try and take a position in the top 3 in the overall classification, and the man who is well up there is Jose Rujano. He is looking very comfortable there in the company of Danilo De Luca and Gilberto Simoni.
Just
and what about that? Oh.
This is incredible, and they could be witnessing big reversal here in the leadership of the Tour, and Simoni, who's battled for seconds, suddenly being presented here with minutes, because that's the gap that Luca, while he stays with Simoni, can't win, and neither can Ruggiano. But Ruggiano can start to dream of 2nd place in the Giro d'Italia right now as he climbs up behind. It's been the same names day in, day out, with just the odd one having the bad day. The only one who doesn't seem to have had a bad day seems to be Ruggiano.
Well, Ruggiano has been on the attack on a number of occasions. He really has been the revelation of this year's event. I'm very happy with the performance of Danilo De Luca, who a couple of years ago was regarded as a man who could possibly win the Giro d'Italia, and he's ridden solidly in this season. But the man who started the day with a 2-minute buffer over everybody else has seen the majority of that disappear. Lodged in the middle there, you can see Paolo Salvadelli was caught out by the acceleration. In fact, they're giving the time gap at 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so he's in fact pulled back around about 7 or 8 seconds of his deficit. He must not panic. What he has to do, Phil, I think, is just ride at his own pace and then go downhill like a madman.
It was the speed they hit the climb that killed him off, and he just couldn't match the speed. And De Luca is a real racing cyclist. If he gets the bit between his teeth, he goes for it. But you know, looking at this climb, if we were to make this picture black and white, you're quite right. We could be in the 1950s, because this is one of the old style climbs.
It certainly is. It's not tarred, it's a gravel road, and De Luca really here is putting pressure onto Gilberto Simoni. Closer but surely they're getting towards the summit of this climb, and they must be getting inspired by the fact that they know they've got almost a 2-minute advantage over Paolo Salvadelli, who over the last couple of days has kept saying, well, I'm not a great champion, I'm not like Simone, I'm not like De Luca, I'm just a guy who can go downhill fast, and I've managed to stay at the front end of the bike race. But today, for me, Phil, he is proving to be a great champion and defending his lead in the overall standings here.
Well, he can't afford a flat tyre, and it's quite likely on this sort of a road just now. Those are the three riders who've caused all the heartache back at the bottom, and it's far from over, because at the minute it looks as though Gilberto Simoni is racing to the Maglia Rosa. He knows all about winning the Giro d'Italia, and De Luca never ceases to amaze me. One day he's struggling on the climbs, and today he seems to be completely in his apple cart. He's enjoying every moment. Here they are, up towards the summit. The clock starts pretty shortly as they hit the top. Just look at that road surface here. They're going to have to watch it going down.
Look at that dust as well that's being kicked up by these riders, and hallelujah, just over the top, they're back onto decent road again.
They've surfaced the road on the descent.
Thank you very much for that. And now I think we have to, this will be the first time we get a chance to get a proper time check. We've had some time checks at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He cannot lose more than 2 minutes and 8 seconds at the end of the day, and he's now getting that little bit closer up towards the summit. That's Atienza at the back. I can't see exactly who's in front of him. I think it's Ardillo.
Yeah, I think it's Ardillo. And they've pulled back. Is that Wim van Huffel? It looks like the Rabobank post. It is, yeah, it's Wim van Huffel, so he must have been up there as well.
Yeah, the Rabobank rider there, I think just slipping away, was a rider who was in the leading group.
Oh, Christian Ehrman, he was one of the original three today.
Yep, yeah, he was in that leading group very early on. You can see the chaos that this climb has caused, and they've got a descent now off the summit of this climb down into the valley. That's Wim van Huffel there coming up, the rather large rider from from Davita Monlotto. Atienza just happy to stay in contact here, but Ardilla is actually really giving Paolo Salvadelli a little bit of pain. Salvadelli mustn't panic. He's got a long downhill section of the race here before then going up to the summit finish at Sestriere.
Just look at that clock, though. That clock is moving out to the 2-minute mark. He's still got to come right back on us above our heads here. He's going to be over 2 minutes down, and this is a serious situation now. Over the top here, 164 kilometres. You're still looking at 20 miles to the finish, and that might be his saviour, because this is an all-category climb, which makes it the steepest climb so far. Now, just to set the picture, in fact, there was a breakaway of three shaped the race today. Mark Renshaw, Ruslan Ivanov and Grisha Nierman.
A bit of panic here. Look at this. The Lotto team couldn't get round the corner there, and they almost blocked everybody out, and they had to just get over to the right-hand side to let these guys come through. Now, this looks like Gonchar, who was caught in the middle. That is Van Hoffel as well. These guys are next on the road ahead of Paolo Salvadelli, but look at the time gap. We've gone over the 2:08, and in fact, at this moment now, Phil, Paolo Salvadelli has lost the Giro d'Italia.
And where is he?
I'm not sure.
Here he is. This is him. He's still in that small group, but 2:18, 2:20 over the top, through the dust now, looking a little bit concerned, and well he might, because it was beginning to look as though this was a race won for him. And now all of a sudden, this is the last serious day of the race. Tomorrow, it's a parade to Milan and a big race in the city itself. But I'll tell you what, he's going to have to yet again produce a magical way down. These are the leaders. Remember, Simone can descend. Ricciardo hates descending, and the other rider, De Luca, can also drive down.
Well, I tell you what, Simone can descend, but he can't take bottles on the descent. He just dropped a bottle that was being handed up to him there by a spectator at the side of the road. One man who can go downhill very fast is the man there in the pink jersey. He won't ask for help for anybody here in this group because he knows that he can go downhill pretty rapidly. On his wheel there is Ardila. He's got a group of riders just in front of him of about 2 riders, 10 or 15 seconds, and one of those riders is Van Huffel. Van Huffel will be thinking about moving up into the top 10 in the overall classification on a day like today, but what a backdrop this is. It's a magical day, and it may well be the undoing of the magic of the Maglia Rosa for one man, Paolo Salvadelli. 2:23, still not quite enough, but he is pulling back already.
Well, I don't think he is. I think he's lost a further 3 seconds at the moment over the top of the mountain as these three are driving on down here. And Ruggiano's got in amongst it now because this isn't too bad a descent. This is going to be rapid down here because of the long straight roads. Get the big gears turning. You can hit 100 kilometers an hour, no problems whatsoever. Just remember to brake on the bends. On the right is the pursuit, and it's only Ardila holding on now to Il Falco. He got hit at the bottom of the climb of Finestra and he didn't recover, and he lost over 2 minutes on that climb, and he now looks as though he really is determined. He's probably saying to himself something like, I'm not throwing away the pink jersey at this stage of the race. That is the situation at the moment.
Paolo Salvadelli losing 19 seconds to Gilberto Simoni if we were to stop the race right now. But you know what? That's not in the thoughts here of Paolo Salvadelli. Look at the way he goes right inside the white line there. He's using all of this road. He's using as much of the road as he can. Right over to the outside, cutting across the apex, keeping the momentum nice and high. There's a man disappeared here. Danilo De Luca's no longer in this group.
Well, I don't have an idea where he went because we never saw him detached. 5.5 hours now. We'll wait and see if our camera swings around. I don't know where he's gone.
I can't
unless he punctured.
I can't believe that because he looked like the strongest man on the climb of the Finestre. There is Simone, there's Riano, and here is Danilo De Luca. We are 7 kilometers to go to the finish, and Danilo De Luca disappeared from that group. I don't know where, I don't know when, and I don't even know why, but he has done. As we see here, Gilberto Simoni, Phil, wants to try and keep the Maglia Rosa on his shoulders, but it's going to be, at the end of today, it is going to be by a question of seconds because Paolo Salvadelli is recovering. He is finding friends out on the road. He's caught there Wim van Huffel. There were 2 riders in that group from De Vita Monlotto, and they will work hard to try and move Van Huffel up into a top 10 position.
Simone's last chance here. He's been a great competitor in the race this time, Gilberto Simoni. He has tried desperately to shake just seconds out of the race. Simone last won the race in 2003 and still trying and hasn't given up yet. Ruggiano, well, they've got to know each other pretty well through their journey through the mountains, those two. And De Luca must be just behind, but I don't know how he got there, but I'm not so sure whether he's not coming back, actually.
Well, actually, De Luca, I think, is around about 45 seconds in arrears. The time on the right-hand side is taken on a point a little bit further up the road. De Luca is not doing all that well. I really do not know how he became detached because he looked so strong at that point. Maybe they're going to show us here. This is a man who is completely dedicated to the task of trying to win the Giro d'Italia. But actually, he looks to me as if he's starting to grimace a little bit there, Simone.
He was.
That's Ardila on the front. That's Gonchar. Paolo Salvadelli. Garate is the next man. The clock is ticking by.
We'll have to wait and see where they stop it. That's the most interesting thing. But if it's over 2:08, he's still behind and out of that leader's jersey. And again, he knows the only man he need worry about is Simone, but he simply couldn't follow him at the pace set on the Col de Finestra. And it was as simple as that. He wasn't strong enough to go with him. So now he's got to try and shut it down on the run down to the finishing line at Sestria.
Valjavec is the Phonak rider, just tagged on the back here, 1:17, 1:18. If it's taken on this banner across the road here, and I think it was, it's 1:25. Well, the clock was still going. I think it's 1:25. They took it on that banner. So that would indicate that the Maglia Rosa is pulling himself back into this race.
Well, it would indicate he's pulled back a massive amount of time, a whole minute on the descent on Simone. So I think I'll take a rain check on that one just now. We keep cutting across there to the face of De Luca, who hasn't given up either.
There's confirmation, 1:24.
Well,
so
that's
Paolo
amazing.
Salvadelli,
that was some descent.
Well, he took a minute back on the descent, and we've always said this man is a great descender, but I tell you what, it's not a downhill finish, it's an uphill finish to the town of Sestriere, and he's got to make sure that he can hold on to that advantage. He really is in agony now. These are the last few kilometres he has to worry about, because tomorrow is basically a show around the streets of Milano. Gilberto Simoni has got sitting on his wheel there Jose Rujano, Testa della Corsa. They're looking at the... You know, Simoni just sat up there, Phil, as if he's starting to go into the red zone a fraction. I think he might have gone a little bit too far out.
You know, he might, because it's a 14-kilometre climb to the finishing line, all the way to the line. That is a long way today, and they're a minute back on the descent, and not looking like a tired man anymore, is he, Paolo Savardelli? De Luca got himself in trouble. He's still in no man's land, not too sure whether he's gaining or not. Rujano, he's been so strong since we hit the mountains.
And this, I think, the climb is going to suit Paolo Savardelli, because it's a mainly tailwind climb. He'll take the advantage of being able to use rather a large gear. The kind of climb that suits Gilberto Simoni is a much steeper climb, a much harder gradient. As we get that little bit closer now towards the summit, Rujano is turning out to be a bit of an ally here for Gilberto Simoni. He's out of the saddle, he's bouncing on those pedals. He really is doing a great job.
Well, I tell you what, Simoni's going to be rather happy he's there now. This is the climb at 5 kilometres for the leaders. It's pretty fast uphill. And still De Luca, but we don't actually know his location. And I don't think he's that far behind those two, and we don't know what happened to him on the way down. But anyway, he may have tumbled, but he's coming back, because he's not riding like a weak man, is he?
No, and he may well have just gone through a bad patch, and he may well just not have been able to stay on the wheel for a moment, and all of a sudden he's recovered and he's back in the race. In fact, he isn't too far off. I make him around about 45 seconds behind Gilberto Simoni and Rujano.
Well, Danilo De Luca has been a threat in this race right from the beginning, where he's always challenged. He finally got his stage win on stage number 5.
And look at this. Simoni keeps looking down at his gears, and Rujano has come to the front. This is the steeper part of the climb. We're around about 4.5 kilometres to go. And in fact, you can just see around the corner the cars that were following Gilberto Simoni. This is unbelievable. This is on the eve of the finish. On the front there is Ardila.
There's that banner where they went through too, just on top of the hill there. This is the chase group, led by the race leader, Paolo Savardelli, and he's back in pink now. He lost it a while out on the Col de Finestra, but he could still lose it with 5 kilometres to climb up to the top of Sestria. But he's looking as though he's settled right back into this now.
Seems to have got himself back into it. Ardila doing a great job, and there, in fact, Phil, as they went through 5 kilometres to go, he was still only a minute and 45 seconds behind. Look at this, Simoni's having a bit of a problem here. Simoni cannot stay on the wheel of this young man from Venezuela, 22 years of age. Simoni's popped.
I think he has, because he's been snatching water all the time. It caught him grimacing, and I think at that moment in time, Jose Rujano has offered the pace just a little bit too tough for Gilberto Simoni. Maybe not. He's grimacing, but he's got back into this. Well, no, he hasn't. Oh, no, he hasn't.
Just look at this. Look at the face on Rujano on the right-hand side there. Simoni pouring the cold, ice-cold water over himself. And the reason he's trying to do that, he's trying to wake himself up. He's trying to regain his concentration. Now, let's swing around and see. He's not on the wheel. He's not on the wheel of the rider from Venezuela, who is tickling over those pedals with such an incredible amount of ease.
Well, I'll tell you what now, little Rujano is deserving everything. He's ridden so well here. He started out with a couple of days in green. He lost the lead. He's now had 9 days in the leadership of the King of the Mountains. Tomorrow will make it a nice set of 10. He's not going to get caught in the mountains, obviously. He keeps winning all the points.
But what a way to prove that you are the king of the mountains, to go out and give battle on the final big stage. And this really, to me, has been a legendary stage. Over the Col de la Finestre, which is a gravel road towards the summit, the last 4 or 5 kilometres. We've seen this man lose the Maglia Rosa. Now he's battling to try and keep it on his shoulders.
Oh, he's a lovely little rider. And, you know, he's not 24 years of age till next February. This guy is here to stay for a long time in races like this, where he can use the mountains. He probably won't win many single-day races, but when it comes to a stage race, he's got what it takes. Well, if Simoni's in trouble, looking at the face there of Paolo Savardelli, one of determination to try and keep in touch with that pink jersey. He will know that Rujano has put Simoni into difficulty. That might give him a little bit of encouragement to try and pick up the tempo a bit.
That will make him feel just that little bit more comfortable. 8 seconds separating Rujano and Gilberto Simoni. These are the top men in the overall classification. The face there of Paolo Savardelli, not giving anything away, but look at this pedalling style here from this young man. he will certainly, I think, Phil, be the biggest transfer on the box during the winter months. Everybody will be looking for Jose Rujano to be brought onto their team.
Well, with about another 10 years of cycling in front of him, he would be a pretty good buy, I would think. But he's settling into what looks like a well-deserved stage win now. Simoni is still dreaming of victory, but I think deep down he's made his move and he's played his card. There ain't much left in the pot now, because he had a big lead over Paolo Savidelli, and now Savidelli is fighting his way back in here.
Well, you know, I have a funny feeling that Gilberto Simoni is right on the rivet of exploding here. He needed to stay in contact there with the young man with him, but Jose Rujano got out of the saddle. He didn't even attack Gilberto Simoni. He basically just rode him off his wheel. Now what Simoni has to do is try and find a rhythm that's comfortable to try and hold on to the advantage he had over the Paolo Savidelli group. But this race, it really is amazing to think that we're 24 hours away from the finish, and the finish could already change and look completely different.
Well, the Lamprey team car trying to get in the way there and encourage Simoni. They know this is a crucial stage. This is where the Giro d'Italia has been won and lost today. Tomorrow there's no big race. It'll be the sprinters, probably Pataki, but today it's Simoni's final effort. He's tried to nibble seconds off Savidelli at every opportunity and has succeeded. But he hasn't got enough. He's left himself too big a problem, I think. But Paolo Savidelli has gone through his bad patch. Looking at his face there, this man doesn't seem to have a bad patch.
He doesn't seem to have a bad patch at all. He's still looking comfortable. Look how fast he's pedaling there, a nice high cadence. The difference between Rujano and the Maglia Rosa is 1 minute and 35 seconds. And with the fact that Gilberto Simoni is behind Rujano, that gives the difference between Simoni and Savidelli at around about the 1 minute margin.
Two-time winner versus one-time winner. Shortly, I think, to become a two-time winner here. And just thinking of Rujano at the front, this looks like being the third stage win of a team that got a wild card place. And so that surely has guaranteed them a place in this tour next year.
Well, one would hope so. Paolo Savidelli looking over his shoulder. This is Van Hoffel coming forward. He too is making great moves up the overall classification this evening. Gilberto Simoni, Phil, if he's not careful, could actually see his second place in the overall classification here, threatened by this young man. 23 years of age. Rujano is going to win the King of the Mountains classification, and probably what I would have to say is l'Etapa Renna of this year's event, because this has been a magical stage here this afternoon. Simoni keeps pouring water over his face, trying to keep himself concentrated. He's not going to win the Giro d'Italia here this afternoon, but he certainly wants to make sure he stays up there in second place.
The lonely mountainside of Sestriere that was once so very kind to Bjarne Riis when he won the Tour de France here. He did it staring at the riders in the breakaway and checking them out. And now the race leader on this occasion in the Tour of Italy, Paolo Savidelli, can't check anybody out. He's just concentrating, holding his position and hoping that he will keep at least some of the time in hand, because he's not going to go back up alongside Simoni with the distance that's left. But he can't afford to lose much more than 2 minutes.
Discovery Channel team car behind there. I wonder how Sean Yates is feeling this afternoon. He must have been a bit panic-stricken earlier on when he saw his leader, Paolo Savidelli, lose the Maglia Rosa out on the open roads, only to pull back 1 minute on the descent. I think that's something that Sean Yates would certainly appreciate, because Sean Yates himself was no mean descender.
But climbing is the name of the game right now. And little Jose Rujano, what a brilliant athlete he's turning out to be. Simoni couldn't hold him. Simoni's one of the best climbers in history in the Giro d'Italia. And this rider's left him today and continues alone towards the top. And he now has a little more than a mile to ride. And it'll be a stage win, the first time ever, of course, for him, as the King of the Mountains, quite rightly, claims a mountain stage in the Giro.
He's not showing any signs of weakness at all. Gilberto Simoni looking down. It's always a bad sign when you're looking down at the gears. And you know what? He hasn't lost all that much time, Phil, because here at 2 kilometers to go, he's just 22 seconds behind the rider from Venezuela. But more importantly, it'd be nice to see what that clock says when this man, Paolo Savidelli, gets there, because he's lost his jersey out on the open road today. He's pulled it back again. But it could all disappear in the last 2 kilometers if he were to crack or to have a mechanical incident, because he does not have any teammates up alongside him to help him if that was the situation.
I think you're right in one aspect, Paul. I don't believe Rujano expected to be racing for the Maglia Rosa, but that's exactly what he's doing right now. There is a slim chance, I agree, but he could snatch the race lead here. And that would be a turn up for the buck if Columbia Sella Italia took the race winner and the King of the Mountains to Milan tomorrow. It is just a possibility.
Well, he will rue the minutes that he lost in the opening few stages of this year's race. He'll rue the minutes that he lost when he was on the flatter stages before we got to the big mountain passes. Paolo Salvadelli now has used everybody else in that group with him, has decided now's the time, it's up to me, I want to win this Maglia Rosa for the second time in my career, and I will set the pace from here all the way up towards the finish line. Rujano, I don't think is thinking about getting himself the Maglia Rosa, but he certainly will leap very close to the position of Gilberto Simoni this afternoon. But if he'd ridden this race slightly differently, there's the time gap we were waiting for. It's 1 minute and 53 seconds.
So the 2 kilometre point.
At the 2 kilometre point, but that is to Rujano, not to Gilberto Simoni.
Rujano gets a 20-second win bonus as well. This has put him now, he's in about 30 seconds of the Maglia Rosa.
Yep, he only needs to finish 2 minutes and 40 seconds ahead of Paolo Salvadelli if you factor in that 20-second time bonus. He's inside the ultimo kilometre. I don't think he's going to do that. I don't think he's going to get near that, but it will be a very tough finish. But this young man, oh, if they played the tactical card differently.
Well, it's been a rough ride today for Paolo Salvadelli, and it's not over yet by any manner of means. There was no question he was out of pink on the Col de Finestra. He's back in it at the moment because Simoni looks as though the legs have finally taken a route of their own as he comes under the 1 kilometre to go banner. This rider is racing to the stage win. He's confirmed as the King of the Mountains. He'll have to wait to see if he becomes, on the penultimate day, the leader of the Giro d'Italia. And there is the rider, still desperate, still grimacing, and still fighting. Still fighting.
He's a big fighter. This man has had so much ill luck throughout his career. He's broken almost every bone in his body, and most of those accidents have been when he's been out training. Rujano now, he can't quite see the finishing line yet, but it's not too far away around that final bend for him. Paolo Salvadelli's at 1.4 kilometres to go to the finish. He's on the wheel there of Juan Manuel Garate. Complicated for the race judges here this afternoon to figure out just exactly who is what and where in this race. Rujano needs to keep going because, yes, he has got a very good chance of taking the overall victory here this afternoon. But Gilberto Simoni is also thinking about his second place at the start of the day. He could well see that disappear.
Well, every second counts. Make a good title for a book, that, wouldn't it? As he comes up towards the finishing line now, Rujano is going to win the stage and going to sit down and watch that clock. He's been a superb climber, an absolute revelation in this year's Giro d'Italia. He is perfectly built for a mountain goat, and he's now coming to clear to win as King of the Mountains his first stage of the Giro. And there's an outside chance, and it is only an outside chance, that he could become the race leader as well.
Look at that face. He's giving it everything right now. He's inside 75 metres. I think that agony will go to absolute pleasure.
He knows he's still racing for seconds here, and it could happen. Otherwise, he would have sat up and waved to the crowd on the way up. That's a great win for him. Here comes Gilberto Simoni. I think the legs let him down a little bit in the last few kilometres, but nonetheless, he's been a great attacking rider.
You can't say he didn't try. Look at that wind now blowing up all the dust here on the finishing line at Sestrières. 20 seconds has gone by since Rujano crossed the line, and it's going to stop the clock there for Simoni at 26 seconds. Well, now, where is Paolo Salvadelli and De Luca?
Simoni will stay up there too, so I don't think Rujano will get anywhere on the podium now, whatever happens to Paolo Salvadelli, but the clock is counting. This is De Luca. And De Luca will at least hold his fourth place in the overall classification. We'll have to find out what Salvadelli can tell us. The clock continues to count. Well, it's been a big time game by Simoni, but he wanted 2 minutes and 8 seconds, and he's not going to get that.
He's not going to get that now. Danilo De Luca, he must have just gone through a bad patch because he seems to be riding fairly comfortably still. He's lost himself just over the 1 minute mark, but I think this man has ridden a superb Giro d'Italia. He will stay up in fourth place in the overall classification. Just a quick check over his shoulder to see where anybody else is. He will get himself third on the stage. Well, he won't get himself third on the stage.
It's Van Huffel,
oh, yes, he will.
Yes, he will. He's behind him. Our camera's all over the show now. 150 metres, 75. He's going to keep himself just off the podium, I think. But as I say, it depends on the arrival of Paolo Salvadelli, and I think that's him in the background. They almost picked up Danilo De Luca. 2:08 is the time that would, well, slightly less actually, because he got a small bonus, Simone, so he's going to have to sprint this one out. We are going to talk only of seconds, whichever way it goes. This is Garati coming away. He's confirming a high finish tomorrow in Milan as well. 1:52.3, 1:54. He will keep his lead by less than half a minute.
Well, what a battle that was, and that was a superb performance by this man. He never gave up, and he battled all the way down the descent, pulling back a minute. But Paolo Salvadelli, I think, has done enough here this afternoon, Phil, to win the Giro d'Italia. But what about this young man as well? He, if he'd ridden a tactically different race here at the Giro d'Italia, could have been the big surprise winner.
Well, he's got himself a podium in Milan now, because there'll be nobody slipping away to win the stage tomorrow that will affect the climbers who've dominated the race this year. Let's have a look at the stage. Simone second at 26 seconds, got a small bonus of 12 as well. De Luca is third, Garati is fourth, and Huffle completing the top five. Salvadelli had to work hard, but we'll see the overall standings in a moment. Now the idea is you spray the crowd, not yourself, with champagne. But even so, Jose Rugiano has had a wonderful day out in the Alps.
He certainly has, and this has been a great race for the team. But look at that, Simone second by 28 seconds. Riano just failing, Phil, at 45 seconds.
Yeah.
What a day.
Well, and those three are a long way ahead of Danilo De Luca. So Paolo Salvadelli can reach for the sky now, because that's where he's headed. He's going to win his second Giro, and he's done it on pure guts, because he was beaten halfway through today's stage.
Well, he lost the jersey halfway up the Colla della Finestre, but he pulled it back on the descent.
So to the final day, as we leave Albesi and head for the centre of Milano, as by tradition the riders drink champagne and get down to the action on the way home. 74 miles, 119 kilometres, and Zanini, by the way, has helped. But who's going to win the stage and the race, of course?
Well, the stage very much comfortably on the shoulders of Discovery Channel rider Paolo Salvadelli, but into the streets of Milano, and it's not surprising really, Phil, to see the blue and white train on the front, and they are setting it up for an Alessandro Petacchi finish, and it could be the final win on the final day for Alessandro Petacchi. That Stefano Zanini's moved in there in the blue jersey. Now watch out, he was a winner a couple of years ago of the final stage of the Tour de France on the Champs-Élysées. He's a pretty good sprinter, is Zanini.
He won the opening stage of the Tour of Britain last year as well, into Manchester. He can produce the goods when it matters. But is that going to be the way today? Well, Alessandro Petacchi, I think, is surely the man to win. The blue jersey down there of the Intergiro will be Zanini. The Ciclamino jersey is now firmly on the shoulders of Bettini. And there's no Baden Cook to lead out for Française des Jeux.
Well, I'm not sure why the Française des Jeux are leading out, unless they think maybe Mark Renshaw might have a chance of doing something special. He seems to have ridden very well in the last few days of this race. And Fassa Bortolo have certainly not got themselves a very good organisation here. You can just see in about 6th or 7th position Alessandro Petacchi, and guess who's locked right onto his wheel? It's a pink jersey. No points for guessing that it's Eric Zabel. Eric Zabel just waiting in the wings to see if he can spoil the party.
Well, if Paul Sherwin got his way, that's exactly what would happen, because he would love Eric, and so would I, to finish it off. He's a great competitor, and he's just been a little bit too slow for Alessandro Petacchi, but there's always a chance if you get the manoeuvre right. But he's got 1 kilometre to sort it out of the best part of 3,500. The winner is now known, of course. We're in the last kilometre. Paolo Salvadelli wins for the second time. Discovery Channel have now won all 3 major tours in the world over the years. That is incredible.
Absolutely brilliant performance, but it's Zanini who leads out for Quick-Step, but then behind him it's the big Fassa Bortolo train, and you can be sure that's Marco Velo and Ongarato. Then it's Petacchi. Right on the wheel there, Eric Zabel.
Well, Zabel surely isn't going to snub this one. He's looking for a 4th-stage win. The trainer in action again. They're at home in Milan, on home soil here. The Giro d'Italia is rolling to an end for the 88th time. And about 153 riders are sprinting it out, and that's how many is going to finish. The Colombian flag is flying, and well it should. They've had a great tour. So too have the other South American countries like Venezuela. And a little bit of pushing and shoving going on, but it's an easy win. Zabel is there again, but not good enough. Another second place for poor old Eric, as Alessandro Petacchi gets win number 4.
Well, Alessandro Petacchi really has replaced for the Italian hearts Mario Cipollini. But just look at this, Phil. This is absolute and utter perfection. The first lead-out man swings across. There you can see Alessandro Petacchi moving up into second place. Eric Zabel's in the right place, in the right gear. And all of a sudden, just watch how the lead-out man moves across. There's only one way to go through, unless you want to go around the long way, and that's right down the barriers. And once Alessandro Petacchi kicks into that big gear of his, well, it's just a question of hold on to my back wheel if you can.
It's also the speed of that lead-out, Paul, because they put the riders at lengths and they can't make up the ground to even be a challenge to Petacchi.
They catapult him into victory. He gets it so easily. Hats off to the team, but you have to be able to finish off. Petacchi, Zabel, Forster, and Marco Velo, the last man to lead out, Phil, was still fifth.
Some strange names there, but a good ride by Mark Renshaw in his first Giro d'Italia in 8th place. As Petacchi now continues notching up the victories in the Giro d'Italia. I think it's 19, I think he's got now in the Giro over the years, or the Giri over the years. He must have a few of those pots with 19 stages. Still a bit short of Mario Cipollini, but time may be on his side. Overall, Paolo Savidelli has repeated the win of 2002 in the Giro d'Italia, but this time he's done it for the Discovery Channel. Simoni in second place. He's been a top 3 finisher on many occasions. He's won the race twice before. And a new man we might see a lot more of, Jose Rugano. He could well be the big man in the future. Paolo Savidelli, he'll say to you he's not the classiest man in the world, but he's certainly one of the gutsiest. Paolo Bettini in his first tour, look at that. 162 points gives him the victory over Petacchi, who despite winning 4 stages couldn't match Bettini's consistency. So the Olympic champion will be delighted, and that despite a disqualification along the way as well.
All a question of consistency to win that classification, and a rightful ending to this event for the man who is the Olympic medalist, the Olympic gold medalist from Athens just around about 12 months ago.
There's the green jersey competition. In this race, it's for the King of the Mountains. Rugano well clear of the field, nearly 100 points ahead of teammate Ivan Parra. Simoni in 3rd place and Basso in 4th. He really was a sensation.
Well, a man who's only just 23 years of age, I think we will see an awful lot more of him, and I wonder what it's going to cost to have him on your squad for next season. But what a way to go out for the King of the Mountains, winning the last mountaintop finish of the event as well.
A perfect end, I would think, and the great crowd here, as always in Milan, to salute the top 3 people in this year's Giro d'Italia. And as always, trophies are big here in Italy. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Paul Sherwin, Phil Liggett. See you soon. Bye.